I can talk to. There is an experiment that actually proved gravity, right? Apart from every other experiments related to Earth. For example, do you know who Cambridge is?
No.
Cambridge or Cavendish?
Cambridge is the university.
That one. Sorry, I was confused. But
you don't know who it is. That's fine.
Cavendish is someone who made the experiment that proved the gravity.
Okay. 1. Cavendish didn't provide a hypothesis. 2. This mass attracting mass violates special relativity. It was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. So no, there is no scientific experiment, Cavendish, that proves mass attracting mass which violates special relativity according to Einstein.
Just out of curiosity, how does it violate special relativity?
Instantaneous action at a distance. You'll notice within Einstein's equations, there's a coordinate called time, which means things take time, not instantaneous action at a distance. For example, within mass attracting mass, if the sun was moved off of its position instantaneously, that force of gravity would act instantaneously on all other bodies, including the Earth. This violates special relativity. Do you require citation?
No. I was just
okay.
Curiosity. No. Now, did the guy, what was his name? Facundito. Do you want to go on? Or did you guys mute him?
Facundito, yeah, no, he's able to unmute himself. Facundito, did you have a question? I don't know. He's not unmuting.
Okay. Well, maybe he had to go use the bathroom or something. But anyway, back to what I was saying. I think you guys would all agree that with your observation, you can tell that there are certain things that have act and certain. I'm not even going to go into like potency, but there are certain things that have acts. Okay, in life. I don't think I have to define what acts are unless you guys want me to define them. But there are actions that we see in objects, okay? Objects have propensities to do certain things. This only requires observation, all right, to see, okay? I don't have to be a scientist to know, okay, that there is a massive light in the sky during daytime and that the sky that I'm looking up into the air is blue. All right?
Does that mean all things go down? Is that where you're trying to get to? We can observe all things go down.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Gas expansion into a vacuum. Gas behavior violates that claim. Gases move freely and randomly in all directions.
Gravity satisfies that criteria.
Okay, you do realise I'm speaking about the second law of thermodynamics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Gas that has temperature, kinetic energy, is going to continuously move on a straight path until it has a physical collision with another gas molecule, another physical structure, or the walls of its container. So within the second law of thermodynamics, which simply states gas expansion into a vacuous space, we don't have the observation of gravity acting upon the gas.
Okay, so if
you're going to keep going through me, then I'll just put you on mute because it's annoying, and then I'll unmute you when I finish talking.
I don't know why you're trying to be such an asshole, man. I'm just agreeing with what you're saying, so I'm following to let you know that I'm following
So you understand that your claim of gravity isn't anywhere within the second law of thermodynamics?
No. It satisfies the law of thermodynamics because essentially because there is a force acting upon
Okay, so there's a temperature increase on the Earth, is there?
Again?
There's a temperature increase on the Earth, is there, because of the gravity pulling the gas down, causing thermodynamic radiation? Heat increase?
I mean,
it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics to claim that gravity stops entropy taking place.
You're saying
entropy takes place 100% of the time. You can't get away from this fact. You're saying no, but gravity stops that.
100% of the time. I'm not denying
Yes,
that.
it does.
But if there is a force acting upon entropy,
if there
keeping it
is
in a
a
certain
force,
place,
sorry,
yes,
I do apologise.
which we observe,
Excuse
in
me.
our world.
I took the
What?
force away from you just like 5 minutes ago. Gravity is
not.
no longer described as a force since 1915. Special
Whether you
relativity,
wanted to-
right? General relativity, no
Mhm.
longer a force. It's not the
It
mass of
doesn't-
the Earth attracting the
doesn't
mass of
matter.
the gas.
What
Dude,
matters is that
please.
gravity still exists.
Excuse me, it is not the mass of the Earth attracting the mass of the gas back to it.
Yes, it is.
Not that. No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Okay, do you know who Einstein is?
Of course I do.
Cool. So, general and special relativity. Gravity is not a force of attraction between masses. The mass of the Earth is not attracting the mass of the gases to it, according to Einstein.
Okay, if you want to get into your nuanced definition, yes, that is the case. But the
Definition.
fact of the matter is that the
The.
more mass you have, the more it's going to attract certain objects. Okay,
No.
that's the case.
Incorrect, according to Einstein. Now, define mass.
In general
Define mass.
relativity. In general
Define.
relativity.
Oh, goodness me. Define mass
Things
for me.
that
You're
have
telling me it's
matter.
doing
Things
something.
that have matter.
Things that have matter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Next question. How do things that have matter
how is that not a good
Excuse
definition?
me. No, I'm going with it. I'm taking it.
Okay.
How do things that have matter attract instantaneously over space other things that have matter? Tell me how.
I never said it attracted things instantaneously over space. You put those words in my mouth. I never said that.
So not the mass of the Earth attracting the mass of the gas to it then?
It does attract the mass to it, okay?
Okay, so we have to go back to what I'm saying because you're jumping around all over the place. You're not listening. It is not mass attracting
I've been
mass.
following you all this time. Go on.
Cool. So what gravity should you be speaking to?
Well, gravity, the mass that is pulling you towards the Earth.
Oh,
Okay.
the old and busted Newton physics superseded in 1915 by Einstein.
It doesn't matter. What matters is what we appear to our eyes.
Quick question,
I'm talking about what we see in terms of perspective.
Oh, we don't see. What we
Yes,
do
we
see
do.
is expansion of gases to
Yes,
fill
we
space.
do. Yes, we
No,
do.
Dude, does gas fill space?
Say again?
Does gas fill space?
Does gas do what in space?
Fill space. Does gas expand into vacuums?
Gas would expand into vacuums if there's not a force blocking it in the way.
So you disagree with the second law of thermodynamics?
No, I don't.
Which quite simply states gas expansion into a vacuum, the mixing of ideal gases and fluids.
If you've taken normal physics, then you understand.
Talk to someone else, dude. I'm too far above your pay grade. Shit in hell.
Am I muted?
No, I am. I'm muting myself, so you can talk to someone else. I'm not wasting my time with you.
All right.
Okay, does anybody else have a question about the flat Earth or
I
ways
do,
you think you've
but
seen
I don't want to talk.
gravity?
I'm too scared. Okay.
Don't be afraid.
Once and four.
Don't talk, then.
Why are you being such an asshole to them, man?
No, you can ask your question,
All right.
and then when somebody chooses to answer it, we might just mute you. We might mute you when the people are answering, like we did before.
Yeah,
So but then we'll unmute you at the end because you do seem to have a problem with the listening.
I'll mute myself. It's okay. I'll mute myself. Just
Okay,
one question:
good,
is space fake for you guys?
Outer
Someone
space.
said in the chat. He said
outer
space is
fake for
CGI.
you. It's
What?
fake for you, yeah. Yeah, it's fake for you too.
It's not fake. It's real.
No,
Why do you guys
it's not.
don't see
It's just on
SpaceX
TV.
missions?
It's just on TV and movies and YouTube.
Nobody's saying that the lights in the sky are fake. We're telling you that the story about outer space that you were fed as a child is fake. As fake as Santa Claus.
I cannot believe that space is CGI. Space is
You'll be
fake.
fine. You'll
That's
be
beyond
fine.
me.
Everything's
me.
okay. You'll be okay.
You just have to get in the habit. So everything that we've been talking about tonight is going out into the natural world and making observations about the real world in the present moment where we actually live. So
Yep.
we understand that it's a process to get off. A lot of people are kind of like addicted to media tales of, the wonders of Mars and all these things. So all we're asking people to do is, you can think of that as like science fiction, right? So if you like those stories, that's fine. But why not just watch Hollywood science fiction? It has much better production values, way more talented actors. I mean, NASA really does everything on the cheap so that they can keep, raking in the dough by doing almost nothing. They have horrible actors like Don Pettit, Michelle Thaler. Their production values are worse than Sesame Street. Their animation is like 1973 Sesame Street rerun would be higher level than some of the nonsense they're putting out. So if you're into science fiction, just stick with the actual science fiction from Hollywood. Just leave NASA behind. You can have your little fantasies and escapism and all that's perfectly fine. But when you want to make decisions about the real world, you go out and you observe it and you see it's flat and stationary just as it appears. Helps your brain to actually accept the world the way it is.
Thanks for the.
You're welcome. Yeah, I mean
thanks
that's
for
what
the
I'm saying.
answer.
Like, yeah, you can
Yes,
keep
yes.
thinking about. You can keep.
Appreciate your answer, but the space
you're
is not
welcome.
fake. Space is real,
Where's your
Our
and
evidence?
it's not CGI. It's not CGI. Like what?
NASA's the lowest bidder on the ghost.
Oh, sorry. I just called.
Dude, it is CGI. All right, do you know who Rob Simmons is? He straight up admitted to creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in Photoshop. You gonna act like that's a picture?
No, they don't know who Robert Simmons is.
NASA can like literally change what they
Dude,
want to show.
Calm down. Space is
As a
fake,
matter of
and you'll
fact,
get over
believing
it.
that the Earth is
Dude,
believing that the Earth is flat
you
is one
can't
thing.
have a vacuum.
Believing
You
that the
can't have
entire
the
outer
vacuum of
space is
space.
fake.
Yeah, you can't
That's
have the
another
you can't have the outer space, which is a vacuum, next to air pressure, which is Earth. You'd have to have a container around Earth for it to be in space floating. And you don't have that. Otherwise, the air would go all into space. Get it?
If you were to understand how the Blue Marble 2.0 was actually created, it's not a picture and it's not people pressing buttons to make the sky look or the water look prettier for you. What it is, it's data strips taken by low altitude flypasts. The low altitude flypasts aren't far back in space taking an overall picture of the Earth. They're going over the Earth, scanning strips of it. Now, what happens is those strips, they get modelled around a spherical surface because the Earth's a sphere, right? So we're going to take all of those data strips, let's say there's 24 around the Earth, we'll take those strips and then we'll put them over a sphere. It's not a picture of the Earth. It's a recreation of data strips to fit what you think the Earth is. In this case, a ball.
Yep, I just put the quote from Robert Simmons, NASA employee. This is from nasa.gov. He says basically what Jedi just said. He has details about that. We also have the original flat images that were used. I can dig those up for you if you're interested. But anyway, yeah, he says the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. And then it says more details about who was doing that work. You can read this if you're interested, 40 minutes after the hour. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous Blue Marble. So they tell you right there on NASA.gov, that they created this image to match your expectations, and they created it on a computer from flat maps. So it's hidden in plain sight. That's why, we're certain about it. That's why there's no question. I mean, information's there, just a matter of whether you choose to accept it or if you would prefer to remain in an indoctrinated state with something that has no correlation whatsoever to the world where we actually live. But like we said before, I mean, we get it. Like, if you're only first seeing this, like, you know, it can be like a lot to take in. You're sure there must be an exit plan somewhere. Somebody must have refuted this somewhere. And if you go looking for that, I hope that you will examine the so-called debunking or the so-called refutations with a critical eye, because usually they're just emotional appeal, fallacious reasoning, and so on. They don't have any real refutations. And so most of the time when people try to cling to those comfortable lies, it's just because they want it to be a globe, because it's uncomfortable for them to leave the dominant paradigm that is perpetuated throughout our culture and, saturated everywhere, the globe. For some reason, it's hard for people to let go of it. So we get that. So all we're asking is to consider there's a serious argument here that the globe only exists in your imagination and on a computer screen. It does not exist in reality. That's all we're asking people to consider, that possibility, because Flat Earth is not a joke. It's not a meme. It's not a disk flying through space. As we explained, that's a medium that is also impossible to exist. So you just have to start observing the Earth around you the way it actually is. And then you will, hopefully come to the realization that the way the Earth presents itself to you is the way it really is. No trickery. Here he wants to know if Chinese probes in the entire Indian space program is fake. And then Secret Agent Man this is the kind of thing we're talking about. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, some of this animation, just look at it. You're really believing this story. I don't know. I just don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say.
Yes, Kiri, all fake. It's just for television, just to sell advertising, just to make money, just for social media ads, YouTube, television,
Yes.
the news. They all make money off of that. You watching.
That's how you get your information. You watch YouTube videos of
No, that is
journalism.
not how I get my information. That is not how I get my information. That is not how I get my information. That is not how I get it.
Look at the side chat. There's your astronauts. You can thank Walt Disney and Werner
I'm
von
flabbergasted.
The sodium
Living in
a
everything that go out in outer space is fake. That's beyond me. I mean,
outer space is fake and gay.
Cannot
it's not real. It's a fairy tale story.
believe it. You guys.
Well, let's think about it.
Disney for adults.
We've been there. We know how it looks.
Nobody went to your imagination, dude. Sorry for that.
Can we have uncontained spheres of gas in vacuous spaces holding their spherical shape? Is that something that's achievable?
You're digressing. You are talking about the behavior of molecules.
Yeah, gases. Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas.
The shape of the Earth in outer space.
I'm trying to talk to you, dude, but you keep talking through me.
I'm sorry, but I was talking about the shape of the Earth.
So we're going to try again. You're talking about the vacuum space and in it being real or not. I asked you a question akin to a giant planet called Jupiter, which is a giant gas ball. Can we, according to the laws of nature, have uncontained spherical shapes in vacuous spaces?
Jedi, watch the chat. Watch the chat.
My fucking breath. Sorry.
This is literally this is how we can literally witness Mars.
It was literally a
see
yes or no question. Do you know what an open-ended or closed-ended question is?
I do, but you are digressing.
I asked you a closed-ended question which required a yes or no answer. Not
Your
a
premise
story.
is flawed. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about something else.
You're lucky you're talking at all, mate.
We can witness what we can witness.
Lucky you're
We're
talking at all.
digressing.
Dude, stop
You are
posting
digressing all the time. Instead
CGI.
of
Stop posting
answering my
CGI
question,
as
you
your
are
proof.
digressing. So, as a matter of fact,
Here, I'll
if we
mute you
observe outer
so that-
space, we can literally see Mars.
Yeah, so
Like I said,
you're-
Yeah, dear.
Yeah, this is, I don't know what this cartoon is that you're posting, but like, I'm seriously, I try to be as kind and charitable as I can, even though you guys might not believe me, but I really am trying. Like, if you think he thinks this spinning thingamajig he put there at 46 p.m. is 46 minutes after the hour is reality? Is that what he was saying?
sorry, I got kicked. I'm sorry.
yeah, that he thinks that's a real image of Mars spinning around.
Come
'Cause he's
on,
a fool.
guy. Come on, guy. Like, I don't even know what to say to that. I don't even know what to say.
I know what to say. He would be an easy con on the street. You could tell him any story, and he'll hand over his money to you.
I was just trying to entertain the conversation just by asking you guys, what do you think? What do you think?
weren't.
What do
No,
you think
you
of
weren't.
it?
He was talking about Jupiter, and you posted Mars. You weren't in the conversation at all. You
Yeah,
were
because-
waiting
My
to do
goodness.
something else.
I don't have any pictures of Jupiter, but
So
Mars
let's
is
get this straight, right?
our closest neighbor.
So let's get this straight. Nobody looks into the sky and sees an example of what was asked of you. Nobody.
The ground is not in the sky anyway. I don't know why he keeps jumping back into the sky.
Because the ground is in the sky.
Golly gee.
Well, we've got some new people that have joined since we last took a rundown here. The members of the panel. We've got Ivy, Juzu, welcome. Drake Fan Forever, he's been here a little while. Do you have any questions there, Drake Fan Forever, or anybody else? Torque, Violet. I like the names of the people in this server. I feel like they're like less obnoxious than the ones in the politics server, for the most part.
Drake Fan Forever says he has a question, or I have a question. You don't have to
All right,
type
let's
it,
hear
mate. Yeah, you can speak your words.
Can you unmute Drake Fan Forever?
He's LARPing as a flat earther, so just remember that.
Oh, is he? Oh, why is he still here?
Well,
Oh, I see the LARP. Yeah,
you'll see
Mars spinning. Yeah, Mars spinning quotation mark. It's laughable how brainwashed people are these days. Oh yeah, let's talk about it, Drake Fan. Let's talk about that brainwashing. Tell me all about it. Come on, get on the mic.
He won't.
He should before he gets a boot in his ass.
Shalom has joined us. Welcome. I think I'm going to have to make myself a cup of peppermint tea after that Kiri conversation. He was like, gosh, if my doctor ever tells me I have low blood pressure, I just got to go back and listen to that recording. Maru, welcome. How are you? Lots of non-speakers. I mean, speak right up. We are slightly agitated after the last person, but if you are a honest person who can just ask us an honest question, we can give you an honest answer.
It's Kiri guy lying. The reason why you were muted, Kiri, is because you don't know how to shut up. You don't have self-control, so someone else had to control you. If you had self-control, that wouldn't have happened. So don't go lying in the side chat, acting like people don't like you and they just mute you because they don't like you. That's not the case. You've done this.
That's pretty bad, Kiri. Come on. Go back and listen to the live stream. I'll put the link in the chat for you. I mean, if you're interested in self-improvement, you could go back and evaluate your performance and decide, was I totally polite and taking turns talking? So I was totally controlling my mic. There was no need for anyone who's trying to produce an event here that's being live streamed on YouTube, there would be no reason for them to mute me. That would be so unjust. So if you can go back and watch your entire performance for the last hour or so and still come back and tell us that, then that's fine. But, you're just lying. Yeah, we all know it. You can't, I guess maybe since you think that ridiculous animation is reality, maybe you actually believe that. I don't know what it's like inside your head, but I'd recommend, maybe a little objectivity, because really that's the only way you're going to improve your reception in the world. I can't imagine that it's wonderful with that kind of attitude.
Aaron, the Rayleigh criterion describes exactly what you're talking about. It explains it completely. There's limits to the oculus of your eye. The same thing applies to the aperture of any camera. There's limitations to any device. The reason why your boat seems to disappear at a certain distance, it's because of the limitations of your eyeball. It's because of the horizon, the fact that the horizon is optical. For that boat to disappear in whatever crap, that's not a gotcha for flat Earth. It means nothing at all.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Oh, good. I love that name, Pearl. That's such a great name. I like the flowers.
Thank you.
Did you take that picture?
No, it was in my gallery. I don't know who sent it.
Nice. Yeah, so is this your first time here in the Flat Earth channel?
Yes, it's my first day on Discord. So,
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're in for a wild ride here. My only recommendation as a fellow XX chromosome person is make sure you understand how to block people. You just go to their profile, click the dots, and then you click block. And never be afraid to do it. Just block, 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 block.
okay.
Yeah.
I will keep that in mind.
Fair warning, there are weirdos.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, but I'm glad you're here. So yeah,
Thank you.
Have you ever heard anything about Flat Earth before?
No, sorry.
That's okay. Most people haven't. In fact, it's better if you haven't heard anything because usually when people have heard about it, like the information they've got is not the right information, Yeah. So, do you live, you don't have to tell me like exactly where you live, but I'm just curious to know if you live anywhere near the ocean, which wouldn't narrow things down at all. Do you live anywhere near the ocean?
I don't think so. That I am surrounded by any water or anything like an ocean. Yeah, I'm in Canada right now.
Oh, Canada. That's a great place. That's just right to the north of me. I live in Michigan, not too far from there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's such a huge country. What?
Yeah. We are neighbors.
That's right. We totally are. Yeah. Yeah. So, but that's funny that you're in Canada because there's this, I'm going to show you something that is taken in Canada. It's in British Columbia. And I'm going to put it in the chat here. So this is a YouTube video of a laser test. I tagged you there. Do you see it?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, where it says 28.6 mile laser test proves Earth is flat. So yeah, those people, they went to this lake in Canada, in the Kootenay country. That's the Kootenay River goes from British Columbia into northwest Montana. So this is a huge lake. So you actually, even though I asked you about the ocean, that's just like the easiest place probably to see it. And then many people around the world live near the ocean, since, you know, the oceans cover over 70% of our Earth. But large lakes will do the same thing for demonstrating what I'm explaining to you, which is why we say that the Earth is flat and that it's not a globe. So, I mean, if you want to like open that maybe and watch it later, because we don't really want you to watch it while you're talking to us, because we want to talk to you. But I'll just put a still shot from that image into the chat. So they went to this lake. There were these two guys. They're really, I mean, there might have been more than two, but the main two guys were on either side of the lake. And they, in that video in particular, you'll see how carefully they documented what they were doing with the laser, because they're testing if we lived on a sphere, you know, like we're told we live on a globe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Everybody thinks that because they haven't investigated it, just like you haven't. And I thought it too before I looked into it. So that still shot, I put it 58 minutes after the hour. That's where they were, between Pilot Bay and the railroad tracks there in the Kootenay Mountains on this lake. So they shined the laser across the lake, and the guy at the other end was able to capture that and see it. And he has it on his Nikon camera. He shows it on his cell phone. He shows it in different ways. And so if we were on a globe of the dimensions claimed, they would not have been able, that laser would not have been propagated 28 miles. It would have been hidden behind the curve, because even though sometimes people think, you know, the globe's so big, like you can't see the curve or whatever, that's a common thing people will say, but actually in reality, you would be able to see it. So at 28 miles, you let me see. I'm just going to do the calculation for you real quick. 28 times 8 times 8, 170 divided by 12. 149. Does that sound? It seems like it should be bigger. Anyway, there's 149 feet. Well, either way, does that sound right to you guys who are in the chat who are flat earthers?
Delion.
Let me make sure it's right. Hold on, I'm doing something. I don't like to give out wrong information. Just a minute.
I
No, it's more than that. Yeah, it's more than that. I must have done something wrong. So 20 miles, it's 266 feet. So yeah, it's way more than that. I'm just not taking the time to do it right. But the point is, it would have been hidden. It would have been hidden behind the curve. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. So since I'm new, I'm very new, as I told you that I just joined. So I land up to this like channel, or what do we call? So just tell me, what is like, if we believe, or I'm unable to comprehend, like what are we going to like tell everybody, and what change are we going to bring with this? Like, are we like going to let everybody know?
That's a great question. Or do you have more? When we let everybody know that it's flat?
Yes. And what? How are we going to like tell this to everyone? And yeah, what's the medium like? What?
Good question. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm kind of obsessed with math, and I don't like to make mistakes. So, like, I just realized I squared the 8 instead of the 28. So, yeah, it's 28 times 8, which is 6,272. And then you divide that by 12, so you get 522 feet. So, yeah, it should have been hidden behind 522 feet of drop, but the laser was seen. Yeah, it hit the target. So, yeah. But going on to your next question, Yeah, how would we tell people? Okay, so that's a great question because you would think, truth, that people would be interested in hearing it and it would spread like wildfire. That is the natural way of things if we didn't have a propaganda machine firmly in place as perpetuated by the mass media. So it just so happens that at the time when they first started to really push the globe lie, when they televised the supposed moon landing that never happened, that this is when mass media and television really also started to take off, because the best way for truth to spread is from person to person. If you don't have like a vast profit-making military industrial complex doing everything it can to censor that truth and push against it. So that's why we have come to the idea. I mean, people do it in different ways. Like some flat earthers have done things like, travel around the country in an RV, stand on a soapbox wearing a lab coat with a microphone or a megaphone, and talk about the flat earth, or gone on famous podcasts or tried to become a YouTube star. Like people do it that way. Or another way, which I actually liked more, was the Globe Lie tour, which happened in Europe in the summer of 2019, where they were setting up booths and tables with information and just talking to the people that came by, just that kind of thing. So yeah, person to person, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, person to person. And just explain it, because it is something that helps someone when they understand
Yes.
the reality of the world the way it is, and they can have a clearer mind when they leave
Yes.
the propaganda behind. Yeah. So that's
I can
the way we
understand.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we're here. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, now it makes sense. Thank you. Thank you for all the information.
Did you have any other questions?
No, not for now. Like
I,
I want to go through. I want to read and go through the video you shared once I'm free, because I was just exploring and now I land up to you.
Yeah, I feel like you like that one because it's in Canada. We have a whole bunch of other ones. Yeah, if you're interested, if you like just the whole laser test idea. But yeah, I feel like you like that one, so that's cool.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're here 24/7. So anytime you want to step in, if you think of any other questions, or you can just hang around here and listen if you want. But it was great to meet you.
Yes.
Are you mostly
Likewise.
gonna Huh? Go ahead. What?
Yeah, sure. Likewise, I feel the same feeling.
Good. Yeah. Are you going to mostly hang out in this server, the English hub, or are you going to go to other places? Don't you know?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, did you mainly come here for this server? That's why I'm asking.
No. I was just scrolling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just looking around, because this server seems really nice. Like the people here seem very. I mean, there's people everywhere that are difficult, but this server seems like a lot more civilized than some of the other servers I've been in. So, yeah, that's cool. I'm glad you're here and glad you found us.
Yeah.
I can invite you to our Flat Earth server. I'll try to send you an invite. I don't know if you accept messages, but I'll try to send you to an invite to that, because that one's like a, kind of a library of Flat Earth information. So you might find that useful.
Sure. I would love to read them.
Cool.
Alien,
Yes.
could you hear me?
Oh, no, it's not going to let me do it. It's not going to let me send it because you're not accepting messages, which is a wonderful thing. You shouldn't change that. But you can click on my name, I think, and maybe join it that way, or just go to discord.gg/flat earth. Yes, who is speaking? I hear you.
I have a question for you. Only to know which are your arguments to that proves the Earth is flat. I mean, apart from the fact that you cannot see a curvature into ocean, or in this case into lake. Only for now.
What are my arguments about not seeing curvature? Is that what you said?
No. I mean, apart from because you
Besides
you're
that.
yeah, which are your arguments that are not related to the curvature? Because I think you should have more arguments, right? I mean, I am not disqualifying that one, but I just want to know if you have other arguments apart from the no curvature.
Yeah, well, there's no rotation either. Do you like that one? The Earth doesn't spin. There's no evidence that it's spinning. Do you want me to tell you other things it's not doing? It's not moving. It's not flying through space. It's not in space. It's not rotating around the sun. What else is it not doing, guys?
Well, there's the affirmative claims, of course, that everybody uses it as a flat plane, navigates it as a flat plane, builds on it as a flat plane. Nobody actually uses the Earth as a globe in any way, shape, or form. So if they treat it flat and measure it flat, what must it be?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a whole category we haven't talked about tonight. Yeah, that the Earth is observed, measured, navigated across, and used as a flat stationary plane. And I mean, if you're into arguments, yeah, like some of the more compelling arguments have to do with when the lives are on the line. Everybody treats it as a flat and stationary plane. Pilots, weapon systems, long-range snipers, radio wave propagation, submarines. Everybody treats it as flat.
Yeah, Mary, ma'am, may I make a note? I mean, he said, beside the claim that we cannot find the curve, but even microwave propagations and snipers all depend on the fact that, I mean, this is the core of the proof, that we cannot find the curve. So
I know, that's why, yeah. I could keep,
so he's trying to force us. He's trying to force us to base our proof on theoretical physics, like they do. Yeah, I mean, it's psychological. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like what other argument do you have that the Earth is flat besides the fact that there's no curvature? Like what more do you need? Like
I cannot. Yeah, like I cannot argue. I cannot argue anymore. I cannot prove that all observations prove that it's flat. So what else do you have? You see what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, when we go into these things, yeah, I mean, it's really just humoring or just have a variety of things to talk about, but none of those things matter when you can't demonstrate drop over distance, when you can't measure curvature.
So he's trying to take away from us the best proof which we have. So that's why I wanted to say, yeah, be careful. It's like mind-bending psychological psyop. His question was a psyop to bring you away from your best proof, our best proof and evidence. The lack of curvature everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I try to talk about. That's why I just try to come up with like new things. Like, oh, you didn't like that one. Here's another one, another one, another one, another one. I mean, like I'll talk about some of those other things if they insist, but it's just kind of like, well, why are we even talking about that thing? Doesn't have anything to do with the Earth measuring flat. The sky doesn't.
Yep.
Hello. I was just going to say hello to BR and Chris, people that just joined.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Welcome to the Flat Earth channel, Nico, everybody. If you've got any questions, feel free to speak up.
Yeah. I have another question. How, based on what you said, that the Earth is not rotating and other things, how could you explain the tides?
Oh, I
What
just
do
happened to
tides
hear.
have to do?
Oh, yeah, good, says who? Because I was going to say, like, I heard an amazing explanation of that this morning that India did, and I think Drace was there. But yeah, it's not like really my wheelhouse. But yeah, go ahead, says who?
Well, I'm just curious. What do tides have to do with the Earth being flat?
Because think of it. I mean, think on it. Just the tides. How could you explain that? I mean, if the Earth is flat, how can exist the tides? Know what I mean? I mean, how is that?
That's an excellent question. What does it have? What does it have to do with the Earth being flat?
Sorry?
What is it? What does the water level rising and lowering in certain regions, mind you, not everywhere on Earth is there a tide. You may not know that, but there's not tides everywhere in all oceans on the Earth. But what would that have to do with the surface being flat?
Yeah, they exist. Actually, for example, I live near the ocean, right? And every day the tide it's changing. You know, it's changing. Actually, it's a fact. You can see the boats that are rising up when it's the afternoon or it's the evening, and going down or going out or going up, depending of the hour. Into the morning, you can see going down and going up, and it's there. You know, you can see it when they touch the sand and when they are not touching it.
Okay. What does that have to do with the Earth being flat?
No, I am asking. How can you explain that? Because finally, it's explained by the gravity that Moon doing in the Earth, and so
yeah, I understand that. Who proved it to you? They gave you an explanation. I want you to tell me how they proved it to you.
Sorry, I can't hear. I can hear very well because of my internet.
Okay. Someone gave you an explanation. What did they do to demonstrate that that was true?
Well, when the moon, we are agreed that the moon is there, right?
Yeah, is the moon a big solid ball that's about 250,000 miles away from?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, so if it's that, who proved that to you?
Well, the moon has a mass, right? Has a mass. And
friend, you don't know that either. These are things that you were told. No one proved them to you. You don't know any of the things that you're telling me are true.
Bro, the moon exists.
I didn't say that it didn't. But is it what you say it is, and how did they prove it to you?
But I mean, it's obvious. I mean, obviously, the moon, if it does exist, it has a mass, right?
No,
it's
just
obvious,
because
yeah.
it exists doesn't mean it has a mass. That is incorrect.
Well, then why? Which components has the moon? I
don't know.
Well, you don't know.
Yeah. How come the people that told you that the moon is the ball and didn't prove it to you, how come you said, how do you guys know that the moon is this big solid ball 250,000 miles away from the Earth? Did they tell you how they know that?
Well, first of all, you know the sun, right? The sun is a ball of plasma. I mean, I don't know how to say it.
It's the same problem, friend. How do you know that?
But in that case, where does the light come from? Because it has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, it comes from the sky. So when the sun is out, it's day. When it's not out, it's night.
Yeah, exactly. Now, what the sun exists, and how is the light produced by the sun?
I have no idea. Did anybody prove to you how they knew it exists?
Well, let me tell you.
Or how it does that?
Nuclear.
Don't tell me. Hold on. Friend, I don't want you to repeat the story that was repeated to you. I want you to tell me how somebody proved it to you.
Well, you can see it on nuclear buildings. I mean, I am bad in English. Well,
so the nuclear reactors shine bright like the sun, do they?
Well, it's the same. Finally, it's the same. It's the same, and it's the same. You know, the same. How can I say it? It's the same thing. You know, in the nuclear reactors, you can see things being fusioned. You know, being fusioned. And liberating.
Yeah, so we have nuclear fusion in a nuclear reactor. Great.
Exactly.
How does that prove that the sun? How does that prove that the sun is doing what they told you it's doing?
Well, first of all, you have the radiation of the sun. I don't know how to say it then, but violet radiation.
And so we have ultraviolet radiation. Yeah, so we have different spectrums of light. Great.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with the sun being a burning ball of gas within a vacuum?
Well, I know it that we have a spectrum, but first of all, I mean, well, you have a vacuum, right? A void.
No, not in space. If space was a vacuum, then we wouldn't exist. The life on Earth would not exist. You want me to prove it to you?
Well, a vacuum is an element that was created by the man, and you cannot.
How did he create the vacuum? How did he create a vacuum? What do you need?
He created a vacuum.
Yeah, how do we do that?
We created, well, we just created it. For example, I don't even need to explain this. But the point is that the vacuum is so small. You cannot compare a vacuum with an entire space. You know
right. So the vacuums that we create on Earth, at very best, are somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to the negative 6 torr. Space, deep space, is supposed to be 10 to the negative 17 torr. So can you demonstrate for me a ball of gas burning in a vacuum at 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Well, then give me another explanation. I need that. Because I am...
No, I don't want to give you another explanation about what's happening in space, and none of it is possible in reality. So why would I lie to you like the people that lied to you?
Well, I mean, you don't even have any another explanation.
Do you want me to make up a story? I can tell you that it was Bartz that did it.
It's not a story. It's not a.
It is a story.
No,
really. So how did they prove it to you? That's why I'm asking. They prove it to you, not just give you a story and somehow you thought it sounded possible.
I am not saying that it's a story that I think that is possible. First,
okay, then where's the proof? I want the proof. That's the thing I've been asking from you from the beginning. So I want you to prove it to me.
I am giving you the information. There is a lot of.
You're giving me the story.
Internet. No.
Great, get them for me. Give me the papers.
I can search it for you. There is a lot. Or for example, I will give you an example. I will give you an example. Okay. Do you know Aristoteles, right?
Aristophanes. Yeah. So can you get me the primary source data from what Aristophanes did? Because you're talking about documentation now, right? So I need the primary source data for his non-experiment.
Well, let me just explain first, and then I will give you the...
No, I already know the story. I know the story. Then what I want is the primary source documentation.
Well, first to confirm that you know the story.
No stories, yeah. Sticks, shadows, wells, and obelisks. Yeah, I know the story. Eratosthenes didn't measure two different lengths of shadows in two different places and then affirm the consequent by saying that the Earth must be a ball because there's different lengths of shadows in different places?
Well, that's not only the explanation. That is not only. That is not. I'm thinking the word something. Sorry. That is not the only proof that gives the book. For example, do you know?
It's not a proof.
Yeah. I mean, if it is not a proof, if it is not a proof, how can you say that it's false? I mean,
okay, no problem. You want me to show you? Get a couple of sticks and then go sit down at your kitchen table and put one right underneath the light and then put another one closer to the edge of the table and tell me if the lengths of the shadows are different.
In a table.
Right. So you have
the table is flat
on a table. Yeah, I know. So you can have two different lengths of shadows. Thank you very much. Aristophanes was affirming the consequent.
But you are using a space that is flat. You cannot use a space that is flat. You cannot only use a flat space to do that experiment.
So if we did it on a ball and we had different lengths of shadows, and we did it on a table and we have different lengths of shadows, then at best the test is inconclusive since we get the same result.
Well, I will give you the source. Do you know De Caelo? It's a book.
What about it?
Well, De Caelo is a book from Aristoteles. Sorry for my pronunciation, but
Aristophanes. Yeah,
Aristophanes and other philosophers that are who explored, the physics, and they did some experiments that proved, not completely, but it's a really large step to say that the Earth is not flat. Well, for example...
Okay, so these guys did what?
Well, first of all, that is against the proof that Dandelion gave us. It's some minutes ago. Well, you have these ships, right? They are they are in the ocean.
Uh huh.
Okay. So when they are going they are going more they are going more deep in the ocean,
Uh huh.
you can't see it. Why? Because the earth has a curve, you know.
No. Remember,
Yeah,
we already showed you that there is no curve, and you have to show us the measurement of curve to make that true. You can't just say it; you have to show us the measurement of it.
Dude,
Right.
I have seen that literally. As I told before, I live in a place where you have an ocean, and
Okay.
I can see the ships that are going out, going as they are going out, they are going down.
Yeah.
That's
down. Okay. So are they going behind the horizon?
Yeah, they are going.
Okay.
I behind. I mean, you can see. Okay, you can see the boats, right? The ships from the coast, right? From the sand, from the beach.
Yeah.
But they are only the top. Are the it's only the top. You can see only the top of the chips. How can you explain it? Because I think there are also more pictures in internet where you can see that. How can you say that? And it's a really interesting.
No problem.
You can
ready?
search it.
No problem. No problem. I understand that sometimes ships seem to disappear bottom up. There are other times where ships just disappear into the distance and maintain their complete. We'll say you can see all the boat that is in the water. It just disappears because it's too far away to see. It's called angular size change with distance. I'm sure you're very familiar with this, especially if you've ever watched Sesame Street. But when things are close, they appear bigger. When they are far away, they appear smaller. And the farther away they get, the smaller they get, and they disappear. But that's angular size change. Number two, there's also this problem that we call in art foreshortening, which means that objects in the foreground will block out very small things in the distance or apparent-sized things in the distance because the larger thing in front of you will block out the small thing in the distance. That could be number two, just like an ocean swell or a wave. That's another way that we could explain this phenomena. The problem is that if we were to blame this phenomena on Earth curve, well, then that would have to happen at the same place every time, because the Earth is supposedly a sphere with a given radius. And that size, that radius, is never going to change. And so the boat must disappear at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, where the horizon is, the edge of the ball, the physical part that's blocking out the boat. It must start to disappear at that particular region, depending on the observer's height, every time. Well, we've debunked that. It turns out that the horizon is not Earth curve. Would you like to see?
Well, I mean, where did you get that information?
What information?
I mean,
which bit?
I mean, you said something that square root of I don't know. I couldn't hear that part properly, but you said something that formula. So where did you get that formula? I mean, I just want
that is the given radius, the size of the Earth, which is 3,959 miles, and that size dictates that the edge of the ball or the tangent point, the sagitta, these are all geometric terms, will block out anything in the distance beyond that physical point.
And if I if I see it with a telescope?
Well, yeah, use your telescope on the image I provided. So at 31 minutes after the hour, we have a couple of oil rigs. Have you seen this before?
Sorry, could you repeat that? My internet, sorry.
Oh, maybe it's my internet. I don't know. Am I coming through clear, everybody?
You sound good, says who.
Okay. So at 31 minutes after the hour, we have an image. Can you look in the side chat and see what I posted at 31 minutes after the hour?
31 minutes. Let me check. 31 minutes. At 24:01.
What?
You said 30 minutes.
31 minutes. So on the timestamp of my image where I posted it in the side chat, because I don't know what time it is where you're at. So for me, it's 9:31.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
No,
Yep.
I am Chile, so I am 10:33.
Okay. So you see those two oil rigs?
I am looking for it. Wait a minute. I don't find it.
You can't in the side chat. 31 minutes after the hour. For you, it would be 10:31. Everything is time stamped.
Yeah, Berserker just posted it again, and then Platter.
Yeah,
tagged you.
it's better. Could you do it? Could you do that?
Yeah, it's there. Like, are you even seeing where people are tagging you? Where Platter tagged you? Are you in the right place? And then right above that, there's a picture of two oil rigs on the water. And there it is again.
That one.
Yes. Okay.
It's not a sphere, but
Right.
that one.
Okay, yeah, that's the one. So you see those two oil rigs, yes?
Yes.
Okay, well, those are verified measured distances from the beach. 6.21 miles and 9.41 miles.
As I can see, yes, as I can see, the one that is more away from us is a bit I don't know how to say it, but it's
distorted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's okay. We don't care about that because this is not discussing the oil rig. It's about the horizon, the thing that you said is blocking out the boat in the distance, right?
Yeah, but it has to be more distance, actually.
Okay, no problem. We'll see if that's true. So, this observer is at 1 foot height. He has a camera. I can even share the video with you. You can even go to Santa Barbara if you want and check this out for yourself. But he takes his camera and he sets it right there at the water where it's on the beach. And his tripod, his camera, is 1 foot above the surface. That makes the math really easy because at 1 foot observer height, the horizon, the tangent point of the ball that's beginning to block out boats and buildings in the distance should be at 1.22 miles. The horizon, I mind you. Now, in this photograph, can you tell me where the horizon is? Is it in front of, in the middle of, or behind both oil rigs?
Behind.
Okay, so the horizon is beyond 9.41 miles, which is really long ways from 1.22 miles. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, but...
Yeah. So, why is the geometric, physical Earth curve not where it's supposed to be, blocking out boats, buildings, and oil rigs in this photograph?
Sorry, really sorry, but could you repeat that?
Why is the Earth curve horizon not where it's supposed to be to block out boats and buildings and oil platforms?
Mm. To be honest, with my level of English, sorry for this, but I didn't understand your question. I mean, if you,
Why is the horizon is supposed to be the curve of the Earth? It's supposed to be blocking out boats and buildings and stuff, right?
yeah,
Why is
exactly.
it not where it's supposed to be at 1.22 miles? Why is it beyond 9.41 at very least?
Well, because it has to be more distance. You, for example, in that picture, we are agreed that you can see anything. I mean, you can see both, but you can see anything about the curvature.
Okay, so there's no Earth curve
No.
to be found. Is that what?
No, I am not saying that. I am saying that if
Okay.
you, for example, search an image in Google, an image that this will be sound like I am trying to say that I have the reason and that, but no, you can search an image, a picture that has more distance, where the chips are.
Friend, it doesn't matter the distance. It doesn't matter the distance because you said the horizon is Earth. And so does Bill Nye. And Bill Nye and you are both incorrect because it turns out that the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. If it was, it would be at 1.22 miles, like the geometry, not my geometry, but the geometry of the globe claims it's supposed to be.
So do you think because the geometry, because 1.22 miles is the geometry that it needs to be the horizon, you know?
Yeah, well, it's not there. I agree with you. That's where the horizon needs to be, and it's not there.
Okay, so where so many people, I know, and also me, can see only the top of the ships.
I know.
Because you are.
Isn't that interesting?
Finally, because down
Isn't that interesting? Why didn't you go ahead and find out there was why didn't you look for another reason as to why that happens instead of just saying it's because of Earth curve? What did you deduce to come to the point where you said it was Earth curve?
You have a point, but you're giving me that picture that only has you're giving me that picture that only has the explanation of why the Earth is why the object that is that is going away it's like disappearing, and
yeah. And my question for you is, why did you not eliminate other possibilities instead of just Earth curve as to why things disappear in the distance?
No. My point is that you are giving me an example only when the chip is going away and the chip is disappearing. Sorry for the pronunciation, but you are not giving me like an example where you have only the top of the chip. For example, if it only has the top of if you only have the top of the chip, what could be another explanation for that apart from the?
I already told you.
But
I already told you it could be foreshortening.
Well-
Now, this is a term that kind of is an artistic term, but objects in the foreground can block out objects farther away because the angular size of the thing in the foreground is greater than the thing behind it. So it's a very simple perspective concept, and it's a real thing, especially if you take your thumb and you stick it way out in front of you, it doesn't block out a whole lot. But if you bring your thumb closer, it's really hard to see around it. This is not rocket science.
well, then give me. I mean, I can't. I just can't do it because, I mean, I want to send a photo, but it just doesn't let me. Anyway, can you search an image, because you gave me an image for this, so you could give me an image and picture for what I am saying, because
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. It'll probably just ruin your argument, but I'm going to give you those same 2 oil rigs, only on a different day. And you tell me why the horizon is moving, okay? Since you want me to explain things, I want explain to me why the horizon changes its location. How's that sound?
what do you mean the horizon changed his location?
Well, I'll show you. Just a moment. I'll post another image in the side chat. You can scroll all the way down to the bottom. That way it'll be nice and fresh for you, and you can help me understand what's going on here, okay? Let me find it really quickly. Here we go. Now, this is on a different day. This is the same location with the same 2 oil rigs. Why does the horizon appear to be closer?
Wait, do you mean the same location? Obviously, it's the same location. I mean, it's the same viewer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then, what? Obviously, one of them is more away.
Yeah. So why is the horizon? Why is the Earth?
Oh, well, obviously, it's not the same. I mean, I didn't hear you right if you said that it was the same.
It is the same.
But no, this or in the only case where this is the same chip or whatever that is the photo is edited, or I don't know how to say it.
We have the same camera, different days, same location, same observer height. Now the Earth curve has moved. Can you tell me why the Earth curve is moving?
The what?
The Earth curve, the horizon. Why is it moving?
I don't see the horizon moving.
Really? Because in the other picture, the horizon was behind the second oil platform. In this one, it seems to be around kind of where the first oil platform is. So why is the Earth curve moving?
I got you. Well, I got you. So, you are saying, or the picture is saying, that it's the same camera with the same horizon, but it's
a different horizon. It's moved apparent locations.
Do you think it's the same? It's the same place?
It's the same place, same oil platform. These videos are on YouTube. You can go to Santa Barbara. I know you're in Chile, but you can do this.
Obviously, I can do it.
Yeah. The horizon is not the curve of the Earth. been defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or the ground, meaning that it's just where it is that day, those conditions. It's not Earth curve. See, now we have the bottom-up obstruction that you were talking about. Previous photo, we had all of that second platform, and now we only have part of it. It is a perspective effect. Everything about the horizon depends on a myriad of different factors. I don't want to use too big a word for you, because I know you're learning English, and you're doing well, by the way. But there's a lot of different conditions that can change where the horizon will be, or where it appears to be. But it is not Earth curve.
Well, and do you think that? Well, so let me see. How can this be possible? Are you sure that this hasn't been taken with a different angle?
I'm certain of it. That's why they're documented in videos. And that's why I said you can go do this yourself. If you're close to the ocean, if you're in Chile, if you have some things in the distance on the ocean that can give you a distance, and then you can check and you can compare each day where the horizon appears to be. In fact, on the same day, it can change locations, apparently, depending on the weather. This happens everywhere. I'll give you an example, and that way you have another way to kind of test this for yourself, because it's important to have multiple examples. Okay, we'll even have some ships in this one. Okay, it's a different observer height, so it changes the math a little bit, but I promise you, it'll be well worth it, because these.
Did you say that this has a different height?
Well, this next picture has a different height. So in this case, no. With the oil rigs, it's the same height both times.
Okay, then. Just
okay. And so now, 49 minutes after the hour, I've given you another one. This one's great. So in this case, our observer is 3.25 feet above the water surface. These windmills, they're essentially platforms or posts, you can see the little distances right below them as far as miles is concerned away from the observer. Anywhere between 8 to 11 miles. And the horizon is behind them. The horizon is supposed to be at 2.21 miles. And as you can see, the horizon is behind these posts. There's also a ship in the background that you can see. So the horizon is not the curve of the Earth.
Well, sorry, I have a question. How can I send an image here?
Well, you can either send it to me, or you can, if you don't have the permission to post it in the side chat, I guess you could send it to me. Or you can send it to Dandelion. She's had everybody just jumping into her DMs today.
Yeah, that's fine. You can send it to me.
How can I do it? I don't know. To be honest,
if you click on my square there, which in my world is above your square, just like the Hollywood squares, and then you can click on message, and then you can send it to me.
Well, give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Catino?
This Clyde, I don't know. It's probably about something, and it says to me that I cannot send you an image.
Well, did you send her a friend request? Or me? Did you send it to me?
Well, no.
Who did you send it to?
To
Dandelion?
Dandelion.
Yeah. So Dandelion, you have to send her a friend request.
I created it.
Oh, now I see something.
And then
I'm seeing something turn up here. I see the friend request and I have accepted it.
Perfect.
Now you can send her an image.
There it is.
Okay. Oh, it's Soundly, right? Is that what we're looking at, or is that something else? Actually, I'm not sure what that is. That's something different. Okay, I'll put it in the
No.
chat.
That's. So
Is it like
sorry?
Oh, I was just asking Dandelion if it was Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. So, can you tell me, in this particular photograph, how much curvature the Earth has?
An exact number, I cannot tell you. An exact number, I cannot tell you.
Okay.
But
so, how did you come to the conclusion just because of it looks like Earth curve that it is Earth curve? Because there's other ways to do this, and I should tell you, this is actually another black swan.
Like what?
This is another instance of the horizon is beyond where it needs to be metrically.
Well, and how? I mean,
video to watch.
How do you give an explanation for this?
If it is the curvature,
no,
then it's going to be much smaller. The amount of curvature. Could you live on a giant gumball? That's how
could you? Could you go again? I didn't hear you at all. I mean,
you're breaking up a little bit.
Okay. Am I?
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
Could you,
at first I thought it was just me, but
sorry, I didn't hear you at all. It's probably my internet.
That's fine. That's fine.
Hello?
Yeah, no, I have bad internet, so someone may have to take over for me.
Yeah, can you? You can talk right now.
Okay, well, we'll see if it lasts. But if you think those power lines are representing the Earth curve,
no, yeah, more than that. I mean, how can you explain from a like a flat either a vision? How can you explain this?
Why do I need to explain something that doesn't have data with it?
No, yeah, I mean, I just want to know. How can you explain this?
Let me ask you a question. What am I supposed to be explaining?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you again.
What am I explaining?
I mean, you were explaining how this works with that with the image before. I mean, if you have an explanation for those events, I want to hear your explanation for this one.
What am I explaining? What's the problem with it?
No. I want to know.
You're not telling me what the problem is. What?
No.
Why don't you be specific and tell me what I should be explaining?
Well,
Try to rephrase your question.
Well, this, as you can see, these are, I don't know how to call it in English, but these are electrical poles or something like that, which, as more away they are, you can see it. You can see it more like down. The perspective is.
Yeah. So you're saying it looks like they curve, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if they're actually curving, or does it just look that way?
Well, if it is not a curve, how can you explain that?
Well, that would be what you would have to explain to me. Why does it look like they're curving?
Where it's, I mean, you can see it here. You can see how, well, as you can see, there are the poles. I don't know how they are called, but okay, the poles.
Yeah.
And as they are going away, you can see that the black part of them are not showing up. As
okay,
you can see it.
Why?
My explanation is because of the curvature.
Okay. Who measured that?
Huh?
Who measured the curvature? Where can I find these measurements?
No. I am not talking about the calculus part. I am not talking about the geometric part. I am just saying, how can you explain this image and with other explanation? Because obviously,
friend, I don't have to explain it. This is your image. So if this is your evidence of Earth curve, then you tell me how you know that this is the Earth curve.
Well, I am telling you because it looks like an Earth curve. It looks like
it looks like it.
Yeah, it's look like.
So what?
I mean, if you are saying that it is not the curve of the Earth.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you to prove that it is.
Well, to prove something, you have you need a lot of other events. If you cannot
like
prove,
data.
You cannot. I cannot prove only the Earth is the Earth is flat or the Earth is curved. Or that the Earth is a ball or anything, just because one thing. You cannot just come here and say, yeah, because you can see that.
So what you're telling me is that boats disappearing in the distance does not prove that the Earth is curving.
Yeah, it's one of the proof, because when you want a system, you cannot only use one proof. As we see in the following image that was sent by Lao Tzu, you can see that technically they are a flat floor is the same as the flat water, because it seems the same, as you can see there.
Why are you being distracted by things in the side chat? The question is, how do you prove that it's Earth curve?
Well, as I telling you, with other factors, for example, the tides, the gravity, other factors. You can obviously we can discuss.
Okay,
one of
so we already debunked the tides. We found out the horizon was an Earth curve, and we don't have any gravity to test. So all the things that you've listed so far with no evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Where we actually we didn't solve we didn't discuss the gravity.
Gravity's not a force.
Okay, so can you get me a sample of gravity?
That.
Just okay. Well, how can you explain the classic experiment? I mean not an experiment, but the classic anecdote of Newton. How can you explain an apple falling from a tree? Of a tree. How can you explain?
Okay.
And how can you explain the experiments of Cavendish, which are the
no problem.
The balls. Well,
right. Yeah. So let me ask you what the since you called it an experiment, can you tell me what the naturally occurring phenomena in nature would be for the Cavendish experiment? Naturally occurring phenomena. Am I cut now?
You're loud and clear, man.
Okay. What we would need, since you called it an experiment, is something that occurs in nature so that we can test.
The experiment of Cavendish. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
You know how it's done to experiment?
Yeah, I understand it. Believe me, I've heard this 1,000 times. Number one, for it to be an experiment, we would need to see balls in a shed attached to a couple of torsion rods on a wire in nature. Do you have that?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Do I have what?
Do you have a couple of balls in a shed attached to a rod torsion wire?
What would I need it? I mean,
these things. This is natural science, my natural science. Yeah. So where does this occur in nature? Where does this occur in nature?
Occurring what? Sorry, it's really bad. The internet.
Occur in nature. When does it happen in nature?
Well, it's like dropping a pen.
Okay, so balls in a shed attached to a bunch of apparatus with a wire is the same as dropping a pen? I don't think so.
Well, and I'm asking you, how can you explain a pen falling?
Oh, well, no problem. You want me to?
No,
you pick it up. You don't worry. You pick it up, and then you let go of it. That's how it happens.
And you throw it.
Okay, then you throw it, and it goes across the room, and it hits the ground. I explained it.
Well, and how does that work?
Well, I just told you. You picked it up, and you threw it, and it went to the ground.
Yeah, but I mean, don't throw it. I mean, don't do any force on it.
Oh, no force. Okay.
Yeah. So you just leave the or throw it to the air like up.
So you throw it up. So then it goes up, and then then what happens? And then it goes down. So I can describe that to you. Now, so I explained it to you. Yeah, I explained it to you. You picked it up, you threw it up, and then it went down.
Yeah.
Is that good?
How does this work?
Who's the new guy? Hey, new guy, did you realize there's a conversation going on where you weren't included? Okay,
Yeah.
so we're done with the peanut gallery. So you want to know why things fall. Do you think
Sorry, I am not hearing you. If you're talking now, I am not hearing
The
you.
last end of what you said, Sesu, that broke out. It cut off.
He has gone.
Okay.
Okay, so
So
basically
things fall, so you want to know why guy, shut up.
Well, we don't need to be rude, but well, go ahead.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the guy that is being rude by interjecting our conversation. You want to know why things fall, right?
Okay, then explain to me. Because for example,
Okay. I want to ask you, do all things fall?
Yes, give me an example. Where
Okay, air or gas, air does not fall. It moves freely and randomly in all directions.
But air is always touching the ground. I mean, obviously it doesn't fall. It doesn't fall because it has a lower density. The air is composed by so many gases. It
doesn't have intermolecular bonds. I understand that. So what you're telling me is that gravity does not apply to gas?
Yeah. It does.
Okay, well then we debunk gravity, you and me, just now.
Actually, do you know what bromium is? I don't know if it was bromium the element, but I'm sure that it was. It's an element that when you let it gases go. I mean, where you left. I know how to. I don't know how to say it, but for example, you have this bromium, right? And
bromine gas. Yep.
Yeah, you let it. For example, in the air, the gas is literally falling. It's bromine. It's gas. It's falling. Why?
Yeah.
Because
I have a problem. Bro, I don't want you to chant at me. I don't want you to give me things that you know. You can take bromine and put it in an aquarium and set it on the floor in a room, and the bromine will stay in that aquarium for a while, but eventually it will also homogenize with the gas around it, meaning it flows freely in all directions. So it doesn't stay down, it moves everywhere. So no gravity still.
So why does the bromium gas falls? I mean,
it doesn't. I just told you that it doesn't. I can prove to you that it doesn't.
It does. It does. You can.
No, it actually doesn't. It doesn't stay in that container forever. It also will move freely in the room.
No, in the container. I am not talking about a container. I am talking, for example, in a table, in a simple table. You can go with a glass of bromium that is
a container.
Orange. Well, a container.
A glass container. Yeah.
Yeah.
As a container.
So,
yeah,
it's a container. I am talking about that.
Okay.
If you open that container and you let the bromine gas go out, it will fall. It's a gas.
How does it get up out of the glass and then go down?
You have to move the glass. Because it's more.
You know what?
Because in more.
Friend, you're starting to sound like you're lying to me. I don't think you've done this.
No.
I want you to actually. Yeah. I want you to either give me the scenario in some kind of video or whatever you want to prove this to me. I don't really want you to make it up on the spot.
Well, Don't worry. Let me. Here is it.
Hey, you've got this. Just cite your source in the side chat real quick.
Pum pum. It's no. It's let me send
Hey,
it to.
Sakandito. According to you, education is more important.
Well, give me a. Isn't. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
All right.
Great.
What's up, boys? What are we on about?
We're talking about bromine.
There is it.
Bromine? Like
bromine gas.
Like the gas, okay. It's brown.
There is it. It's brown, it's kinda orange.
Yep.
Yeah.
There
And
we go.
you can see it. I don't know if you are seeing if you are watching the video.
Yep, watching. Here we go. Some scary gas, man. Scary, very scary.
This is bromine. It's
Okay.
Yeah, that one. That is the video.
What am I watching for?
Well, you can see the bromine. There is a part in the video where the bromium it's I don't know the word, but it is left. It is left. It is dropped. I don't know how to say, but
entropy.
Yeah, probably that, and you can let it. You can let the gas, only the gas, not the liquid, go outside the glass.
Okay. So how long did they watch this? How long did they watch this?
How long? How long do you have to watch? It's like 1 minute.
No. How long does the bromine stay in lower areas compared to the rest of the ambient air?
Well, it's I don't know how much time, but as you can see, it's as you can see, it falls. I mean,
yep.
The gas.
In this case, yeah, the short amount of time that we got to see it, it went down. No problem. Do you want to see bromine gas go up?
Well, show me. But
okay, no problem.
It goes down, but the question is, how do you give? What is the explanation of the bromine going down? I mean, because
that's for you to tell me. That's for you to tell me. If you say it's gravity, okay.
Because it's more density.
Friend. More
density.
Prove it. Yeah, I know that you're saying density, but density is not a cause. Density is more of like a description. So what I need you to do is give me gravity as the cause. Can you show me that in an experiment?
Well,
no.
The Cavendish experiment.
What goes up?
Yeah, that's not bromine. And there's no independent variable of gravity in Cavendish. So it's not an experiment.
It's not an experiment, what?
Well, no, there'd have to be a hypothesis. Do you have a hypothesis?
Yeah, and it's no hypothesis. How can you say that it's an hypothesis? I don't know how to say, but how you can say that, because it's proven with so much things.
No, I would actually need the independent variable in the experiment to show me that gravity is the thing causing the balls in the ship to get closer.
Well, as the Cavendish experiment has no any error in it, you can. It has no air. First, sorry, I was reading.
I didn't say air. I didn't say air.
No,
I need you to actually show me the
it's
gravity
true.
doing the thing that you say it's doing.
Well, first of all, you can see the experiment on internet. That you can.
I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care. I don't care if I can see it on the internet. It doesn't matter if it's on the internet. I want you to show me the gravity making the balls. I want you to show me the gravity doing that.
Well, gravity. How can I explain it in another way? Those are only two balls. Two balls that are really dense, and two mini balls.
Do they go?
Right?
Let me ask you. Do they go up and down?
No. It's like an orbit. For example, you have a roulette, for example, and roulette with two arms, and you put one ball of steel in each extreme, in each like in each arm, and then you put the heavy balls, the heavy steel balls in the floor. It's not a up and down movement. But they are.
Are you going to be showing me the gravity act balls do, or just can see the balls move and blame it on gravity?
Well, if you don't have gravity, what is the explanation of that happen? Because it has all the.
I need to explain it.
Yeah,
Friend,
we have to explain
it. You have to prove it to me. No, we don't have to explain that. You have to prove to me that it's gravity. This is your example.
Yeah, it's my example, and I am saying that it's gravity because the experiment was made to prove the gravity.
Prove it. Okay, so where in the experiment they see gravity do what you say it's doing?
The gravity is attracting the heavy balls.
How do you know that? No, you don't know that.
Well, and why I don't know that? I mean, what other force, for example, what other explanation could you give me for that?
Static electricity.
Why do I need to? I don't need to give explanation. You need to give me the cause that you're saying is the cause. Not asking you what else could it be.
Static electricity is not as strong as gravity to take.
Well, no, actually, that's incorrect because they claim that static electricity or electromagnetism is stronger than gravity.
Yeah, they do.
Well, actually, you got a point there, but you have to those objects have to be two subjects have to be more closer, they have to be closer, because if they are not closer, because the static electricity works when you, for example, you have a code and you are, I don't know, moving so much with it, and I don't know, a paper stick to it.
Yeah, Yeah, I understand that. So
Yeah,
in gravity, how far
you have
things have to be for it to work? Friend, I'm asking you about the gravity. How far away do things have to be for it to work?
Well, gravity affects. It's affecting everything.
Okay, how do you know that?
The difference is that gravity affects more the things that are closer.
So how do you know that?
More.
Bro,
Where
I hear you repeating yourself. I want to know how you know that. I don't need you to repeat yourself. I want you to tell me how you know that.
by the Cavendish experiment, and I wanted to say planets, but you won't believe me.
Sorry. No, I don't believe you because so far that gravity is doing anything. You saw some balls in a shed and they moved, and you said it's because of gravity, but you didn't isolate gravity as the cause.
Well, then give me an explanation. I'm just asking for an explanation.
Why do I need to explain with your proof? Your proof is supposed to prove to me that gravity exists.
Completely. I am asking. I mean, if you don't trust me, I don't trust you. I am giving well, you don't trust me.
I don't trust you. No, because you haven't actually shown me gravity. In fact, I haven't even seen gravity in any of the experiments that you've brought up here today.
And when I first came in, you guys were on the gas, man. The gas was the bromine gas is falling off. It was going to the ground.
Well, you know how it works. They just bounce all over the place.
It's explained by the gravity.
No. What gravity? You have to show me the gravity first and have the gravity do the thing that you think it's doing. That is what proves it. Don't show me things moving and say that's because of gravity, because I can show you things going up and I can say, now what happened to gravity?
Yeah, well, give me an example.
A helium balloon.
Okay, in the side chat, I gave you an example from bromine. Remember how I told you bromine would go up? So 20 minutes after the hour, we have bromine gas going up. Explain that to me.
That's a vacuum chamber?
Vacuum, game overs, but
it's sucking the gas up there. But yeah, anyway, that's to show that gas needs.
You know what? You know why? Well, you know why there is a vacuum, right?
Yep.
Well,
is space supposed to be a vacuum? Is space supposed to be a vacuum?
But
why isn't the space sucking all the gas off the Earth?
That's my question, dude.
Let me explain. Okay. Well, do you know a concept called entropy?
Yes, I love entropy.
Well, that is a
so why is, according to the laws of entropy, why is the gas not trying to fill the available of the ever-expanding vacuum of space?
Boom. Check it.
Well, in that experiment, because we are talking about that experiment, when you have a space with nothing inside, no air, nothing.
Like a vacuum?
Like a vacuum. Exactly.
Yeah.
You have bromium, but you are adding a factor that is a void. A void.
Yeah, I know, a vacuum. A vacuum? Like space?
You're adding that. And well, the gas, if first of all is compressed, it's compressed, the gas. So
like the gas pressure on Earth? It's like the gas pressure on Earth.
It's gas pressure, baby. Yes, it's compressed. That's what it means.
Well, it's compressed. Okay, it's compressed.
So the Earth's atmosphere is compressed.
They're what?
The Earth's atmosphere.
The Earth's atmosphere. Yeah, it's a compressed system. It's pressurized.
Yeah.
So why is this compressed gas not trying to fill the vacuum of space?
Can I guess? I can guess. I know the answer.
Well, give you your answer. Let
Gravity. Yeah, that's your only answer, bro. Hey, I'm sorry. It's bad for you. I know. I get it. You'll be all right,
Well-
man. You'll be fine, dude. Not everything you learn in school is 100%, man. So keep that in mind.
Okay, so I was talking about the experiment. If you have an vacuum there, and you let enter the gas, it's obvious that it will fills all the all the vacuum, because the gas want to fill that. I mean, it doesn't want. It's not like he want to. But
doesn't
you
have a
know,
choice.
you comprehend.
Doesn't even have a
But you
choice.
comprehend that.
No, the gas doesn't have a choice at all. It just
Obviously, that
gonna go to the
obviously doesn't
available
have a choice. It's not that he has a choice. He has a conscious. It's because the physics are there, and if you
real, man.
for example, if you come here, and I don't know, if you come here and use that, let me search it. Here it is.
You know, I'm going to give you language
Well, if
privileges because, you know, clearly, you know.
no, yeah, I am from.
Yeah, that's why they're here. That's why they're here, so they can practice their English. That's what they're doing.
Exactly. But you're doing great. I'm just going to go a little bit slower, and I think we'll get there. I think we're really close.
Yeah, I mean, I am learning English. That's why I'm here.
Yep.
Well,
take your time, man.
Thanks. Okay. As you can see in the GIF, in the video, the gas is going up.
Yes.
But why? Because there is a void. There is a vacuum.
We got that.
Okay. And
we covered that.
What happens?
That's what would happen to our atmosphere if we live next to a vacuum. That's what we're saying, bro. That's it. This is what would happen in reality. And there's no way to not get around this reality, man. There's just no way, man. I've tried. I've talked to physicists. Oh, did he leave? No, he's right. So yeah, that's all we're saying, man. Is it all of our gas, our air would get sucked out into outer space, man, and we'd all be dead. So that's not happening. We have gas pressure right here. That's a fact.
Yeah.
So
and why is that gas pressure provided?
The one thing gas pressure absolutely, without a doubt, has to have is a container. If there's no container,
so we are in a container.
No gas pressure, bro.
But yes, I'm glad you figured that out. So yes, the Earth,
do you mean we are
because it's pressurized. Well, why else would we have pressure? Can you show me gas pressure without a container?
Yes, that would be great. Get those reports right back to me. That'd be great.
Gas compression without a container. Vacuum,
dude.
A container.
You have to have a container to have gas pressure. There's no way around it, man. It's a fucking law of physics. It's period. There's nothing that can diffuse. Nothing. It's gonna. No, you got zip. Nada. Adios. It's over. No pressure. No container. Pressure. We got a container somewhere. Where the fuck is it? I don't know. But it's here. It's where we live.
Well, and do you think we are in a really? Do you think we are in a container?
I have no doubt about it. 100%.
Where is the sun?
The sun's up sky.
Yeah.
What's
up there?
It's up
and
there.
Where is the moon?
It's up there too.
So it's in the sky.
And what are them?
Oh wow!
The sun and the moon. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they're made of, but we have lights in the sky, just like at the Home Depot.
Lights on the ceiling, Home Depot. I don't know if he got the Home Depot thing. There might be a language thing there, man. But
it's okay. But it's incredible. We realize that if we want a large area to be lit, we do like the sun and we put the lights up above our heads. So, you know, it's a pretty good design if you ask me.
I do like it. I'm quite fond of it, actually.
Yeah.
Well,
summertime. Yeah, gas pressure without a container is a real problem, man. You can't show it. I've asked 175 people, man, please show me. People with, physics degrees and science degrees and engineers. I've asked them all, man. Just show it to me. Where do you got this gas pressure without a container? Show it. And you can't do it, man. It's physically impossible. And I love physicality things, man. I build stuff for a living, So real physical things are keep my attention for a long time, for decades. And gas pressure without a container is it's not achievable.
Well, give me a second.
Yep, take your time, man. You can have all week. We're here 24/7. I'm usually here for a couple hours here and there. Usually late night. I'm a little early tonight. You guys notice? Anybody? Anyway, thanks for having me. I think I got kicked out of politics, man. Somebody booted me. I don't know if any of you Mongos can help me out, but somebody fucking kicked. I don't know. I don't even see like the 24/7 in there, man. I can see all the other channels. I can't even see fucking 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Well,
so anyway, if you guys check it out, help me out, that'd be cool.
Well, you may not have been kicked out. If there's no mod in there, then the channel won't show up for you.
Yeah, but there's been conversations this week. I tried to join. I went looking. I don't even see where I can join, man. It's just
he told you the reason.
Ghosting.
If there's no mod in the channel at the exact moment you look, you will not see the channel. Does that make sense? It means the channel's empty. It's the channel's empty and not staffed, so there's no access for anybody.
Well, I was listening just recently, AI, and I was like, okay, they're in politics. And I was like, let me go look. And I couldn't even find where to click and get in there, man. It's just weird. It's like I'm ghosted or something. Maybe my Discord's fucked up. That could be.
Dude, never mind.
Well, guys, I gotta go. I have to go to sleep.
Hey, man, think about that gas pressure thing, man. Get back to us. And have a great, day, night, evening, whatever.
No, this help me with two things to discuss in English because I never did it before.
Okay.
And to improve my English.
Excellent.
Yeah, you did well, man. You did well.
So,
I want to improve your thinking because you're going to think about that gas pressure for the next 3 days. And you're going to try to come up with your best scenario, and you're not going to find anything. So I'll just give you a heads up. All right. Have a great night, man.
Well,
yeah, come back anytime.
Doesn't matter. See you.
Cheers.
Bye. Peace.
Salud. All right. If I screwed that up, man, let me know. Damn. Please. Don't be shy. I can handle
No, it's fine. But in this server, because they're very slow to comprehend the English and to speak it, it helps if there's not more than one interlocutor.
Yeah, you have to go slow with an English learner. You guys know that.
Yeah.
Try to, but yeah, that was a good example. T-Dub, man, you still upside down? Damn it. Heretic, you there? Flat Lloyd, the most chillest flat earther ever, by the way. I mean,
Man, the myth, the
I
legend.
ran across some cool cats in my day, man. But you got to be the coolest, man. In all circumstances, you've never changed your demeanor once. I've seen you maybe get a little like, okay, let me explain it to you. But
He's consistent.
It's just amazing, brother. You're consistent. I'm pretty consistent too, man. But yeah, he's just so cool and chill, and people try to get under his feathers, and he just like lets it roll, man. Lets it roll off.
Like he has
like
a piece of
superpower roll off.
understanding.
You got superpowers, Flat Lloyd.
There you go. Yep.
Anyway, it's been a pleasure to hear you, man, and I wouldn't change my life just to meet you, bro. I'd be like, whatever happened, I meet Flat Lloyd. But yeah, you're consistently vibrating at a great frequency. I'll say that, man, for sure. And thanks for doing all those live streams, man. Damn, amazing. Damn.
Dude, did you ever watch that show Lost?
No, I don't. Dude, I never watched that one. I remember when it came out, and I was like, it's like a plane crash and on an island or some shit.
It was an absolutely ridiculous story. But
Ridiculous,
for a
yeah.
while, there was a part in the story where this guy had to keep pressing a certain amount of numbers every single day. Right. Otherwise, he thought like the island was going to blow up. So like every day I got to make the new live stream every 12 hours.
Right. Yeah.
It's like keeps the
you
machine
do.
going.
Dude, I did it for like 3 years, bro, straight. Yeah, I had to okay, start a new stream, start a reset. Yeah, I get it, man. You have to push a lot of buttons every day.
You automate that entire process. That would be pretty cool.
Exactly, Flatter.
That's so funny. That's hilarious.
There's got to be a way to, man. Like there's like mouse recorders and keyboard recorders that can redo whatever input you put in. You might be able to, work out a solution.
You're definitely right, AG. I tried that, and then my internet goes out. I'm like, oh crap, or the power goes out, or
Yeah.
it's always something.
It's so much more. It's so much more exciting to get up in the morning, or when you have to set it up for your biorhythm. Sleeping, waking up, and you got to start it. And then get up and have your coffee, whatever. Yeah, I found it was hard, man, to find those perfect times to stop it and start it, because you got to do it every 12 hours, right? But back in the day, man, it was 24 hours. I remember that. So that was easier, man. I'd be like, 8 a.m., man. Got to start a new stream. Here we go. Boom. But now it's every 12 hours. It makes it, you got to do it twice a day. But yeah, YouTube, man, when it first started with doing live streams, man, it was 24 hours.
That's right.
Damn. Those were good days, man. Those are some really good days. I miss those days, but hey, we got new days. Hanging out with Flat Lord. I got Ether Grass up in the house. Been some interesting conversations. I was kind of listening a little bit today.
Nice.
There was a helicopter pilot and his mom. His mom is a helicopter pilot. Did you guys catch that shit, man?
That was pretty good.
It was pretty hilarious, dude. Yeah, she was trying to come up with some calculations on how the missiles go here and the helicopter. I guess she was a military pilot, potentially. I don't know, man. I never felt like, oh my goodness, this is definitely a pilot, man. Because I know pilots, man, that I've talked to over the last 10 years. They all like, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary, man. What the fuck? Are you retard? You're like, okay, thanks, bro. Thanks for the info. I like that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you know, dude.
I mean, you gotta invite your mom to like help you with Globe Proof. I mean,
well, I can't imagine being maybe a teenager in today's world. Maybe you would do that. You know, I mean, when my mom was an accountant for American Airlines, you know, she didn't like go rescue some dude who was talking about, you know, curvature of Earth or something. There is no curvature. Oh, who put that in the chat, man? That's like the first shot. Yeah, AG, man. Yeah, that was the first ever like picture of the curvature, and it turns out it was flat. It's like
hilarious the video that comes from, because the announcer insists that you're looking at the curvature of the Earth.
Dude, come on. Isn't that interesting? Dude, they put that on the news. They put that like in papers and magazines all over the place. Here's the first picture of the globe. That's it right there. That's the end of that. And I remember seeing like a newscaster say, well, if anybody was ever questioning, you know, the curvature of the Earth, here it is. Here's your curvature. Yeah, that's a bit of an interesting piece of propaganda film, man. Yep. But they paused it like right on the other one, man, where it did look a little bit curved, you know. They didn't show that last shot that you and I can see. That's totally flat. Yeah. And this was like way up there, man. I forget that 65 miles. Yeah, there you go. It's a globe. That was a Werner von Braun deal, wasn't it? Ethergrass? Is that the V2 rocket, right?
Yes.
Werner von Braun. Yes, the V2, yeah. We go to space. V2 rocket, we go to space.
Yeah, oatmeal raisin. Unmute. From the conversation. What brings you here?
Yeah, what's up, man? You here to hang out, talk about Earth, or not?
He's here to talk in the side chat.
Talking to side chat. Yeah. I mean, that's cool, but it's not as cool as actually, you know, hearing your voice, like inflections, pauses, you know, your thinking patterns. These are things that only come across in voice, man. They don't come across in chat, man. That's why I don't do a lot in chat.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's up?
Just taking a quick break. I've been listening to you guys all freaking day.
Yeah, how we doing? How we doing today? We doing all right?
Yeah, I've been crushing it, man.
Crushing. I love that term.
That last conversation was pretty good.
Not bad.
It's always more enjoyable. It's always more enjoyable when you join the stream, Flat Earth, dude.
Absolutely, it's so more enjoyable.
You got that smooth delivery. You got that California delivery.
You gotta bring the gas pressure down to reality, man. That's what I'm saying. You know, and if anybody wants to deny gas pressures or airplanes fly on a flat stationary plane, you know, let me know. I'm willing to talk about both those subjects with a certain degree of confidence. But yeah,
it's nice when you know you're right. It's pretty easy.
When you know you're right, I mean, it's like, I don't know. I'm a luthier. I build and repair musical instruments, man. If somebody says, "Hey, man, the neck on the Gibson Les Paul needs to be at this height or whatever," fuck, I know all those answers, bro. Yeah, let's go.
That's a sick job, dude. I didn't know you did that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I can fucking rattle your brain about pianos, guitars, fucking, you want to go into harpsichords and shit. Yeah, I can talk about that. Fuck yeah, I know how they work.
I have a couple handmade guitars that my father got made out in Puerto Rico. Really nice.
Get out. Dude.
Yeah.
Ain't
got some nice ones, man.
Guitar, man. Ain't nothing like a handmade guitar. Compared to, there's laser made guitars. I know a guy in Taylor, in San Diego. He makes guitars with lasers, bro. They're so perfect, but they sound like shit, man. Compared to like a handmade guitar. A handmade guitar sounds not always. Don't get me wrong.
Depends on who makes them, right?
But there are some that are just like, oh my God, that's so much better than that laser thing. Damn. There's a company from 1833 started in America called Martin Guitars. I thought it was interesting they started in 1833, but whatever.
That's pretty interesting.
And they make the most amazing guitars, dude. And they're all still made by hand in Nazareth, Pennsylvania.
Really? I didn't know they were still made by hand. That's
factory. There's a factory there. I've been there, and it makes 50,000 guitars a year out of that factory. 50,000.
That's impressive, bro. By hand, that's impressive.
It is. And I was there. I watched them. I mean, this is all handcrafted people doing, gluing shit and putting rubber bands all over the place and, finishing the necks and with the doing frets. I mean, it's just okay, shit, 50,000 a year, man. Damn. They got 12, 15 fret guys. They got,
they're not like outpricing. They're not outpricing the consumer either, which I think is pretty cool.
Well, they are expensive guitars. Don't get me wrong.
But they're not obscenely expensive, is what it is.
You can buy the less obscenely expensive ones that they make in Mexico. They also have a plant in Mexico, so you can buy the cheaper. It is really good guitars still, but they're not made with the same materials. They don't have the same tone quality. It's called tone woods is the name of the term. If you have good tone woods, there's a couple of them, man. Rosewood's number one. And then number two would probably be mahogany. And then, there's some different woods in between. Then you get to the maples, which are really, really a bright tone. They don't resonate the same as like a rosewood, not even close. But different woods make different tones. Kind of like gas pressure, without a container. Anyway, it's a great world we live in. The physics are here. We can check it out. People want to argue the physics of gas pressure. And it's like, okay, that's weird. Wait a minute. That's like day one. You learn that.
Yeah. I love it when they're like, when they're looking up and they're thinking about outer space and they have all these preconceived notions and like you start talking about basic shit and they're just like, wait a minute.
You
have no clue what you're talking about. But it's like, what are you basing everything that you know, that you think you know on? Well, like my textbooks. It's like, okay, well, how did they figure it out? If you were them, how would you have figured it out? It's like,
let me ask you guys. Let me ask you guys, man. I didn't catch where the last guy was from. I'm going to take a guess of where I thought he might be from, but I don't know if we'll be right or not, but I never asked him, man, where do you live? But somebody said Chile, so that might have gave it away.
No, he said he was from Chile. He said it was 10:30 at his time when he mentioned he was from Chile.
All right, he's from Chile. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, never mind. Sometimes I like to guess, like, where do you think this guy's from? But yeah, let's keep the conversations going, man. Anybody want to jump in, say, hey, man, what's up? Hey, it's 8:52 here on the west coast of California. I don't know where you guys are at, but I'm chilling here in SoCal. Catch us.
Answering your question, I thought he's French, but then in one moment he used the word comprende. Then I thought he's Spanish.
Spanish, comprende?
Yeah.
You understand? Comprende?
Yeah. In Chile, they speak Spanish, right?
Yep.
Sorry, Joe Luna. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem, man. No, I'm just taking a break. I've been working since like freaking 8:30 this morning. I'm staying at my brother-in-law's house for a couple days.
You posted the photo yesterday or the day before yesterday.
Yeah, I'm doing the pointing right now, dude. I was literally just mixing some mortar. I was about to start the pointing, and then I'll be done with that brick job. Oh my god, it's been nonstop.
Nice work.
Yeah, came out beautiful. Yeah, he had some like weird cuts I had to make, some curved stuff, and I didn't have any room in the vehicle because we bought the kiddos, so I had like to bring minimal amount of tools. So it's been a dream.
Wait,
I'm running out of time. So
wait.
All night.
Did you say you're pouring mortar and it's a dream? Wait, what?
Yeah. I was being sarcastic.
Dude, I was pouring mortar last week, man. Fucking, I'm like getting dirty. I'm fucking covered in dust. I'm fucking trying to mix this shit. I'm a fucking shit show, fucking dust storm, man. I'm telling you, bro. But you know,
I was cutting bricks. I was cutting curves and bricks, dude. You gotta love that. Yeah. Curved lines in bricks. I just got done with all of that stuff.
What'd you use? Angle grinder? Or what'd you end up using, man?
I do. Believe it or not, I put a masonry blade on a circular saw.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah. So, but I taped the guard. I taped the guard up so the guard wasn't in the way, and I had to jerry rig the trigger.
Yeah.
And so I was using that because that was like the only thing I could fit in the freaking car with all the kids' stuff and my wife's stuff. So,
dude,
yeah, so I'm pulling a serious MacGyver over here. My brother-in-law's like, "Bro, you're amazing." I'm like, "Yeah, MacGyver in this thing."
I'm smiling ear to ear right now, man, because I've been there, done it. Like, damn, sucks, but I got through it. We made it happen. It worked. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna get some pictures of the finished product in the morning, but yeah, this is definitely an all-nighter.
Yeah. I can't wait to send the finished pictures of my projects. I've done this like last month, but I'll wait.
It's gonna be.
I gotta have it done before.
No, it's gonna be great. But yeah, I'm taking my little like 10-minute breather so I could get the juices flowing again.
All right, man.
This thing with some ferocity.
That's it, man.
Good to see everybody, man.
You got to attack it, or it will attack you, right? So you keep it straight, man. You'll be good. Hey, keep it flat and level. By the way, man. That's always good.
Oh yeah.
Square, plumb. Yesterday or Friday, I was using the guy goes, dude, the fucking door's not plumb. I was like, it's not plumb? Oh shit, we got a problem. Because plumb is plumb, man. I mean, I hate when people argue like deviation from plumb. What evidence do you got for that, bro? Talk to me, please.
That's when plumbers try carpentry. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's total cuck shit, man. They ain't got nothing. Plum in Australia is the same as plum fucking in California, bro. Ask T-Dub, man. He's a builder. He knows what's up.
Oh yeah, I didn't know T-Dub was in the trades. I didn't know he's a tradie.
Yeah, I think
it's awesome, dude.
Tradie. Yeah, but he knows plum as well as you and I. Yeah, it's a good thing, man.
Yeah.
I met a lot of people in trades in Flat Earth because they have to use these physics every day, man. They know plumb, level, square. Yeah, they got it.
Yep.
No.
Like they know exactly what it is. It's like, well, if there's a 110-mile bridge,
right? Where's that 7,000 foot of curve, bitch? I don't see no 7,000 feet of curve here, man. What's the problem?
Yeah, precisely, man.
There should be a 7,000 foot mountain in the middle of that fucking bridge you built.
That's what I say. That's what I was saying. Like, if they just went off of any coast of any country, they could just do straight up, like every 100 feet, just put a footing in the bedrock and throw a post up, and then throw some cable.
I mean,
throw some cable up and keep it tight and keep it taut, and just you could even throw some big spirit levels on there just to show everybody, hey, look, what's in between the lines.
Well,
there was a guy drive down the whole coast and just see how level it all is for as long as you could drive.
I like that. There was a guy years ago named Brian Mullins. I think he's a civil engineer, but he started doing flat Earth.
Yeah. I remember that guy.
He was talking about
Brian Mullins.
He was talking about this thing called force the line.
Yeah, flat Earth, dude. I heard you. The first week when I joined, I heard you said someone mentioned if someone had or if this Duffy guy had spent the money to do this project, it would have been a good idea. I was that guy. I was mentioned.
Yeah.
I did mention it. Yeah, I did mention it to the flat earther who checked me when I first made an account in the voice chat.
And, yeah, you make a great point, but you got to back off your mic just a little bit. You're coming in a little choppy, a little bassy. What do you guys
do you mean I am loud, or
it's a bit crackly? I don't know how to describe it. Can you guys help me out?
Yeah, maybe it has to do with my voice because I smoke a lot.
Nah, it's not your voice.
No, it's definitely a settings thing, dude. Because who helped me out the other day was Overlord. Helped me get my my mic situated. I had to turn something down in my settings, my Discord settings.
Sensitivity down or up, or
I had to turn it to the left or whatever. I had to put the bar all the way.
Okay, maybe you can help me later. Maybe you can help me later, or
we can help you, man. I'm also an audio engineer. I can help you, bro. But yeah,
really.
You can go to your settings. You guys want to walk them through that, man? I'm not on my phone. You on your phone?
Yeah, let me check real quick.
No, I'm on the PC. When I go to settings, I have input device and output device. Yeah, I just want to clear that. I just want to clear that. When someone doesn't hear me, I mean, when you guys don't hear me, so do I have to check out my input device in the setting or our output device?
I think it's input, but
input.
It's all right. I'm on my computer, man.
Okay, I will lower the input volume now. How does it sound now?
A little bit more.
Is it better?
Oh, so far it's better. What do you guys think?
again.
Say again. 1, 2, 3. Check. 1, 2, 3.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
That's better. I think it could go. Maybe it could go down even a little bit more.
A little bit more, right,
Okay.
Sonny? Right, Sonny? A little
Yeah,
bit more.
I was 49. I was 49%. Now I'm 33%. How does it sound now?
You nailed it. 33%. Fucking nailed it, Sonny. Come on, baby.
Right on the money. Must be right.
Illuminati.
Is this the input sensitivity or the input volume?
That was just input volume.
Input volume.
Because the sensitivity was screwing with me last time for my good quality microphone. It was adjusting up and down automatically, right?
Right.
Yeah, I put mine all the way down on the sensitivity.
Exactly. So you uncheck automatic input sensitivity adjustment, and you set it. You follow?
Okay, I have input sensitivity at minus 60 dB decibel.
Okay. Okay, there we go. So that basically allows all or as much as possible sound to go through without being filtered out.
Okay, should I play with it, or is my voice okay now?
It's okay now. I just think the crackling that dude was talking about has more to do with the quality of your microphone, because it does sound better now, but it sounds better but crackled. You know?
Okay,
what
should I try? Should I put it lower than minus 60, or should I put it higher?
No. You don't have to do that, man. But
for fun, if you want, disable any noise cancellation or filtering. There were 2 other buttons up for me. It would cancel out like echo and shit like that. Disable those.
Noise. Okay, yeah, I have noise cancellation is turned on.
Disable that. Turn it off.
I just disabled the echo cancellation.
You got it?
Okay.
You're sounding so much better, by the way, man. Right?
Oh,
100%.
Thanks, man. Thanks. And then what about noise suppression? Suppress background noise.
Set it to none.
None. Okay.
Yeah.
How does it sound? How does it sound now?
Oh man.
Perfect, dude.
Good,
that sounds like $1 million bucks.
Like $1 million.
Perfect.
Oh, really? Thank you, guys.
I kid you not. Yeah, and all these weird little software thingies that are fuck with different types of sound from different microphones. You know.
Hey, how's my microphone? Is okay?
Oh, you sound like an angel.
I sound like an angel. What? Get out of here.
You sound like an audio. You sound like an audio engineer.
There you go.
Hey, man. I do have some background in what do you call it? Auditorial displacement, I think is the term I'm looking for. Anyway, air pressure has to do with the sound. Did you guys know that? Damn, ain't that something?
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit. We live in a container, Sonny.
Oh, shit.
We live in a container, and the reason we hear things is because we're in a container. What do you think of that, Sonny? Take that, Mongo. I love you, brother. I miss you.
Miss you too.
Sonny, we had that one, me, you, and the piano player. We had that great audio discussion that night. That was nice.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
There's been several auditorial discussions that I've enjoyed you guys talking about. Many. Yeah, I enjoyed your explanation of the how to use a sextant today, Sonny, on a sailboat.
Cool.
I really did enjoy that one today. That was
Thank you.
Made my day, bro. It's the 3 circles, right? And wherever those 3 circles meet, that's where you're at, bitch.
Right? You can't do that on a spherical surface.
You can't do that on a fucking sphere, bro.
So
fucking way.
No,
Not even
I
close.
was expecting more pushback, but that guy listened and then he just left.
He just left. He bounced.
I guess like my job was done. Like
I was so smiling, dude. I'm standing in a hospital parking lot and I'm having a smoke and I'm like listening to you explain this and I'm laughing my ass off because you did such a great job of explaining how it works, man. Thank you. Because I had forgotten. You know, I'm kind of a lazy sailor. You know, I'm not real good. But
it was. Did you hear that conversation? I think it was India was basically leading the charge on this dude. I think it was like early yesterday morning, and we had some good guys on the call. It might have been, yeah. I think it was. I think Mick was there. That was a great combo. The guy was like arrogant, like talking a bunch of smack, but then he didn't even know.
There's so many arrogant Mongos that come in here, and we just like fuck it. It's like shooting fish in a barrel at this point, bro. It's that bad.
Yeah, Matrix was on. It was great, dude. It was a great conversation.
Anyway,
it was a great conversation.
I love that the fact that I can talk to pilots, I can talk to sailors. Yeah, they all treat the Earth as flat and stationary. How else would you treat it, dumbass? Yeah, but flying airplanes on a spinning globe, man, would be extremely difficult, man. I know that. You would have such a problem.
Oh man, it would be a nightmare. You'd always have to like you'd have to loop around, and by the time you looped around, the runway wouldn't be where you thought it was going to be.
No, everything's moving. You're fucked. You're dead. Good luck. It's so bad, man. I would love for somebody, one of you computer mongos, man, bust out a fucking spinning globe model of flying on a spinning globe, man. Just one of you guys can do it, man. Shit, with AI, everybody today, with the fucking chat GPT, fucking all these programs that can simulate everything, bro. They can simulate anything. You can make fucking a video about anything now in like 47 seconds. Like, what? Get the fuck. Yeah. What are we to believe, man? It's hard. It's hard. Hey, guess what? I believe
all these gases. I'm sorry. I was saying all these gases. They say that they're velcroed to the surface of the Earth. You know, it's like
Velcro.
Well, there would have to be some. There would have to be some separation, dude.
It's got to be a Velcro Earth, man. Gravity. Yeah, that's great, man. Yeah. Hey, thank you guys for letting me hang out with you guys. Damn, it's so funny to pick apart reality and expose it, you know, for what it is. You know, reality. What did they say? Reality sucks. Was that a T-shirt back in the 90s? Maybe, I don't know. 2000s. I'm not sure. Yeah. They got you to believe in a bunch of shit, and none of it has to do with reality.
It was Reality Bites, wasn't it? Reality
Bites. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Reality Bites. Yeah.
That's it. It came from England, I'm sure, man. Come on, you guys, you England Mongos, fucking came up with that shit. I'm sure. That's not an American thing. Reality Bites. No. In America, man, it's about the dream. You got to have the dream, bro. The American dream. Do you guys know what the American dream is? Anybody? Sonny, I know you know. Come on. Don't fuck with me, Sonny. I'm gonna come
Well, I know what we used to think it was, but I don't know if anybody ever achieved it.
Well, some people achieved it, man. Come on. Don't be ridiculous.
I thought it involved like some dancing bears, blotters, or something like that.
Holy shit. Not even close.
It's like having a wife, two cars, a picket.
Wait. The American dream was part of the American dream was to have a wife, But what was the other part of it? They're even selling it today, man. The dream.
The house and a car.
Of owning what? Owning
a house and a car.
A house. There you go. That's the American.
And a car, because you don't have in America, you don't have.
Man. It's about the house.
Because in America, but the car is the most important in America because you don't have how do you call it, transportation system, open transportation system, government transportation system as good as in Europe and Russia.
Yes, you're right, but
you need a car in America.
But it was sold.
And because America is so big, I mean, when you want to go, travel from California to the east coast, I mean,
it's huge. It's fucking huge.
Yeah,
I've done
huge.
Like three times, bro.
Yeah, and you needed the real cars, the real American cars. 4.5 liter for 5.2 liters. Nowadays you don't have anymore the real American cars with three gears, not 5 gears.
Wait. No, we still have American cars, and they're really beefy, and you can beef them up, and you can go to the shop and fix up your fucking. You can have a fucking a 6.0 liter, no problem, bro. I mean,
but you had to compete with the Japanese, and then America started to make cars with 5 gears. The 80s, 70s, 60s, most of them had 3 gears. On the first gear, you could go to 100 kilometer,
right,
or 80 kilometer,
right.
And now you have to change, only with first gear. Yeah, that was the American car.
That's it. Second gear, third gear. Yeah, man. Hey, has everybody in here driven a stick shift, man? Anybody that has never driven a stick shift? Anybody?
What is stick shift?
Yeah, I don't drive. Manual transmission. Manual transmission.
Man.
I don't. Fuck that.
Yeah, I have only driven manual transition.
Manual, yeah.
Yeah, manual is the best because you can control more in the drift in the curve. Yeah, you can control the drift.
You can control.
I got a little.
You're in control.
I got a little 90. What is it? A 97 Nissan hardbody that I picked up for like $400.
Yeah,
that's my little work beater. Yep.
Yeah.
It's only got 90,000 miles on it.
Fuck out of here! No.
True. Yeah. I got it for $400.
All right, I want you to send me pictures of the odometer.
Wow, $400.
And
I didn't catch it. Which Nissan?
It only had 90K when I got it. Is what I'm saying. It only had 90K when I got it.
That's great.
Hey, AI, hold on. AI is requesting we go back to flat Earth, you guys. So.
Yep.
All right, back to Earth, man. Has anybody checked out Earth lately? Dude, I was at the beach today, Sonny, and there was a bunch of sailboats. Like, I was on a 10th floor of a building, and I could look out over the ocean, and I saw all these sailboats way the fuck out there, man. And I'm pretty sure it was on a flat Earth, man. I'm like 100% sure.
Yep.
The only reason I saw those sailboats is because the Earth is flat. That's the only reason. I can have no other explanation for why I would see sailboats 20 miles away. I mean, that would be crazy. I mean, I would have to be insane to think that there's something blocking my view from a 10-story building that saw a sailboat, and it has to be a ball. Come on, Sonny. I mean,
Yeah. How could something be blocking your view because it's a ball of Earth, but yet you can still see it?
Well, that's the question I have. Exactly. I love you, brother.
Anybody joining us that has any questions about this the guest room topic?
Yeah, do you have a question, guy?
Oh, great. Yeah, lay it on us, man. Welcome, first of all. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah. Do you somehow believe that there's like a very big hole in our planet Earth where there is a very advanced civilizations who are
Holy
probably
shit,
wandering around in our solar system or something like that?
dude, belief is
Who's
the
that question?
knowing.
Yeah, who's that question directed towards?
To Trevor, who can answer that question.
Hell yeah, man. We'll definitely believe that. Are you kidding me, man?
Yeah.
What is,
Who the fuck is that? Oh, shit.
Yeah, like I mean,
I mean, what
negative.
are you talking? Are you talking about Hello Earth?
That was hilarious.
Is he talking about Hello Earth?
Yeah. I'm talking about Hollow Earth.
He's talking about Hello Earth.
Yeah, I believe in caves.
Caves.
Goodness sake. I mean, the Hollow Earth theory. Yeah, I'm talking about that.
Nah, man. Like, as soon as you started bringing up, like, solar system and outer space, I mean, that's kind of a big red flag because, well, the outer space vacuum that you're taught that the globe is in doesn't exist. In fact, it breaks scientific gas laws.
I don't really know anything about it.
Yeah,
What we
I would have to
believe.
concur with Black Lloyd. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go for it, John.
No, I was just agreeing. I was just agreeing with you wholeheartedly. Like, I don't believe in any of these crazy theories that don't come from anything empirical or any observation done by anybody.
NASA moon landing. How about the 1965 NASA moon landing? Do you believe that?
Did you say 1965 or 1960?
Was it in 1965 NASA moon landing?
No, wait. Oh, Mongo. I think he said 1965 moon landing.
Yeah, he said,
Come
he
on,
said 65.
Mongo.
No,
Dude.
I said 1965. Was it 1965 or 1969?
He doesn't even know when the fucking moon landing. Oh, fuck off, man, Mongo.
Do you believe in it, man?
I know that, NASA.
Jake, do you think they went to the moon, Jake?
Not sure. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. Well, it sounds like it was before your time, and it was before my time as well. However, that's kind of what I was trying to tell you. Right? I mean, they tell you and they tell all of us there's a story about the moon and that it's out in this outer space vacuum, right? So don't get me wrong, I'm not exactly sure where the moon is, right? Or how far away it is or what it is, right? I do see the same moon as you, but in this case, you can't have somebody go somewhere that doesn't exist, right? So they're claiming that this moon is in a place that breaks scientific law, right? To, me and you, we're breathing right now. Gas pressure. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And, well, according to this globe, they have gas pressure next to essentially a near vacuum, right? You know the story?
Yeah.
Well, you'd have to ask yourself, how do you have gas pressure right next to a vacuum, right? I mean, if you've ever seen entropy, right, you'd see that high pressure goes to low pressure, right? Just to equalize in any situation, right? When you open a can of soda, the air and the pressure inside of the can gets out of the can. It doesn't go back into the can, right? Kind of a one-way thing going on there, right? Going from a high pressure to a low pressure. You've probably actually experienced it before. However, this very demonstration that we have in reality actually debunks the environment in which the globe is said to be in. And the rockets and the moon and all the planets that we're told are these gigantic, astronomical objects. When we just see the same lights, you and me.
Lights.
So no, nobody went to the moon. However, that does strike a question. Well, why did those people who say they went to the moon say that they went to the moon? That's a good question. Maybe it was for a space race, right? But then you'd have to ask yourself, okay, well, who are they racing? And you'd realize if you maybe wrote down, you can write this one down, Operation Paperclip, right? Where they basically took a lot of the scientists from Germany in World War II, and they split them up actually into two factions. Some went to Russia, and some went to the US and formed NASA, right? And then what's great is, like, you know, they're buddies, even though they're, I guess, in different countries. They started having this quote unquote space race, right? Who could get to the outer space second law of thermodynamics violation first? And perhaps even continue the paradigm, the story, if you will, of this globe, right? What better way than to go, look, we can go out there. We put people out there, and we're really great, right? I mean, essentially, you know, that's what this entire, again, I wasn't there. And in fact, we have some that were there, like Sonny.
And
you know,
Kenny.
it is pretty interesting. Oh, and Kenny. Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. 69, bro. I was there.
It was the summer of 69.
Summer of 69.
I was there too. I was two years old.
I was 4 years old. Sonny was like 8 years old. You're 8.
No, I was 11.
Really?
What? 11?
In 1969, I was 11. Yeah, I was 11 in 1969.
Oh shit! Sorry,
really, Sonny? You're older than me. You're older than me. I'm 57. How old are you?
Sonny's a fucking boomer, man, and he's.
I know, I'm a boomer.
How old are you, Sonny? I'm 57.
I'll be 67 in July.
Wow, yeah. You sound very good.
That? Hey, take that, Mongos. Fuck it.
How about you? How about you, Flat Earth dude? You sound like 30, 35, 35.
Oh shit, man! I wish I was 30, man. I'm 61. I'm 61.
What? No.
Get the fuck right? Yeah, crazy, bro. Crazy. Sonny and I have actually sailed on a sailboat together.
Wow, this guy sounds so young.
Yeah. We're the youngest, bro. Sonny, you and me, bro. We're the youngest of the old boomers. We're the youngest. And
I just played guitar tonight with my bandmates for 3 hours.
What? Are you jamming again? You Mongo?
3 hours. Yeah.
I love you, brother. Dude, you know what I miss about you, Sonny, is you just coming in here and playing guitar for like 20 minutes or 30 minutes, bro.
I used to be able to get away with that.
Yeah,
not too much.
No. I miss it. That's all I'm saying, Sonny. I'm not saying you can get away with it now, maybe not, but I miss that, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it depends on who's on there. Wink, wink.
It depends. Some days are better than others, but you know, on a Wednesday afternoon, whatever, man, you could probably pull it off. You know,
yeah, for like a minute or two, I think that would be straight. You know, that would be about. I wouldn't try to do it any longer than a couple minutes.
I don't want to deny your talents for playing guitar, man. I want to say, hey, man, please come back and play a little guitar for us occasionally, bro. That's it. Not
I
being.
will. I did today. I did today. I had a little 20 second, 30-second interlude.
All right. I mean, I'm looking for more like a 15-minute set or something, you know. But I know you have it in you, bro. It's a no-brainer. You could just pull that off.
I mean, I wonder if I did that with like commonly known songs. I wonder, could they copyright strike the channel for even singing like copyrighted songs?
I don't think they would take the channel down, but if you're playing it, you know, low quality audio on Discord, I don't think they can, you know, take it out. But I could be wrong, man.
Yeah, but they could demonetize. They could demonetize Helio's this video.
I don't think he's monetized anyway.
Yeah, he's not monetized anyway. So
yeah. I mean, you used to do it all the time, Sonny. You would play the Eagles jam or fucking just a beautiful guitar riff from, you know, Queen, whatever it was, man. You can cover it, bro. But anyway, I just missed that, Sonny. That's all I'm saying. We can move on to Earth, man. Does anybody have any evidence?
Anybody
Is a ball? Anybody got a ball Earth laying around?
If anybody has any, anybody has any questions too about the room topic? Yeah, if you can't, if you don't feel confident on the mic, you could post your questions or post your evidence in the side chat.
Side chat.
We're happy to have you.
Drop it in the side chat. If you're in the room, you can give us the best evidence for a globe or a flat Earth. I don't care. I got a whole shitload of things about flat Earth, man, but I know you guys do too. And I know it. Hey, guess what, man? Every single pilot that's ever flown on Earth has treated the Earth as flat and stationary. Every single one of them. And if somebody can produce a pilot that says contrary, please let me know. DM me, hit me with a ping, whatever you got to do, man. But every single pilot in the world ever has treated the Earth as flat and stationary. And that's my stance, and I'm sticking to it. So, good luck. Anybody? Oh, nobody? Not a single taker. Not a single taker in the audience this evening can produce a... I just want one pilot to come in here and say, hey, man, I treat the Earth as a globe that's spinning. And I fly from California to Australia, and I account for all that curvature. And yeah, just one of those Mongos, bro. Just one. I'm not greedy, man. I'm not a greedy guy, man. I'm chill. I'm cool. But if you got evidence for planes flying around the globe, please bring it. I've been asking for a few years straight. Hey, man, get your evidence for your spinning globe flights, bro. What do you got? And they ain't got fuck all. That's why nobody's answering. Yeah, that's the globe killer, bro. In my opinion, the globe killer is airline flights. And all of us have taken airline flights, most of us. not, I wouldn't say all of us, but most of us have been on an commercial airline, right, Sonny? And those pilots don't account for curvature or spin. Period. That's it. You're done. Yeah. Mongos, you're fucking done.
Yeah, we have the confirmation from the NASA documents. I posted one.
Oh, NASA.
I will post it again. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry for interrupting you.
I want to be interrupted. It's kind of, I was digging at there, Sonny.
Yeah.
But
for example, this document. Yeah.
Example. We got a document from NASA that explains the fucking curvature and the spin, bro. All right, we got it. Concluding remarks. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have 35, I think. More than 35.
Yeah, we got way more than that, but yeah. I'll take it. 35, bro. Yeah, we're flying on a flat stationary plane, non-rotating.
Exactly.
Atmospheric over a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's all I gotta say. I mean, if you got something that can, contradict that'd be cool, man. But
yeah, the Globers do that. The Globers tell you that is only a simulation, but I tell them, excuse me, they will tell you this is only a model. And then, please, you have to tell them you cannot make a model to make a software or a program or to derive the equation. Like you cannot use in the model to consider the Earth being flat if it was a sphere, because you cannot use the equation to calculate the surface of two-dimensional circle for calculating the surface of, for example, the surface of a sphere. These are two different equations. So when you assume in your derivation of the equation that the Earth is flat, then the derived equations will only work when the Earth is factually flat. You get it? I hope I was able to formulate it, express it in English in a conceivable way.
Yeah, I know you tried. However, I was looking at something else, but yeah,
no problem. Yeah, the point is, you said who can disprove that? I just told you. Yeah, you can never know. You can never know how delusional and how
right.
Because the Globers will try to tell you no, you cannot take this seriously because it is written, it is only a simulation or assumption. Yeah, don't let them win the point because it cannot work.
No. Dude,
it cannot work. The equation,
they're never going to win the point ever. That's it.
Yeah, the problem is they never want to concede. They never want to concede that they lost or
Isn't that a bit of a psychological thing rather than a physical thing? I mean, you and I, we deal in physical things, and they want to psychologically do something else. Right?
I agree 100%. It's about not having the courage to admit and concede that they were lied to, or they don't want to because they belong to the line system.
Dude, that's what we're dealing with, man. And
exactly. Yeah, it's hard.
Very hard to like say, hey man, I want you to think about that, but I want you to guys remember when I first came in here tonight, there was a young lad.
Yeah, I know.
He was from Chile, and he never ever thought about it like we think about it. And I think that's what got him at the end. He was like, well, I never thought about it like this. Oh my God, I have to think about this gas pressure without a container. I mean, oh my God. I mean, you have to face up to your realities, right? That's what we're doing here, is face up to what is real and what is not. And that's it, bro. I'm not trying to be a dick. You know what I'm saying? The facts are the facts, man. Airline fucking
but I think the defining factor. I think the defining factor is it a phrase? I think because I had a good accent 30 years ago, and I had also good knowledge of the words. I think you say in English defining factor. The defining factor is the psychological factor, as you said. If someone is honest and is just deceived,
honest.
and if he would be willing to admit that the deception, that he was deceived, and if he would have the courage, that's the defining factor. And some of them, for example, we had also a young two guys. One of them, I think he was called Sugar. Yeah, I think the one who was called Sugar, he said, he believes that the Earth is a globe because the globe is a cooler model. He just said that. So he just said he doesn't care about the facts. He would prefer to believe the Earth to be a sphere because it's cooler. This is what we're dealing with. Sorry, you can go. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, you're right, man. That's what we're dealing with, man. We have to deal with, excuse my language, but that's the Mongos we have to deal with every day. They're not willing to look at their own evidence. And that's
exactly
we cross the line and say, hey man, what evidence do you have for a spinning Earth globe, bro? What do you got? And that's all we're asking for, man. I'm not being a dick. They're trying to be an asshole. What evidence do you got for the spinning globe? And they don't have dick. And that's the fun thing about what we're doing here. Trying to hang out with people and say, hey man, what evidence do you got for that, bro? Let's go. What do you got? Can I do that in my front yard? No. No. Can I do it in my driveway, my garage? Where can I do this gas pressure without a container thing, man? That'd be cool. What do you got? Oh, you don't have dick.
Exactly. You don't have shit. You don't have it. You don't have it.
You don't have fuck all, man.
You have nothing.
Nothing. And that's why they get last guy left.
Yeah, like Trump said, you don't have the cards. You don't have the cards.
That's why the last guy left. I mean, do you remember when he left, man? He's like, let me think about that gas pressure. He was confused. He was like, oh shit, how do I have gas pressure without a container?
You can't.
You can't do it.
Yeah, you mean the guy from Chile, as you told him he would have to think about it. Then he said, "Oh, he has to go."
Man, think about it for the next 3 days and come back. I was telling him, man, you gotta think about it, dude. There's so many guys I've flipped because of that argument. It's like, hey, man, how do you have gas pressure without a container, bro? And no physicists, no scientists that I know personally have ever been able to explain to me that you can have it without a container, man. There's no way, bro. You're done. You're cooked. And that's one of those gotcha things, man. It's one of those, hey, man, airlines fly flat and stationary, and gas pressure needs a container, bro. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they'll all agree with it, man. They will agree with it. And I love that. And I think we're in a great space right now to figure out where we live and what we're doing. And it's great. I love it. I hope you guys keep it up. Let's talk about where we live. Dude, hey, guess what, man? I live near giant redwood trees. You guys ever heard of these trees? Giant redwoods. They're the tallest trees in the world. And I've been there. I hugged a couple of them. And damn.
I haven't heard about them because I'm living in Europe, so I have never been in the States.
Anyway,
that's why
I'm telling you from my own experience that I've experienced giant trees that are so big, I cannot even come close to wrapping my arms around their trunk.
The sequoias. What are they, like 300 feet tall?
Some of them are like close to 300 feet. Yes. I think it's like 287 feet is somewhere in there. But yeah, they're huge. But the trunk makes me look like a little ant compared to the trunk of the tree. They're so big, man. These trees are huge, man. They're big. So, you guys ever been there? Redwoods, California? Nobody? Anybody ever been there?
It's been on the it's been in the works in my plans for the future. Definitely.
Yeah,
I've been there.
I agree, man. You need to see the giant trees, man. Once you see the giant trees, you'll be like, oh my God. I'm such an insignificant little piece of shit. Cock mongo. Yeah, no, you won't think that, but you'll think that these trees why are these trees so fucking big, man? What the fuck? They call
gravity.
I already thought about that a long time ago, and I was thinking about the old maps where California was disconnected from the mainland by like a body of water.
I'll explain that to you real quick. In the San Juan Keene Valley, they call it. That's where we grow most of the produce of America. Dude, this place grows everything from grapes to oranges to everything.
I've been to SoCal. I've been to the valley. I've been to San Fernando Valley. I've been down there.
San Juan Keene Valley is different. It's like Bakersfield, Fresno. It's like 150 miles long and 50 miles wide, and they just produce food that we all eat, man, from blackberries, boysenberries to squash, everything. So in that valley, if that valley was flooded, California would look like an island. And that's my take on it, is that if there was somehow in the past that valley was flooded, it definitely would look like an island in the middle of California. That's my opinion. Don't know, wasn't there. I can't guarantee it, but if it was flooded, they called the mud flood. Yeah, it would have made that appearance that California was an island. That's it.
Interesting.
But I only know that because I live here. I've driven through the valley. I know where these things are. I've checked it out. Like, yeah, if it was flooded, fuck yeah, man. It would look like an island. And the map maker would have been like, hey, we got an island here, man. Yeah. But those maps of California being separated in an island are like 500-600 years ago. Damn, how are we gonna verify that?
Sorry for interrupting you. What was the movie called with the rock? San Andreas and
Santa Andreas.
San Andreas, yeah, with the flood, with the tsunami.
No, Santa Andreas is a fault. It's an earthquake.
Yeah, there was a movie not very old, couple of years ago.
You're right.
The Rock. It was about San Andreas, right? San Andreas.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, Hollywood has a lot to do with mind manipulation. Does anybody disagree with that? Anybody?
No, that is exactly their how should I their objective. Their
yeah. That's
they were founded for that, exactly for that.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. Hollywood was founded on mind manipulation. Think
and you can even
I want you Mongos to think about that for a minute. Hollywood was founded on mind manipulation from Freud.
you can even claim that Hollywood was the most useful tool to defeat communism, and to make the whole world look at America as the best land in the world. It's one thing to be the best land. You have the greatest freedom in the States, because yesterday there was someone, a Glober from Finland, and he said we have a lot of freedoms in Finland. You have no freedom compared to America in the entire European continent. So that is bullshit. Yeah. So Hollywood was one of the tools. So the first tool is, of course, the American military, which is not that good anymore. And the second tool, I think it was, Hollywood. Of course, Hollywood was used by the CIA. It's clear.
Bet your ass it was. Bet your fucking ass it was. It was used by the manipulators to manipulate people. Oh my God.
Because sorry, just want to tell you, all these revolutions in Middle East and in Asia or in Europe,
sure,
they also teach to their own people, because it is a fact. The most important moment of the revolution is to take over the broadcast station for television. When you take over the television broadcast station, you have achieved a win. let's say 50, 60, 70, 80%. This is the most important objective. Because when you have the media in your hand, you control the land. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
When you have the media in your hands, you control the narrative. Is that what you're saying? Yes.
Yeah, you control when you control the narrative, you control the minds. You control
narrative.
And you control the language.
Minds. I love that, bro. Couldn't have said it better myself, man. My
goodness. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
They told us that in the school, in the university. They told us we achieved the revolution and the overthrow of the previous government without shooting one bullet, and only with 2 tanks taking over the broadcast station. That was it.
Yep. Let me ask you, brother.
Yep.
Can we do that again now?
What do you mean? What?
Can we take over the mass media? Can we?
I don't think so. I don't think so, because the United States is.
I'm with you.
You know, I don't like to sound like a conspiracy, because it is not. It is not a conspiracy. The United States, when you look at it, you have the symbol of the United States, or how should I call it? The logo or symbol, the eagle. The eagle is the symbol of the Roman. Is the symbol of the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
And that's why we have NASA. What does NASA imprint in our minds? Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, Neptune, Venus. All these are Roman gods.
Right, Roman gods.
So
dude, gotta have your Roman gods.
So I conclude from that the United States is nothing else than the Roman Empire, which pretended to fall, but it didn't fall.
Yes.
Yeah, and it migrated. It's migrated or had something like Plan B in the United States, so that they will have. This is the Roman Empire, so that they will have the ocean as a protection.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, because in 400 after Christ, they fell when the barbarians or the German tribes took over the Roman Empire, and that
Hey, man, all I want to ask you, man, is do you think that you're on a spinning globe shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, bro?
No way, man. No way. I mean, I cannot claim. Look, I cannot claim. I cannot claim 100% it's flat. I can claim it looks flat. It measures flat. Okay, but I cannot say I have seen it from above. I don't have the God's view, but I can claim that one thing the Earth cannot be is a sphere. That is something which I can claim.
Yeah. Cheers, brother. I'm an airline pilot concierge. I'll call myself an airline pilot concierge, because every single pilot treats the Earth as flat and stationary. And I dare you to bring a pilot in here that does the contrary. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I'm not a pilot, and I have never flown, but the flights, when you look, the AE map, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, I know the the platform here and the Discord, they say, yeah, we don't adhere to any map. And I was from the beginning also the same opinion. That's why I only started 6 months ago to contribute by talking to flat earthers and commenting. I didn't, because we have to be honest. Most of the flat earthers who are not really flat earthers now, like journalism and Bob Nodal and GoBuzzers, most of them, they adhered to the AE map. But one thing we have to admit, the flight lines on the AE map, they make so much sense. Like this accident where a woman had, I think, gave birth, and there was emergency case. I think a flight from, I don't know, from Indonesia to Los Angeles landed in Alaska. You know these cases. It makes only sense on the AE map. You know what I mean? Are you still here? Flat Earth dude? Are you still here or? Okay.
Seems like
there's
you cut
nothing
out.
to hear. Hi Mick. Hi Mick.
What's up? What's up? Seems like a dude cut out.
Maybe he has internet connection problems. How are you doing?
Maybe a phone call, it happens.
Yeah, they helped me with the audio settings. With the settings. Of
Hey, dude, you're
Discord.
sounding great, man. I haven't heard one little crackly bubbles since we took care of that.
So do I sound much better now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You sound fantastic. I have not heard one crackle since we did our thing.
Oh, you were here. You were here.
Yeah,
I think you. Okay. Yeah. I recognize your voice. You were the one who helped me. Okay. Because when I had the settings, open, I was not able to see the avatars.
Right.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you so much.
No worries. So it was indeed just echo cancellation or something.
Yeah, echo cancellation and noise. What was the other thing? Noise reduction or suppression? Noise suppression. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Joe, are you here? Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Because I didn't know what to do. I thought the problem was had to do with the headset. Although my headset is not a bad one, it is from Sony.
Yeah.
It can the battery. Yeah. When fully charged, I can use it. I think for 50 hours. But dude, are you here?
Yeah, man. You sound great. Your audio is so good. Your audio is amazing.
Thanks God, and thanks to Mick.
Thanks God. Yeah, thanks God.
And Mick. And you, because you told me that AI overlords helped you, and then there came Mick. Yeah.
Yep. Hey man, welcome to Earth. We can check it out, man. That's the greatest thing about Earth, man, is we can check it out. We can check out peach trees or olive trees or grass or hot summer waves. Dude, there's so much cool shit on Earth that we can check out. But does it
it equate to a globe?
spinning
no gas
through outer space at millions of miles an hour. That's that's the basics of what we're dealing with here. Does Earth equate to millions of miles an hour shooting through space, bro? I mean,
no way, bro, no way.
How the fuck are you gonna verify that shit, bro?
No way.
Nah,
you can prove that's impossible.
Yes.
Because if the Earth is orbiting around the sun, okay, and the sun is shooting in space and orbiting around the center of the galaxy, and the galaxy is shooting in space and orbiting around the center of the universe.
Yeah, exactly.
Then the Earth, sometime it has to go faster when it is orbiting the sun in the direction where the sun is shooting in space, and when it goes the other, just like the moon, it has to change its speed. So it's bullshit when Globers tell you that we cannot feel the speed because there is no acceleration. But that's bullshit.
I love it, bro.
I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to tell you these things when there are no discussions and when the server is empty, because I'm weak in English. So that then when someone from the global comes, so then you can, because you have English is your native language, then you would be able to express this explanation much better than me. Did you get what I mean?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So please keep it in mind when a global tells you we cannot feel the movement of the Earth because there is no acceleration. Then you will have to give him this explanation, please. That's bullshit.
Hey, welcome to the belief is the enemy of knowing.
Exactly.
All right, let's play that game. What's the quantity of acceleration you're talking about, and what's the quantity of acceleration a human system can perceive?
You're asking me, hello?
No. Shit. Get out of here.
No, I'm serious. Like, if you don't know the answer to those questions, then your point is irrelevant.
Yeah, I explained it to Flat Earth dude. Maybe he should explain it.
No, you didn't explain anything. You made a claim without any quantification, and the quantifications matter. So if you don't know what acceleration is occurring, right, and if you don't know what acceleration a human can perceive, then your claim that you would feel it is irrelevant.
Yeah, Overlord. I don't know if you're joking or trolling, but I can go back. I can go back and look. I can go back and come back with the numbers. Okay. I can go back and Google the numbers and come back.
Dude, pay attention.
Yeah, but
if you make a point, hey, when I say pay attention, all you need to do is shut your mouth. The things with the two lips around your teeth, just close them. Thanks.
I did that.
Yeah, you're doing it now, right? When you're going, I did that. Okay, I'm going to stop talking. If you talk, I'm just muting you. All right, good. Now, your argument relies on the quantifications. Without the quantifications, you have no point. So a Glober is just going to ask you, can you quantify that? And if you can't, you have no point, and you'd have to take that claim off the table, right?
Yeah. Right.
Right, so that's fair. So then go get the numbers, and then maybe you'll have a good point.
Dude, what are the numbers, bro? What numbers?
You tell me. It's his claim. He needs to know what they are because he's using them in his claim.
I think I remember Matthew Learns talking about this, and he said he gave a figure. It was a fraction of a single unit of in miles per second or kilometers per second. It was a fraction of something. I don't know. That was it. That's what he said. Below that threshold, we wouldn't be able to tell. I could be wrong, but I do remember that coming up, and it was in that kind of ballpark. I forget the unit though.
Yeah, you can just imagine. You can just imagine if, let's say, if someone is orbiting a house, and the child is running around him. Let's say the father is running in a velocity. Okay, then I will not paint an imaginary image for Mick. I think that was Mick. As I told you, I can go.
It's very simple. It's very simple. You can feel accelerations that your system is sensitive enough to feel. That's a fact. So your analogy that if there was acceleration present that you could feel, then you should feel it. That's true. You have to quantify whether that amount of acceleration is present. Otherwise, your analogies are just repeating the same thing we all already know. But without the quantifications, you have no point. Like your point doesn't carry any weight. You understand?
Yes, I understand, and I want to make something clear. I'm not triggered that you are trying to control how I make an argument, because I'm not used to that. It's just because it's just because you guys had to also train yourself to deal with the globers, with the liars, okay? And you had to build a system how to argument so that you will not be defeated. So all I wanted to say, I'm not mad that you are trying to train me. You are actually training me. So I appreciate it. Okay? I just wanted you to know that.
You're welcome, bro. We're not training you. We're just teaching you how to think, bro. That's it.
Yeah, and how to converse in a way so that my loss possibilities will be as low as possible. And that is the goal of AI Lord.
Well, we really want you to think about this stuff, physics especially, and there's no way a plane could fly from the North Pole to the equator without accounting for a spin. But it turns out that in reality, man, they don't account for any spin, bro. Zero.
Because there is no spin.
Because there is no spin, exactly. There's no spin. There's no spin. And that's the reality that we have to deal with, you know, day in, day out. Without a doubt, there's no pilots do not account for spin. Zero. And that's a problem on the globe. It's a problem.
Yeah. AI Overlord has right. He's pointing in the right direction. For example, someone said, I think it was Mick, right, that Matthew Learns talked about it. So if I was able to do what AI Lord told me I should do before making this claim, and then if I had the numbers, and the difference is not a fraction of a mile, rather if the difference in velocity is 10% or 20%, that would represent an acceleration which should be felt from human beings. Then I will be able to refute someone who comes and puts forth wrong numbers like Matthew Learns, because I'm sure it would not be just a fraction of a mile. That's impossible. It's bullshit.
Well, I'll tell you this, right? So Matthew Learns came in here arguing the great point. From his side, the value, that figure that we're talking about is indeed, according to his background or knowledge or whatever above the threshold that we can perceive, or excuse me, below the threshold that we can perceive. So from his standpoint,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
From his standpoint, that aligns with everything else that he brings up, and therefore it's sufficient for him. Meaning we can only feel, let's say it's 1 meter per second squared acceleration. I'm just giving you that whatever figure, right? Well, the Earth is apparently rotating at 0.5 meters per second, or accelerating at 0.5 meters per second squared. I'm not like those numbers are off there, but I'm just giving you the point, right? So if the 0.5 is below 1, which it is, we couldn't feel it. So therefore, we couldn't argue from that standpoint saying, oh, well, because we don't feel it, it can't actually be happening because the value's below our threshold, according to him.
But why would you even argue that from the first place? They have the positive claim that you're moving, right?
Yeah.
And an acceleration that is so small that it's undetectable by you. So then your question to them is, oh, well, then how do you know it's there? Is it detectable at all? Can you prove it's there, or are you just telling me a story about something that I can't feel and you can't prove, and I'm supposed to take it on faith?
Exactly. So that's where the conversation would pivot to something more meticulous, like the radius and the rotation speed, all this stuff. Yeah, it's been done. Kind of hits an impasse at some point because, especially with Matthew Leonard, it always ends up falling into, oh well, there's sufficient evidence for him to, believe that more than anything else. Oh, okay. I haven't had that conversation with other people, so I don't know where it would go with others.
Some of your words and terms didn't come clear through. That was Venom, right? Or was it AG?
Hey?
Who was that? Who talked about Matthew? I thought it was Venom.
Yeah.
Okay. Who, AI Lord?
Yeah, so what I was saying was.
Mick.
Yeah.
Okay, Mick.
The argument has been had with Matthew Learns before.
I heard you. I heard, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
I heard you. Sorry for interrupting you. My question was, what are you proposing now? Are you saying that it doesn't help if I will try to find out the numbers? Should I not check him? Isn't it better if I would check it?
I wouldn't say that. I would say, like, if you're gonna introduce this line of argumentation, and they get to a point where they do say, "Hey, the rotation and acceleration is indeed below our threshold to be able to perceive it," then you can start asking them, like AI said, of the more fine details that led them to that value that they claim is the reality that we can't feel.
But okay, I got it. But if the numbers came significant out that we should be able to feel it, then that would help our position, right? So that means if I was able to put the numbers together, I should give it a try or do it, shouldn't I?
Perhaps. I mean, if you want, man.
Yeah, I want. Look, I have a lot of time in my hand, and I think you were yesterday here, right? Yesterday, the day before yesterday, when I talked with Sanchez, right? Were you here?
I might have missed it.
Okay. Yeah, because I wanted to point out, I just don't want to brag. I have studied civil engineering according to American requirements and specifications.
Okay.
But I stopped practicing it 35 years ago, so that's a very, very long time.
Right. Okay.
So,
well, if you want to try an exercise, take their values that they claim right? There's the radius.
Exactly.
There's the speed, the rotational speed at the equator, and do the math.
Exactly.
Right? Because what is it?
And the speed,
I don't know how to.
And the orbiting, and the orbiting speed.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to convert from angular velocity to actual unit. Like actual linear units per second.
That's very easy. That's you will only you will have a simple equation with theta in it. Theta, you were talking about theta today. There will be an angle and an equation, very simple equation, which uses this angle, and that would be it. It's not complicated.
Okay. So then that would be, so let's say it rotates 360 degrees per day. That's 15 degrees an hour. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. When you are working with math and engineering, you don't complicate. You just take the numbers and use the equations. So you use, for example, 360, but you don't complicate it by dividing it into how many degrees in minutes, because this would not help you towards the final destination, the final goal, final destination.
Are we not trying to find out the number of the actual unit per second?
No. Look, the idea is look. You know the idea that the moon has to change its speed when it's orbiting the Earth, because the Earth, let's say, is orbiting the sun. Counterclockwise, right? Is it counterclockwise? It's not important. Let's say counterclockwise. The Earth is orbiting the sun counterclockwise, and when the moon is orbiting the Earth in the same direction, the Earth is moving around the sun. Then it is, I think, faster than when the moon is orbiting the Earth on the other side, opposite to the direction in which the Earth is going around the sun. Do you get the idea?
Sure, but I'm not so sure why that would be important.
Is that Mick?
Because allegedly we have a constant angular velocity, right? Or more or less. I know, like it is elliptical.
No. That's it. No, that's the problem. You cannot have constant. You cannot have it. There has to be an acceleration. And I will try to repeat it slowly. Look,
but just hang on. Let me clarify something, right? So if we have what I've understood is if we have a constant rotational a constant angular velocity. Okay.
I get it. You're right. I get it. Look, the Earth will have constant orbital velocity. Okay. All the time.
You're right with that. On. But check this out, right? So if we're rotating at a constant speed, angular velocity translates to constant acceleration. That was the rule of thumb I've understood. So by knowing the angular velocity, it translates
May I simplify it? Let's ignore the Earth is going in an orbit in a circular motion, circular harmonic motion. Yeah, let's ignore that. Let's say the Earth is shooting in a straight line in space. Okay, the Earth is moving, and then it will be much easier to imagine this. And the moon has to rotate around the Earth. So when Earth is moving forward, and the moon is rotating in the same direction, in which the Earth is shooting in space and moving, I think then it will have to move faster to catch the Earth. And when the moon,
But dude, right now it sounds like, I think you've already complicated it more than it needs to, because the argument from the rotation. So I'm not talking about orbit. I'm not talking about orbit around the sun, and I'm not accounting for, or rather the argument does not account for any sort of deviation from this constant rotation due to any sort of extra bodies pulling or pushing on the Earth. Right? I'm just talking about the raw rotation, right? If you want to check it out, see online what the conversion from angular velocity to linear acceleration is, and then by having a small enough unit, we'd be able to convert. And that end result, that value, will be in meters per second squared or miles per second squared or whatnot. And that's where we will be able to compare that value to the threshold that we have as beings, human beings.
Okay, Mick, I get what you're saying. You were addressing the rotation, not the orbital movement. Okay, but I will tell you, just looking at the case, as you said, that I have already made it more complicated. So I complicated it more. I mean, this proves, that's why I guarantee you, because there is a difference because there is the rotation of the surface of the Earth around the center of the Earth, which produces for 24 hours, and there is the rotation of the Earth around the sun, and there is the rotation of the sun, and the sun is shooting into space, and there is the rotation. So I can guarantee you, I would bet whatever I have, and it would be a win. I would win. I can guarantee you what Matthew presented. The numbers that Matthew presented to you, it's bullshit. There must be if the Earth is moving, there must be an acceleration. What?
No one said there wasn't an acceleration. It's not about whether there is or isn't one. It's about the quantity.
I know. What I meant
so what is giving you the confidence to make any bold claim about this at all?
Because I know how this works. I can
no, you don't.
Tell you.
It's not about how it works. It's about the quantity.
No. Look, sorry for interrupting you, man. I just misexpressed myself. I mean, as an engineer, when I look at it, because this is what we dealt with all
yeah. And as an engineer, you know that your opinion is irrelevant if you do the math and you find out that your gut instinct was wrong.
Look, Matthew didn't study higher mathematics and didn't solve mathematical problems.
What are you talking about? He's a math professor, you doof.
Yeah. The point was though, Berserker. The reason Burrs, check this out too. One of the reasons why I was trying to simplify it, not only for conversational purposes, but because his argument was specifically about just the orbital angular velocity, the rotational velocity. It had nothing to do with anything about our orbit around the sun and around the galaxy and all that stuff. So if you want to venture down to figure out all that, to my knowledge, that's kind of novel in this argument.
Dude, there's 11 vectors. There's 11 vectors that are occurring.
Yeah,
11.
forget it.
So pick one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
That's what I mean. Doesn't matter what you mean, because if all 11 equate to a net zero on the human body, then what would it matter?
That's what I'm trying to say. That is impossible, that there is so little acceleration that is not to be felt by the human being.
It's not impossible, dude.
I can guarantee you it's impossible. It's not only impossible.
You got nothing to found that on.
Yeah, Berserker, if you think about it.
Look, AI. To be fair.
Berserker, hang on a second.
Yeah.
Think about this. Think about this for a second, right? Let's say, for example, we're going to sum all the vectors, okay, just as a simple equation. If we have the first one being, let's say, 0.25. Let's say our threshold is 1, okay? And the first one amounts to being 0.25. And the second one becomes half that. And then the third one becomes half that. And then further and further on, you're just basically, for argument's sake, you're never going to reach the 1. So that value is always going to be less than 1. Their claim. Well, go ahead.
Mick, may I interrupt you? You brought me, you enabled me to have an image in front of my eyes and enabled me how to formulate it. Look, what you did is wrong. You cannot say if you take this part and this part makes this amount of difference and the other part. No, these are all these differences must be considered together, dependent, connected with each other. You cannot. That's why I'm saying it's impossible that we have such small amount. Okay,
yeah, no, actually, Berserker, you got a big problem.
Okay. Look, in few words, exponential.
Berserker, I don't fight for the mic, right? Thanks.
Okay.
So, you forgot the part that you're assuming that they all be cumulative in the positive. They could actually negate each other out to where it still ends up less than 1. You have no way of knowing that at this moment at all. Period. So your claim that you know for certain is unfounded.
No problem, bro. Let's look.
Why don't you just drop the claim that you know for certain and say, you know what, I think I'm correct, but I'm going to check myself by actually doing the math out.
Okay. Yeah.
Isn't that the honorable and humble and accurate position? Because you don't actually know what you're talking about, right? Like, you have no certainty.
I get what you're saying. Even though I have certainty, but it is always the best safe case. Okay, yeah, I agree.
No, you have no certainty because you don't know what the vectors are at this moment, okay? Is that true or untrue?
No, that's not true.
Oh, so you know all of the vectors? Go ahead, tell me what they are right now.
No.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought. As usual, I'm right and you're wrong.
No, that is not as usual. That is not as usual.
It is, dude.
No, it's not.
Really?
No, it's not.
Give me a time when you were right and I was wrong.
Yeah, the last time I never talked about polygamy. I never meant that, and I gave the example.
No, I wasn't wrong. Everybody else in the room got the same impression I did based on what you were saying, so I wasn't wrong.
Okay, let's stick to this mathematical equation, okay?
Right, so you don't know all the parameters. You don't know all the parameters. You don't know all the parameters. Is that true or untrue?
I don't need to know the numbers. The quantification. I don't need to know the quantification.
All right, bud. Then you're dumb.
Okay, we will see it.
Yeah.
But Berserker,
you do need to. Dude, I didn't say the numbers. I said the vectors.
Yeah, the parameters. I was just going to say that.
I know.
The quantities could be different. The quantities of the directional amplitude could be different, but the directions is part of it. So if the directions counteract each other and the amplitude is in the reverse direction, part of it is going to cancel the other amplitude out, right?
Okay, I don't know if you would agree with the example, but I would give you an example. This is like the difference if the Earth is spinning and you take a flight from the east to the west and another flight from the west to east, there would be a great difference. This is what is happening. When the Earth is moving in a direction and the moon must orbit around the Earth, it's the same thing when an airplane. You don't need the numbers to know that an airplane which is
flying. Okay, what does the moon have to do with what you're feeling? Are you on the moon? Are you on the moon that it's going to make you feel an acceleration?
Okay.
The answer is no.
Okay. We're talking about the Earth.
Take the moon and put it in the garbage dump where it belongs, because it's not part of this argument.
Okay. That point is correct. Okay, but the Earth is doing the same thing which the Moon is doing. That is orbiting around the Sun. So when the Earth is orbiting around the Sun, it is orbiting once in the direction the Sun is moving in, and on the other side, it's moving opposite. It's orbiting opposite in the direction of the Sun is shooting in space. That is exactly the same thing. Like, you don't need to calculate the numbers to know that there is a big difference. If there was,
you don't need to calculate the numbers to know what, dude.
No,
whether you can feel it or not.
To know that there would be, you would need less. You will need shorter time if the Earth
Nobody
is
cares.
rotating.
Hey, bro, nobody cares. We already listen, friend. In case you didn't notice, we all already agreed there'd be a differentiation. Nobody's in contention about that. What's in contention is whether the quantity is enough that the human biosystem has a faculty inside that would be able to sense that occurring. That's what's in contention, and the only way to know that is to have the quantities. Your claim that it must be accelerating doesn't matter.
Okay, bro. I also agreed with you. It's better not to claim that I'm certain about it. So let's wait. As I told you, I cannot even promise. That's why I did the same thing. I told you maybe I would not be able because I haven't practiced it for 35 years.
No, dude. What you need to realize, dude, is that the quantification is the key to this argument, and without it, you can't be certain about the claim. And you need to be humble and retract the fact that you think it's okay to just say, "Oh, because there's an acceleration, and I think I should feel it, that I'm definitely going to feel it." Like, that's not a good way of thinking.
Okay, I will put it in another way. I would prefer to follow your advice and not claim that I'm not sure, but the feeling that I'm sure that the numbers of Matthew Learns is bullshit is the motivation which will give me the motivation which I need to calculate the things and
all right, there you go.
To practice. Okay, so I will keep the certainty to myself, and outwards, like a politician, I will lie. Okay, I will say I'm not sure. I have to look at.
No, that wouldn't be a lie, dude. Because you're not certain. You don't possess.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. But just
so
like
you
a lawyer,
telling me that you're lying by saying you're not certain would be a lie.
Yeah, Berserker. There's different terms for this, right? You can have a hunch that you're correct, but not be sure, and still be motivated to figure it out. All the while expressing to the rest of the world, "Hey, I don't know. I'm still working on it," and that's totally honest. That's totally fine, and you can still have that carry that drive throughout there without losing your own momentum, and be totally honest about it. That's totally okay.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why I told you. It's possible that I will not be able to do it because I had also a difficult life. I mean, couple of things I told another flat earther. Okay, so but yeah, I'm 57.
I'll give you a hint. You have to do a lot less work if you make a lot less claims.
I agree with you. But
speaking of that, however, I have a claim. Mick, you should check out my stream. I got a bloody baguette with your name on it.
What?
What's this? You playing Xbox? All right. Oh fuck.
You see it?
Oh shit.
You see that, dude?
What is it? Just a block of wood?
Dude, it's a baguette. It's my backpack baguette, bro. Watch, let me show you.
What the fuck?
Oh, the
literally
stream.
Called a baguette.
Yeah, watch. See, it's his costume. See?
Oh my god.
Baguette costume. This is a normal costume.
The Frenchman. Oh my god. The fucking pinstripe t-shirt there. That's so funny. Fucking guy.
That's why when I saw your name, dude, when I saw your name, I thought you were a fan of this game.
Which game is it? Overload, AI. Which game is it?
It's called Expedition 33.
Okay. Yeah, this is a new popular game. I heard about it.
That's funny. That's pretty dope.
Another game was popular. Something with Descendants. Last Descendants, or how is it called? Descendants. Anyhow, thank you for the advices, AI Overlord or Ardent. How are you called now? How should I call you? Are you again Overlord? Okay. Yesterday you were called Ardent, or a couple of days ago. Okay, thank you. So as I told you, I'm happy, that you are trying to direct me in the right way, and Mick too. Thank you, Mick.
Yeah, man, no problem. I mean, start with the first one, right? Because that's the one on the table. That's the claim that we've actually had to contend with already. And perhaps we were wrong. Perhaps Matthew was wrong. Who knows? But it would be the easiest one, right?
Yeah. Okay. And I hope that you didn't forget, and I hope that AI Lord also didn't forget, that I showed humility and I was humble. And I said from the beginning, and I will repeat it, I mean, I hope that it would not be a problem because I haven't practiced all these things since 35 years, okay? All the math and calculations, because I'm sure I can guarantee you I studied much more than what Matthew studies. And I studied much more than what the American student studies, because I studied everything. I studied deep. I studied concrete construction, foundation design, highway design, hydraulics, survey, project planning, solid mechanics, dynamics, projectile. How do you call it? Dynamic. Projectile dynamics and higher mathematics and calculation. I studied also how you derive all the equations. You see, an equation doesn't come from nothing. You have to derive the equation.
Yeah. No, that's cool, man. I mean, if you sound prepared there, and by all means, go for it. I'd be very much interested to see your work when it's done or throughout the process, though.
Yeah. That's why I told you I cannot promise it. I will have to give it a try because I am also 57 years old now. I'm blood order. I mean, I'm
no problem,
a bit tired. Yeah, I'm a bit tired now.
On your time, dude.
From life.
On your time. I mean, this is a really kind of niche argument as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it could be very critical. But in my time here, it's been brought up maybe 4 or 5 times in like a year and a half. So it's very rare. For what it's worth, I mean, by all means, even just for yourself, for your own, mental workout, go for it.
Yeah. Do you remember Wolfie? Of course, you remember. Someone talked about him.
I don't. I don't think I was around for him.
Okay, Wolfie 6020. I'm sure you remember him.
I've heard of the name, but I don't think I've ever spoken to him.
Yeah, he also claimed that he is a pilot and blah, blah, blah. And then I told him something that I also wish one day to be able to put it on AutoCAD or a 3D animation to prove that... to prove something which must be visible, much easier visible than using P900 to see something which should be actually visible with the simple eye. But as I told you, I haven't. This is one thing which I haven't studied and practiced: AutoCAD and 3D animation softwares, because my study was in the end of the 80s. I was in the college until 1990. That was when I was graduated. 1990. So at that time, it was not very familiar.
You graduated before I was born.
Really? How old are you?
I'm 90. I'm born in 93, bro.
93. Nice.
31, yeah.
Nice. This is strange. You sound a little bit older. I hope this is not. Yeah.
Yeah, I look a lot older too. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
but
I was astonished. I was astonished when the flat Earth dude told me he's 61, bro. I thought he was in the 30s.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked too to hear Sonny's in his 60s.
70s, Sonny, 71. I was shocked too.
He's 71. I thought he was born in 71. Or wait, what? No,
he said he's 71.
You're kidding.
Yeah, maybe I. Is it possible that I misunderstood him?
I think you might have. I understood they're both in their 60s, but Sonny's older.
Okay, then I didn't misunderstand him because they both said that they were there when the first moon landing happened. So I said I was 2 years old, and the flat Earth dude said something like 4 or 5 years old, and I was astonished. And then he said, "Yeah, you have to hear."
Yeah.
He said Sonny was 11 years old.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's born in 58. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I told you. So please don't forget. So don't say that I was arrogant. I told you when I made the decision that I will give it a try. I told you I'm not sure if I will be able to make it because I'm thinking about using calculus, not only math, higher math. So we study higher math, but also calculus, and yeah, it's very complicated. But these calculations of the orbit and acceleration is not very difficult. But when someone gets old, it's not the same thing. My eyes, I cannot read anymore without. I cannot read without glasses, and I cannot use a smartphone without glasses anymore. Although I don't use them. I don't use them, but yeah, it's very difficult.
Don't you worry about it, man. Take your time. Use it as a little pet project. Just to get your mind back into it.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, it will also be a joyful thing for me to do. I told you I have enough time in my hand. That's why.
Go for it, man.
I know that I can give it. Yeah, I can give it a try. Yeah.
I'm rooting for you, man. Go for it.
Thanks. Thanks for the motivation. Yeah. And thanks for the advices from AI Overload. Also, I just want to share. I just want to make sure I'm not mad. I'm happy because I always said that I admire how patient and how how eloquent the mods are, and how much self-control they have, that they can try in the hardest way to keep the Globers as long as possible in the stage. And some of them, they see that the math doesn't work, and that's why I always told everyone here that this is the reason why most of the time I just stay in the background and enjoy listening. And of course, my limitation of the language is very clear to me. Yeah, that's why I start only then to converse and talk when we have almost an empty stage, like now and a couple of hours ago. Because I know if I would like to contribute, I will hinder and be an obstacle. And for you guys who have the native language, the English as a native language, So I'm aware of that. What also AV Overload today told me. I'm aware of that. So that's why what I wanted to just wanted to point out that yeah, I appreciated that AI is trying to tell me, yeah, just don't yeah, I should not bet what, or I should not promise what I cannot fulfill.
Yeah, another way of putting it, in English parlance, you might hear the phrase "Don't bite off more than you can chew."
Exactly. Yeah. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Yeah. Don't bite off more than you can chew. And Robert Pisano.
I've heard the name, but I'm not familiar with the work.
Yeah. He has two channels. One of them, he's one of the really great flat earthers. One of his channels is called Flat Earth Reflections, I think. And the other channels, I think, Planetae Veritas. And he had the saying, he had the phrase which he put together. It's not about what you know or what you think. I think even no, it's not about what you know, it's what you can prove. So he always said, even when you know that the earth is flat, he always said, guys, you have to get the numbers and you have to, it's like what AI Overload said. He said you have to get the numbers, you have to get the documents, because he always got the documents, and he called NASA, for example, and talked to someone there and recorded it or streamed it. So he said, get the numbers, get the documents, and come, as I do. I don't come and claim anything which I know if I have no documents. Because I think, QE, he was a couple of times on his streams. QE was a good friend of Bassano. Okay, that would be and the English Hub is the right place for me, so that I will recall my English, both the phrases, the words, and also the accent. What did I want to say? AJ is here. I haven't seen him for a long time. Hi, AJ.
Sorry, hey, how are you? I had to get my phone out of my pocket.
I know that. I know that.
Yeah, no, I haven't been in much. I'm moving house at the moment across Australia, and I've had about a week of buying all new furniture and TVs, and everything's turning up. I've just been absolutely flat out. Yeah, I've only got a week here, and then I've got to go back to where I'm from and pack more gear.
Yeah, roaming around.
That's a crazy. That's a crazy trip, man. What did you say it was? Like 1,400 kilometers or something each way?
Nah, 2.5.
2,500?
Yes.
Holy fuck! You're driving 5K there and back twice, I guess.
It'll be 3 times by the time I finish.
Oh man!
So
Good
I'm
for you, dude.
leaving again.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get everything that I've bought set up here, And then I've got to drive back Friday, so it'll be 3 days back. And then I'll be back here in September again.
It's not cheaper to just hire a moving truck for them to pack all your shit and carry it over in one shot?
I don't have a lot of stuff yet because I've been going from like Airbnbs and traveling around and all the stuff I've been doing. So it's mainly just smaller stuff, clothes, all that sort of stuff. So I've just come up here now and I've basically spent a week buying all the furniture, televisions, fridges, washing machines. I've been running around trying to get all that organised, and then I got half of it delivered today. So I'm hanging TVs on the wall today. That's my job, putting brackets up.
What's it like going from winter to summer, almost overnight?
Mate, it's been beautiful here, especially at night. Everyone's running around in jumpers, and I'm in shorts and a t-shirt. Yeah, winter's about, night's about, I don't know, 15 degrees at night. It's unbelievable, yeah. Just open the door and I'm sleeping on the floor at the moment through a mattress near the back door.
Sounds like a big job, man. Good for you.
Yeah, it is, man. It's been massive. I'm wrecked, eh?
Well, I wouldn't say you missed much.
I didn't miss much.
Not in here. Same old. Different characters, but you know.
Yeah. Oh. And lots of driving, yeah, because every time you buy something, there's screws that didn't come with it or batteries that didn't come with it. And I'm like, but now I just bought this TV to hang and there was already a bracket on the wall, but the last guy took the screws out of the bracket that go to the TV. And so now it's another trip back into town to go and get screws for that, and just constantly in and out at the moment.
Damn. Yeah, the gas is what takes you out, man. That's why I was thinking, like, oh, if you're gonna be driving, 2,500 kilometers 3 times, it's like, how much gas is that? You know?
Yeah, well, I had to come up here for settlement and get most of the furniture done and the stuff done, and I had some stuff packed that we weren't using that I could bring, so I did all that, and then next trip back will be again with just more clothes, more crap we don't need. I've got to bring my caravan up here. It's too big. It's pretty big to get on a truck. It'll cost me more on a truck than fuel, so that'll be the next trip, and then the last one will be bringing animals and the rest of the family.
Gotcha.
Been good though. I've had 3 weeks on my own. No kids, no wife. Mate, I'm just loving life on my own at the moment.
Yeah, I can imagine there. Upside to everything, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit, we got a popo. Police has shown up.
I didn't speed on the way either, guys. Just for the record, all right?
Okay, guys, if someone is listening, I will have to go out to buy cigarettes. I have been without cigarettes all night long. So I have to go to buy a couple of packs.
Do your thing, man.
Yeah.
Do your thing. Good chatting with you.
Okay. Thanks. I'll be back within an hour or something.
Oh, okay.
Okay. See you later. Maybe so half an hour. Okay, see you later.
All right. See you, man.
Yeah, I will stay logged in, and my headset I will leave it at home. But I'm not here, so I will not hear anyone. I will just stay logged in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. See you later.
Hello. Why is everybody muted?
We're waiting for a victim like yourself to turn up.
A victim? I'm a flat earther. What are you talking about? Maybe you are the victim, not me.
Oh, maybe I am. I didn't see who you were. Sorry, dude. I wasn't looking.
Yep.
Well, if you're a flat earther, welcome to the room.
Thanks. I'm glad to be welcomed by you guys. But anyway,
I haven't seen. I don't think I've
what is
seen
the
you
discussion
before.
going on here? What's going on? What are you talking about?
Not too much at the moment. How long have you been a flat earther for? Nope, he's gone.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The Earth is flat and level. Gravity is not a force. Please try to remain civilized and cordial.
Mic check. Okay.
What's up, man? Hope all is well.
Okay, now I can hear you. AG, are you here?
Yeah, man.
Okay, I muted the stream from AI Overload. Can you hear me, AG?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me, though.
Yeah, I can hear. I can hear. Okay, I just had a question. How can I find if I would like to invite a friend? If I would like to invite Flat Earth Dude as a friend, how can I find him? Where?
I don't know. I don't know where you're trying to invite him to. You could send a message DMs and
Yeah, I mean, in the server, I will have to find him or his avatar so that I will be able.
I don't quite understand what you're trying to accomplish. Like, do you want to invite him to a server or?
No, I just want to be able to send him. I would like to DM him, and I don't have him as a friend, so I don't know how to do it.
You gotta click the add friend button.
Can you say that again?
Here, I'll go on. I'm gonna take a screenshot of your profile, and where it says add friend, you'll have to click that on his profile.
Yeah, but he's not here. He's not here anymore. Yeah. That was the phrase I was looking for. His profile. Where can I find his profile? I will look in the chat box.
He probably posted before he left. He probably posted cheers. You should be able to click his profile from there.
Yeah. I had the same idea. Flat Earth Dude. Okay, great. I found him. Okay, add friend. Yeah, add friend.
Cool.
View full profile. Okay. Outgoing friend request. Okay.
I'm gonna send you a friend request too, so I'm gonna add you.
Say that again. You were cutting.
I sent you a friend request as well. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Awesome.
Thanks. Where? Yeah. Here you are. AG send you a friend request. I just accepted it. I just did accepted it.
Cool. Welcome.
Welcome. V2. You just sent me the V2 video.
Yeah. And welcome to whoever just joined the chat.
Your mic is also not, maybe because of my settings.
Dude, I'm on my phone. If I were using the microphone for my computer, it would be a lot clearer. I might be able to remedy this. Just give me a minute to get situated.
You're okay. I'm on the PC. Most of the time I'm on the PC.
Same, but I'm. Oh wait.
Yeah, you were here. You were here. You were listening when I said I will try to calculate if there is a significant amount of acceleration in the movement of the Earth. You were listening to, right? Yeah. The question is, I will have to decide before I start any calculations. Before I start the endeavor, I will have to decide, would it be easier to do the calculations manually, by hand, on paper, or would it be easier to learn AutoCAD? Because if someone can use AutoCAD, huh?
I'm just curious, what would be the purpose of these calculations?
This means that you're not here when we did talk about it. Yeah, because
I'm sorry, man.
yeah, because I said to Flat Earth dude, I told him that it is bullshit. It's not true. When they claim that there is no acceleration, that we don't feel that the Earth is moving, because there is no acceleration in the movement of the Earth, rotating around itself and going and orbiting the sun. And I told Flat Earth dude, when one of the Globers makes this claim, I told him, because for me, I'm not the right person to, because of the language barrier, I would have difficulties in formulating it. And someone who has English language as a native language, he would.
Math is multicultural, so when it comes to the numbers.
Yeah. Nevertheless, if an American guy or an Australian or the British guy would try to put an explanation or a claim, he would be able to formulate it much better than I. Right?
Well,
so I told him the idea.
Communicating to somebody who speaks English, then yeah. Still.
Yeah. So I told him that.
For this, but yeah, carry on, man. You're good.
Yeah. Okay. So I told him, if one of the Globers claims that we cannot, the reason why we cannot feel the movement, because there is no acceleration, or the acceleration is almost non-existent because it's so small and it's not significant to be able to be picked up by the human senses. Did I express it in a understandable way? So I told him that's impossible, because can you make a picture in front of your eyes? Because the Earth is rotating around itself. Okay, that's not the big deal. The big deal is the Earth is also orbiting around the sun. Okay, and the sun is also shooting into space and orbiting around the galaxy. And I said, because of that, the sun has a vector of movement orbiting around the galaxy, and the galaxy is also orbiting around a certain position in the universe. So, can you say that? I didn't understand what you said.
I said allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. We know. Yeah, the whole thing is the non-existing space. They are claiming it, and they are challenging us to refute their claim. That's the problem. Yeah. So we will have to. We will have to calculate their own claims to prove that the math doesn't work. Just like flat earthers most of the time say that we flat earthers know much more about the heliocentric model than the Globers themselves, right? Because we had to study their model to be able to refute it, right? Yeah. So the thing was, the goal is to prove that there must be, and according to their model, there must be an acceleration which is significant enough not to be neglected, because it would be felt by the human body or the human senses. Because when the Earth is orbiting the sun, and the sun has a vector of movement, then on one side the Earth would be orbiting the sun in a vector which is going from parallel to the movement vector of the sun, until the Earth is on the other side of the orbit around the sun. Then the Earth is going in the opposite. Then the vector of the orbit of the Earth around the sun would be on the opposite direction of the movement vector of the sun. Can you see now what I'm trying to illustrate? Then on one side, the Earth would be slower when its orbit vector is parallel to the movement vector of the sun orbiting the galaxy, and on the other side, it must orbit the sun faster, or it might be the opposite. Do you get what I mean? Did you hear me, AG, or?
I think so, but maybe you were talking about making a visual for this, weren't you?
Yeah. I'm talking about it visually. That's why AI told me, my friend, don't. I don't know if you were the one who told me the phrase, the English, the American phrase, or maybe it was Mick. He said, you know the phrase which says, don't bite more than you chew, and don't claim something which you cannot prove. So he said, the decisive thing is the quantification. You will have to have the numbers. So if you don't have the numbers, don't make a claim like that. AI told me that, and I told him, okay, that's nice.
Yep, that's fair. Don't bite off more than you can chew. That does sound like a really huge task.
Yeah, I told him, still, nevertheless, I'm sure. And then he said, yeah, that's wrong. You're stupid. I said, okay, I respect what you are saying. I'm not offended by that, and I like it because I like the way you guys deal with the Globers. You are always very patient, but most importantly, you don't claim anything you cannot prove. So I told him also. I told also AI and Mick, that I appreciate that. Yeah. That this is for me something like they are training me so that I will be able to be careful with what I claim and what I can prove. So that's why I said, okay, I will try to put the numbers together, and when I would be able to do that, then we can make the claim. If the acceleration is significant, or we will not make the claim. If Matthew Learns is right, because they said once Matthew Learns, I think 3 years ago or something like that, claimed that he made the calculations and the acceleration was less than a mile per hour or something like that.
But how would one go about testing this?
Yeah. That's why I told you. Now the question for me is, what would be easier? Would it be easier to make the calculations manually, or to just learn AutoCAD? Because as soon as I would be able to use AutoCAD, I would only need to feed the information, that means the positions and the orbit and the velocity as three-dimensional coordinates into AutoCAD, and then AutoCAD would do within a minute the calculations. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is the question. How long I would need if I would try to learn to use AutoCAD. I have the software from the old days. I mean, from 10 years or 15 years ago, and because this is a simulation which is not very complicated, older versions of AutoCAD would be sufficient. And I also have tutorials for that. So I hope I will be able to learn it, because when I would be able to learn using AutoCAD, I will not need to do the calculations manually. So let's see how it works.
I look forward to seeing whatever you end up making, man. I'll check it out whenever you're done.
Yeah, whenever I'm done, or whenever I'm finished with it. That's why I also said, yeah, that is the reason why I cannot promise it, because, yeah, although I have studied civil engineering according to American requirements and specifications, and studied almost all the how do you call it, all the everything which a civil engineer studies, like foundation design, soil mechanics, concrete construction, steel construction, bridge construction, highway design, highway construction, and higher mathematics and calculus, where you even derive the equations, not only use the equations. You will have to derive the equations with derivations and integrations. And so the question is, I said I cannot promise because I haven't practiced it since 1990. That's a long time, 35 years. So I made that clear that I cannot promise it, but I would like very much to give it a try. And hopefully I would be able. Because it's also not a very complicated thing. I just need to recall the process of all these things. And of course, I would have to use 3D coordinates, vectors, like between brackets, you have 3 numbers, like X, Y, Z. And I assume I will have to use also matrix calculation. Hopefully not, because matrix calculation, I always hated matrix calculation. Matrix is the plural of matrix. Matrix, I don't mean with Matrix, the movie. I mean a specific method of calculation. It's called matrix. So, yeah, I said I will give it a try, but I cannot promise it. But I would love to very much, because visually, I claimed to AI law. That's why he said, don't make the claim unless you can prove it. Yeah, visually, I claimed that it is bullshit what Matthew Learns claimed, that the acceleration is very small and insignificant. And visually, looking at it visually, I claimed that the acceleration would be very, very significant. Something between 10 or 20%. And that's why, yeah, AI Lord said, yeah, don't make the claim if you don't have the numbers. Do you have the numbers? Yeah, can you prove them? I said, no. Then he said, yeah, just shut the fuck up, don't claim. Otherwise, you're stupid. Yeah. That's why I'm saying, I would like very much to give it a try. So let's see if I would be able to do. The only positive thing in my hand is, on my side, is that I have enough time in my hand.
And it may sound a bit
rough
or tough or strict, but he's actually protecting you from a huge pile of shit. So
Yeah, that's why I hoped that he understood that I'm not offended by that, and I appreciate it. It's like it's like you being a lawyer. You know how the lawyers always speak. They like to speak as less as little as possible, not to be trapped.
kind of like you're taking advice from your attorney.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, I was also a bit. I was also a little bit nervous because I didn't have cigarettes since 12 hours, and I'm a chain smoker.
Do that.
So yeah, so that's why I had to go out to buy cigarettes.
Oof. Don't overdo it. Take it easy.
Yeah, I will do. But I will have to tell you, you are cutting from time to time. Or yeah,
Sorry, my
your
son.
voice.
Yeah,
no problem. Yeah, I also had the problem all the time. Guys told me always that my audio is sometimes roboting, sometimes like watery. Yeah.
That's Discord for you.
Yeah. Nick helped me then to modify in the settings. I had to deactivate. Let me see what we have in the settings. Voice settings. I deactivated input mode activity. I played a bit. No, I didn't play with input sensitivity, but I deactivated voice processing echo cancellation. It was activated. I deactivated it, and then I put noise suppression from crisped to none. And then my voice and audio became better. Anyhow, the entire debate with the Globers makes so much fun because the Globers get dismantled and destroyed all the time. They don't have arguments anymore. Right?
Jack, is this any better?
To be honest, I didn't perceive any change.
I changed it to, got rid of the noise cancellation stuff, like you did. Hey, welcome, Larry. How's it going, man?
Hello.
Hope all's well with you, bro.
Yep, everything's good.
What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys.
I guess.
You're real low, and I got you up to like 200%, and you're still kind of low on the mic for me.
Yeah, I gotta hold the microphone close by.
Okay.
Is this better?
You gotta practically eat the microphone for it to hear you.
Yeah, it's an old headset.
Yeah.
Larry, do you play computer games?
Yes.
Do you? May I ask something? Might be personal. Do you go on one of the streams about gaming? Because your voice comes familiar to me. I mean,
No.
do you don't go to channels like Hypnotic or Yellow Flash or
No.
Hedrotic? No.
No.
Okay. Then it must be someone else who has a similar voice to your voice.
Go watch King of the Hill.
I don't know him.
No, go type in King of the Hill on YouTube. It's a TV show.
Oh, TV show.
I think I'm gonna try and get some rest.
Okay. On Hulu.
Good night.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Zombies got to watch out for me. I'll eat their brains. I'm on top of the food chain.
Okay, Larry, John, Luna, Overlord, and all the other guys. I will have to take a nap. I will have to try to sleep a bit because I haven't slept. I haven't slept the night, and it's 9 a.m. here
Turn off your router.
because I'm in Europe. So I will have to go to sleep. Try to sleep a little bit. Maybe I will not be able. I will be back in an hour or two. But if I would sleep, I will be back within maybe 6 hours or 9 hours. So see you later, everyone.
I'm going.
Okay, bye.
Hi.
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 I have a question to inquire. If someone knows. What's the name of the game?
Female voice.
Hello.
Yeah, I listen to you.
Yeah, the name of the game I asked earlier.
Is this a game? Tôi chỉ sao mày xin nói chứ. Bởi sao có rồi. Bro. Overlord. Bro, so sad, right?
Yeah, they base how wait, how tall was he?
Oh, he's only like 5'6", 5'7". He's not that
Yeah,
tall.
the BMI there, they'll probably say around like fucking like 70 kilograms or something.
Yeah, he was devastated.
It's abysmal, yeah.
And the other side of the problem too is he's not a small frame. He's a very heavy set person, anyways. So naturally, his BMI is obese without even doing anything. And that's what I've always like. Whoever invented that shit should be just drop kicked. But anyways.
It's a shitty measurement system because it actually stops a lot of people from doing what they want to do. But yeah, I don't use that. Like when I train my people, like whenever I do PT, most of the people like talk to me like, "Oh, my BMI says I'm this," but I look at them like, brother in Christ, okay? I'm like, so don't base your BMI off fucking all that stupid shit, okay? It's not even like most of the time it's not even correct, okay? So I'm looking at you right now. You're just skinny fat. That's all you fucking are. Just consistency, hit the gym, your diet thing. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, with most people, from what I've seen in my time, 90% of them it's just their diet. If they can fix that, most of them will be not too bad. Just have the appropriate amount of energy going in light of what
that's all it really
for
is.
the day. Yeah.
Like a lot of people overcomplicate it. Like, dude, I lost fucking about 35 kilograms within 4 months. You know what I mean? It's not that hard. Like, all it really is just dedication and consistency. Nothing more, nothing less.
See, I'm one of the lucky ones. I can go the other way. I can bulk up super quick. When I was over in WA, I started eating healthier, going to the gym, and in just under 4 weeks, I went from 103 kilos to 117. Lost 2 shirt sizes, 3 belt sizes, and still bulked up. And was like, holy shit. Put on that much weight that I'd actually done damage to my knees. I could barely walk because my body just wasn't ready for that extra weight so fast. So, yeah, it was cool at the time. I was pretty fit, but when your body
I was
can't
good on you, bro, mad. Fucking oath.
Cool.
See, there's not many people in this world that can fucking do that shit, and I respect it. It's like, it was pretty sad to see. What was that, brother?
Oh, I was just going to insert a joke. I bulked up slowly. Once I stopped playing footy, there was a slow progression of about 35 kilos. And yeah, I too suffer from knee pain because of my weight. But I'm proud that I did it slowly.
I think the big side of it too, when you see people going down to the gym, like where I play squash, there's a gym just nearby. You see people going down there, and it's a lot of them just go down there to hit weights, and I don't know why they don't stop and think before they go down there. What is their goal?
Exactly.
Stamina,
that's like
fitness, speed. Are they trying to bulk up? Are they trying to lose weight? What is your goal?
Yeah.
And a lot of them are like, oh, I'm trying to lose weight. And here they are pushing weights, building up muscle. And it's like, you do realize you're going to put on more weight than you're going to lose.
See, I talk to people like this. So, like, that's one of the main things I normally do with a lot of my clients. So, I kind of make them sit down for a second and just do like a little fucking dot points. Like, what do you want to achieve?
What's your goal?
Throughout your, like, what do you want to achieve? Is there a specific goal that you want to get for? Do you want to lose weight? Would you like to gain muscle? Because at the end of the day, like I say to most cunts out there, if you just want to lose fat, okay, it's not weight. If you want to lose fat, okay, you have your fat cells. Yeah, they never leave your body. They either expand for the more excess calories you have less, like such as like a calorie deficit. Those cells get smaller and smaller and smaller.
Because remember, you think the Earth is like a European.
Everyone uses, but
yeah, because that's what it is. So you're saying sea level? You're saying sea level is not level?
Well, there's a language barrier here, so like.
No, you just understood it. You agreed. Horizontal.
Gotcha.
But the Earth is too big, man.
It's horizontal.
Do you know that?
How it's too big.
Light.
Okay. Well, it can be big. It can be big, but it's still level, horizontal, flat.
Are you saying that?
I'm saying the Earth is not a ball, my friend.
We should able to not see horizon if we.
No, I didn't say anything about not seeing the horizon.
Let me try another one. Okay. Do you know that?
Okay, try another one.
Okay. Do you know that flights over 36,000 feet, high altitudes, pilots and sometimes passengers can see a slight curvature on your horizon?
Oh, can they?
36,000 feet.
Oh, really?
Google it.
You sure about that? I've googled that. That's not true. Not only have I googled it, I've been on a plane many times.
Okay, I did too. But
okay, you saw the curve?
I'm saying that I'm saying that.
Did you see the curve?
Cruising altitude, like I'm saying that over 36,000 feet.
Yeah, over 36,000 feet, you see the curve in a plane. Okay, did you see the curve?
Do you know the altitude?
Dude, did you or did you not?
Do you know? I didn't, but do you know?
Well, there you go. I guess we don't need to continue that then.
You're the greatest living scientist, bro, alive right now, and scientific community has an issue with you, bro. They don't want to, they don't want to recognize you because you're such a genius.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so what else we got? So the sea is level and horizontal. So the sea is level and horizontal. Go on,
Can I just say something? I just wanted to say, wait a sec, bro. On that last comment that the other guy made, we're lucky that this has nothing to do with science.
No, T-Dub, don't take it away from me. I'm the greatest living scientist, he said.
Okay, sorry. That is some kind of
number one scientist proving the flat Earth. Good stuff. Okay, so we got to. So let's just summarize. So the sea level is level. We've got that horizontal. So that's flat. Planes are treating the Earth as flat and motionless. And you were just about to say that if you're in a plane at 36,000 feet, you can see the curve, but then we asked you and you said, no, I didn't see the curve. Mathematically, according to the globe, you would not see the curve at that height. And then you just asked about the Red Bull jump. That's a good point, because you can go on YouTube and watch someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson explain that the curvature that they showed on those videos was a fisheye lens, and that from 120,000, from 120,000 feet, which is the altitude that they're at, he says you would not see any curvature of this globe because it's too big. So what you need to understand is the globe story that you believe in is not, it looks flat on the ground, but you can go to a certain altitude where you can see the curve. Their story is it looks flat on the ground and there's no altitude that you can go to or send a balloon to that could ever witness the curve. Only we, the government, a few people in NASA or Roscosmos could go to a place where we could see a curve. That's their story. So don't get it confused by thinking you're supposed to see curve at some altitude. No, you're not. And anytime you think you do, you are in conflict with the globe model math. So there you go.
It's not a few people, actually. Not a few people in NASA.
Yes. So according to the story,
According to the story, the only people who could claim to have been far enough away from the Earth to see it as a ball. Calm down. The only people who can claim to have gone far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth as a ball are the 20 to 25 people who claim to have gone to the moon in the 60s and 70s.
Okay.
Mathematically, that's the story. So
people to the moon. You're now claiming people to the moon.
No. I'm not claiming that. That's the story.
No, but
okay, my greatest.
There's a story now. Because I was thinking that we was claiming about can we see the Earth from the space, but now you're claiming about we can see.
No, you can't see the Earth from anywhere but Earth.
Earth from the moon, right?
No. No, that's what they claim the Apollo astronauts did. But that claim restricts that. That claim is restricted to those 20 to 25 people that claim to have done it. Everyone else, calm down. You'll be okay.
You can Google
this is just the maths, dude. You can then go and Google it, bro, because you're incorrect.
Look, going back to the
I will do so.
Going back, my greatest argument about flat Earth is Earth is flat. Let's suppose Earth is flat. So you won't be able to explain, why pictures of moon taken in.
I don't need to explain the moon. As long as we agree that the Earth is flat, I'll just agree with you that we don't know what the moon is. How about that?
What? If we consider Earth is flat? No,
if we agree that Earth is flat, I'm glad you agree the Earth is flat.
Right.
I'm not making a claim about the moon, so I don't need to explain it.
No, you cannot do that because something.
I can do that. Of course I can.
Right? We see the moon. We believe.
Dude, nobody owes you replacement theology for your religion.
Yeah, I see the moon. I agree. I see the moon. I like it. It's very nice.
So that is truth. That is
yes, we see the moon moving over the flat, motionless Earth. That is the truth. Correct.
No, what I said was I'm trying to say is pictures of moon taken 4 to 5 hours apart in USA and in Australia are the moon is totally flipped, like it's seen as flipped. That you will not be able to explain if Earth was flat.
Don't need to. I don't need to explain what the moon does, or what the sun does, or what the stars do. I'm just glad that we agree that the Earth is flat. Yeah, and then they do whatever they do.
In fact, this experiment is
in that case, if it's not flat, all you need to do is show us who's measured it to be curved.
Yep, it's impossible. It's impossible.
No, this guy, I'm sure he's got the evidence. So come on, who's measured the curve?
Can you explain this? So this is like
No, I'm not trying to explain. I'm not trying to explain the moon. That's not what I'm claiming. I'm claiming there's no curvature.
Like measure the curve of a football ball, right?
Yeah. So drop over distance. Curvature of a ball. So you think? I mean, you're laughing, but you actually do think the Earth is like a football?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't. So you're not a globe believer.
I don't think that the Earth is the.
You don't think it's the ball. You don't think it's. You don't. So you don't think it's like the ball, an American football? No, a European football. A Brazilian football. That's what you think. Yeah. So the European football has a curved surface, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So who's measured the Earth to have a surface like that?
Well, the Earth is not a perfect sphere. Like there are a lot of issues.
Okay. I don't need the excuses already. Just give me the measurements.
Can't you just tell us who measured it?
How do you measure? Like there are huge mountains, and then there
okay. So are you saying it's never been measured?
It was at least like a Pythagore, a Rasfagan.
A Rasfagan, that'll do.
Yeah.
What did he do?
Yeah, he measured the.
What did he measure?
Yeah, he measured.
Yeah, what did he measure? You don't know, do you?
What do you want from me, like man?
That's okay. I want you to realize that you don't know why you think the Earth's a ball, other than you were shown cartoons.
If you want with me to speak about mass, I can speak to you about mass. But you.
No. I just want the evidence, because remember the guy said. Hold on. The guy said. Dude, calm down. The guy said the Earth is not flat. So I said, okay, just show me who's measured it to be curved. Just because remember, you think the Earth is like a European football, remember? And that has a curved surface, remember? So all you have to do is show us who in all of human history has measured this curvature. I know.
I'm talking about curve, not about geometry, man.
I know. Yes, geometry.
I'm talking not about geometry, man. What the fuck?
Can you answer one?
Why don't you propose your model? What does
That's
your
right,
model?
dude. Sorry, dudes. Yeah. So listen. No, we are talking about geometry. That's exactly what we're talking about.
You know what they're talking about.
Hey, guy, calm down. Geometry is exactly what we're talking about, because you're claiming that the Earth's surface has a geometrically curved ball surface. That's what you're claiming. You're claiming a geometric shape. You're claiming the European football Earth. Remember? So yes, we are talking about geometry. So, again, who has measured this geometry of a curved surface? Do you know how much curve is supposed to exist? What size of European football you believe you're on? Do you know any of this?
So I think this is a problem.
That was the question to the other guy, not to you.
What the fuck?
Yes, to the spiraling guy. You. What's your name? To the guy who's having an existential crisis. What's your name?
I think.
What's his name, chat? What's his name?
Let me. The other guy said about the moon. You didn't explain why.
Yes, I said I'm not explaining the moon. Yes, because I said I'm not trying, because I don't need to. That's not my argument.
But
is my argument about the moon? When did I bring up the moon? No, it's not.
Actually, yes,
okay,
it is.
Okay. If that's true, let's say you're right, Guillermo. Let's say you're right. Okay. You're seeing the moon because of this curve. Just show me that there is a curve. Who measured it? And then we can imagine that your story about how the moon looks upside down. Okay, so what did he measure?
You wanted someone to say Eratosthenes.
I just want you to tell me who's measured the curve. I just said who's measured the curve. I think Google wanted you to say. I think Google wanted you to say Eratosthenes, because that's the first thing that came up on Google, isn't it?
No.
So Guillermo,
you wanted. Let me.
It doesn't matter what I want or don't want. Do you know what he measured?
You're talking all the time. Let me try to say something. The thing is, you are so convicted that the Earth is flat. You are so convicted that you study it by yourself.
It's not me. It's not me that's convicted. It's the Earth. The Earth presents and measures that way.
You are.
No, the Earth. No, I'm just going with what the Earth is saying. I'm just looking at the Earth and saying, what does the Earth tell me? And this is what the Earth tells me. So it's not me. It's the Earth. Remember?
Cyclone, you was interrupting me and saying like, please stop speaking, because you were saying, yeah. So can you please?
If we speak once at a time, and take into consideration latency, everybody will be happy.
Well, it's because no offense. Yeah, this is all right, DJ.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, so listen, I'm interrupting you because we're trying to stay on the point, and you guys keep flying off to a million different directions. All of your arguments boil down to the fact that you claim there's a geometric curve of the surface. If you don't have that geometric curve of the surface, none of your other arguments work. So let's start with that. And then if you can evidence that's the case, then I'll listen to your other arguments that assume a curve. Okay, so you got to Eratosthenes. You got to Eratosthenes. So what did he measure? Because you're saying he's measured a ball Earth. So is that the case?
Okay, but whatever we say, you will not be convinced.
It's not about what you say. It's not about just what you say. It's about what you can evidence and verify.
It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter anymore.
Okay,
Because
so you're not saying Eratosthenes.
You keep interrupting everyone.
Because you are deflecting from the point. You just claimed Eratosthenes.
You are the one who are keep interrupting anyone. You are the one.
Yeah. To stick him to the point, because you need to stick to the point. The point is, you claim curvature.
Okay.
You're claiming a European football, remember?
Can you? No,
Bro, let him speak.
It wasn't me.
Like LOL.
Okay.
The burden of proof.
I'm leaving. I just want to tell something to finish. I believe that the thing is that you want to believe that the Earth is flat. You are so convicted that the Earth is
heavy
flat.
Projection right there.
Yeah, that's a projection, dude. That's a projection.
No, come on, guys. Let me finish.
Go on, finish your projection.
That you studied by yourself. You study by yourself evidences that supposedly would prove that the Earth is flat.
How would you know what I've studied?
Myself, because it's obvious. You know about Eratosthenes.
You didn't ask. Yeah, I know about Eratosthenes, which is funny because it's your argument, and you. What's funny is Eratosthenes is supposed to be your argument. Well, because I've researched this. Obviously.
No, you didn't.
Oh, there you go. You
that's the funny thing.
No, you didn't.
Right, guys, could you not spiral out? Obviously, I've studied. Obviously, I've researched.
You didn't.
I don't know why you're now trying to say, "Oh, you studied," and you're laughing as if that's a silly thing to do.
No, you didn't.
It's more silly. It's more silly that you would come into this discussion and try and present an argument of this thing that you haven't studied, that you don't know anything about.
You're right.
I can't tell that.
So I ask you the basics. I ask you the basics.
Hemming, stop
Yeah,
now.
Hemming. I'll get to you in a sec. But listen, you're the one who brought up
International Space Center.
Oh my God, you guys! Could you just calm down for 2 seconds? You're all fucking spazzing out. You're the one who brought up Eratosthenes. So I asked you a simple question about him. What did he measure? And you can't answer me. That's not some indictment of me. That's an indictment of you and your lack of research and knowledge.
Okay, I just wanted to check something, and I believe I was right. You keep asking who measured the Earth, because you knew that someone would Google that Eratosthenes did, and you would answer whatever the person who claimed Eratosthenes to measure. You wanted someone to bring Eratosthenes to the conversation. You wanted that.
Why are you saying that? How do you know I wanted that?
You know it. No.
Well, I know what? What do I know about it? What do you think I know about it?
Okay, how do you know? How do you know about Eratosthenes? You research it. You study it, right?
Yeah. So why is that a bad thing to know about Eratosthenes? Why are you acting like it's a trap?
You didn't study.
Why are you saying it's a trap? You're acting like Hold on. You're acting like Google is trying to trick you then, because that's the first result that Google gave you, and you're like, you knew I was going to pick the first Google result. Yeah. I mean, of course we do. But either way, why is that our fault?
Let me finish. Can I finish? Okay.
No.
The thing is, myself and most people here, we didn't go to Eratosthenes because your claims are so stupid.
Dude, really?
No.
No. You're just getting shut down there.
You didn't go to Eratosthenes because you've never researched the topic. You've never thought to look into your own religious belief in the globe. You've never challenged it. It has nothing to do with us being stupid or me tricking you into clicking on the first Google result. No, that's your own gullibility and naivety and a lack of research on your part. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to be blamed for you being ignorant. So, no, you can spaz out and complain all you want, but you've brought absolutely nothing. All you've done is show us that you have a blind devotion to a religious belief. That's all you have. Right, Hemming, you're up. Yes, your globe religion.
Religion?
Yes, the belief you have that the Earth is a globe that you have no evidence for.
Yeah.
It's the thing you can only see in your mind. Yeah. No evidence. No proof.
Like you, sir, how do you sleep at night knowing that you spread false science all day? How do you sleep at night? What you're doing? Are you proud of this? Spreading false science.
That's all right, guys. Get it all out. Get it all out. Get it all out. It's okay.
So I'm not.
So Hemming, you said you studied physics, right?
Yeah, I did. In the school, I know like a 15 times much better physics knowledge as you do. Yeah.
Okay, so you're the guy who's good. So you must have some pretty good globe proof then.
What? Again?
Well, you just said you're a 15 times better physics person than I am. You studied physics, so you must have some pretty good. So you must have some pretty good globe proof then.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say that.
No.
You said you.
No.
No. Yeah.
Physics.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. You.
Who's gonna give you the globe proof?
No, man. You said that.
You're gonna get the globe proof. I thought.
You said that.
Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, gravity.
Okay. Isaac, what did you say? Isaac Newton, Einstein, gravity?
We're saying globe proofs, aren't we?
Isaac Newton. Oh, okay, go on. Okay, so what do you want?
We're saying globe proofs, right? So the globe proof is this guy, Isaac Newton. He was sitting on the ground one day because he didn't know about chairs, and he saw an apple fall from a tree. Okay, you following so far?
What's the question?
The apple fell. Well, we're talking about globe proof, yeah?
What's the question, man?
I'm not asking a question. I'm explaining the story, the globe proof to you, so that you understand.
It's fucking stupid story from a stupid person. What do you want from me?
A stupid person? No, he saw the apple fall, remember, and that proved gravity. And because we have gravity, Earth is a ball, yeah?
What's the question?
I thought you did physics.
I know physics and
okay. So how come you don't know about the apple falling, being gravity, and proving the globe?
I know the story, but you don't do the story. You're just trying to explain how the physics is fucking stupid because you fucking use it.
It's not stupid.
Dude, shut
How is it stupid? It's globe proof. It's globe proof, dude. Wow.
I mean, you don't give yourself an aneurysm, dude. Relax.
You guys all hearing this?
Dear God.
Yeah.
Man, you're using the computer and you don't believe in the physics.
I'm using the computer. Oh, that's another point, actually. So we know the Earth is a globe.
You're using the computer and the internet and you don't believe in the physics.
Yes. That's a good point, right? So because we use... So you're getting a bit much. So because we have computers and we use the computers, that means science is real and therefore the Earth must be a globe, yeah?
Doesn't make sense to me.
That doesn't make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, he's back. He just left and realized that he couldn't get his mute off.
How technology is correlated with the globe?
Well, because you need science to make technology, and science proves the Earth's a globe, right? So if you use a computer, how could you use it without Earth being a globe?
Or are you stupid?
No, that's globe proof.
I don't think
It
that these
doesn't make
people know what the
sense.
scientific method is.
Oh, the Earth is flat,
Hold
and
on.
the science. Some of the sciences
Hold on.
are
Hold on, Hemming. Hold on. Maybe I'm not saying it correctly.
It's fucking
Hemming,
insane that you can't believe that.
Hemming. You need to explain to this guy because he doesn't understand how computers prove the globe. Could you explain it to him?
Explain him to what? The computers
that prove the globe.
Computers prove what?
The globe, because of the physics and the science.
That's you, the one who was trying to prove to me that it's not fucking true that the computer system fucking exist. You was talking to me. You was trying to prove to me that the computer is not fucking exist, man.
Computers don't exist.
Fucking
oh my god, this guy's hilarious. Listen.
Wait, what do you mean the computers don't exist?
He disappeared. I think he left.
Oh,
dude, I think
tackled too loud and it disconnected him.
Oh my god, it's too much fun. It's too much fun.
It is. Yeah. All right, who's next?
Yeah,
Who else has the globe evidence in here?
A normal person got caught in the crossfire there. Who was that? He's like, that sounds dumb. Right. Yep, welcome to our world.
Do we have anyone wanting to present any evidence of the globe? So far, everyone has failed.
Was it not dumbass? Not dumbass, that's promising.
What?
What's up, bro?
Sure, man. Chilling.
Good stuff. What do you think the Earth is? Do you think it's a big European football type ball? Or not?
I think the Earth is a bowl-shaped thing. You know, bowl. A soup bowl. Not a
soup
ball.
bowl. A soup bowl. Interesting. Yep. What makes you think that?
I mean, you could dig from the Russia through the America.
You could dig through from Russia to America. So the Earth must be a ball. Oh, you can't?
Yes.
Okay, but why would that make it a bowl and not just flat?
So, my thinking is, if you're digging deep enough, you're gonna go to the space.
Well, how far do you think they've dug?
You know what? I would do this if I have enough money and someone going to sponsor me. I'll be digging through the.
Well, why don't you have a look and see how deep they've dug already?
From past what I know, and I don't know if I remember correctly, it is about 7 miles, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah. 7-8 miles. Okay, so what does digging a hole 7 or 8 miles into the ground tell us about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, first thing first, you want digging from the east to the west, and then there's
no, you're digging downwards. I don't know why you think you're digging east to west. Did he just say that he's digging east to west?
Yeah.
If it's
a westward dig.
If it's globe shaped, then you must go from the east to the west, right? But it's not. It's a bowl shaped. You go deeper and there's depth in the sea. At the ocean there's depth. So obviously it is not flat as flat. There is some surface below us.
Yeah, a flat surface, yeah.
I don't know if it's flat or not. You know.
Sure, you do. That's why you're pretending that you think it's a bowl.
You know, some lands are deeper on the other countries, and some are just more shallow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dudes. Are you gonna have a serious conversation?
I'm being serious. Are you making fun of me?
Don't waste my time.
Bro, it's a bowl shaped because there's leaf.
The only thing bowl shaped is your hair. Now shut up. Go on mute.
I'm being dead ass. Like
yeah, dead ass retard. We're not doing that. Either be serious or put yourself on mute. What will help you with that? It's your choice.
Okay, if it's not bowl shaped, then what do you think about the Earth?
It's observed, measured, and practically used as a flat topographical plane.
It is flat at the top, but not.
It's just
down-
flat.
no,
Yeah, all the bodies of water. You know what? Do you know what the word level means?
It is something that you have to pass in the game, a video game.
No, as in a geometric term.
Oh, in the term of geometric, then it is something that define the height.
Height. Maybe you should look it up. It means like a flat line, horizontal. No side being higher or lower than the other. Even. Yeah? You understand that?
No, can you elaborate more, please?
It's not much more to elaborate. Just open a dictionary. Do you know what a dictionary is?
It's something that you have to store your words.
Yeah, it's a book that tells you the meaning of words. Yes? So, get a dictionary and look up the word level. And when you've done that, we can continue.
A specific identifiable position in a continuum. What is continuum? Is it a space? In non-spatial.
No.
So there's no space. Am I right?
Ooh, nah, you're all over the place like every other one I've spoken to tonight. I don't know. Is there any cogent globe believer? Is there any globe believer left on Earth who hasn't completely lost his mind?
Don't believe in globe.
Yeah, sure you do.
I'm not.
Okay, what's the claimed radius of the globe?
I don't know.
That means you believe in it.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, because only the people who don't know anything about it actually believe in it.
Well, I've been a flat earther since 2011.
Nah, you thought it was a bowl, remember?
But the top surface is flat. The top surface is
That's
flat.
alright. That's alright, dude. Maybe you should just listen for a while.
It's not pizza shaped. It's not flat like a disc. There's a surface below it.
Have you found out what level means yet?
Yeah, it's a continuous, non-spatial whole or extent or succession in which no part or portion is distinct or distinguishable from adjacent parts.
Okay, so it's a horizontal line. Flat.
It is, yeah, it could be. It could be.
Yeah, that's what it means. So when we say sea level, we're saying sea flat. Yeah?
Yeah, I agree with it.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, but the depths are varies.
Simple. Flat Earth.
The depth. No. Well, listen, the depth are varies.
Doesn't matter about the depth. Surface.
The other ocean
flat.
are deeper than the other ocean. An ocean is deeper than the other oceans.
And the ocean surface, flat.
Flat. Yes.
Flat. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
But I've been here since 2011. Nobody argued.
Yeah, you've been on the Flat Earth all your life, of course.
No, 2011. I was born 1969. I was born in 1969.
That's okay. I'll accept your concession. You don't know why you think the Earth's a ball either. You just believe the space cartoons. I get it.
What do you mean?
Who else we got?
I don't believe in anything that tells me if the
Yes,
It's
yes,
globe
yes,
safe.
yes.
It's
Of
not
course, of
Mordor.
course, of course.
I'm not. Well, I'm not retarded. I'm not dumbass.
Yes, of course. Very intellectual, we can see.
Listen.
Actually, you're not dumb, but you are scared of this topic, which is why you're doing this. So you're a bit of a pussy, but you're not dumb. So
How am I being
when you're
scared?
able to have a proper conversation and you're not scared of your own belief in the globe, you can let us know, yeah?
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't believe in space, bro. I think NASA, SpaceX, and the latest one, the Origins thing, are
Yeah,
fake.
you believe it all. I can tell.
Bro, you could tell where the
Mhm.
Jeff Bezos carved the capsule door thing. It's all faked.
It is, you're correct.
Yeah. I think the universe is real, but the Earth is fake, and the space is not the space that they have been showing us.
You'll be alright.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking if we dig deep enough, we're going to make it. Like to the.
Well,
to
that's
the real
fine.
uni-
You get off Discord and go dig.
For 70 miles, it
Let's see
took
some
you
action.
20 years. It's 2 decades of digging, continuously digging.
Did all the other ones leave then? All the other ones must have left.
So if you dig
Like
deep
Torp.
enough, you're gonna find the real universe, the real space, not going upside. You know,
Yeah,
because
let's
there's
do
a dome. There is a dome on top.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
No, he's just rambling.
That's what it sounds like, ranting and rambling on.
Yeah, he's been an idiot. There's a couple of funny ones in there, though. Can't all be winners.
All in all, it's still decent chat. We've heard worse.
That one guy who was getting all high pitched, freaking out.
Oh, that was fun. Yeah,
Dude, that was
the
classic,
highlight.
though.
Yeah.
What did he say? You're the one saying the computers don't exist. Ah! Oh man.
Hey, it's so weird to see that happen to people's brains where they instantly shift into full retard mode because they can't handle the cognitive dissonance that they're experiencing.
I don't know why I enjoy it so much. Probably not healthy. Having an interaction like that, though, must make you self-reflect. For any normal person. Maybe that occurs. Well, does anyone else want to try speaking to this guy? Is there any appetite?
No, not from me.
Yeah, it's just a weak tactic of not engaging with the topic of conversation at all. Like, he's already heard enough to realize that he couldn't possibly make an argument for the globe, but he's not ready to actually confront that realization, so he's just going to bullshit and pretend he thinks it's a bowl, and then realize that sea level means it's flat, so just pretend you've been a flat earther for 20 years. Just crazy.
$20. Yeah, sure. Well, if you've got a free second, I think a Flat Earth Ranger needs some permissions.
Oh, yeah, you need that image perms.
What's going on? Go ahead.
2 secs.
He's just gonna add the image permissions and stuff to your roles.
There you go. I saw you posted for Sunny as well, but he's not in the chat, is he?
No.
I'll have to get him another time.
You want to post something specifically?
No. He was just saying you didn't have image perms, so I was just giving you them.
Okay, appreciate it.
Oh, we got Jenna as well. What's up, Jenna? Get you your Imagios. So you get that meme game going. Because the Globies love the memes. They keep coming back and saying, hey, give us some more memes.
Oh yeah, I'm here for it.
Neil as well. Don't think I've given Neil the firms. Let's see. Here you go, boys. I'm expecting some good memes. Like you meme it. Alright. Not dumbass. Luckily for you, the other Globies are too scared to arrive. So you get another chance.
No, I don't want to discuss with you, bro.
Oh, what? What are you talking about?
You're a flat earther.
You missed it earlier. I got told I was the best scientist in the world. T-Dub heard it.
Fuck you.
Wow. We're coming here to teach you how to speak English, and this is how you behave.
We don't teach me nothing.
I did. I taught you what level means. Remember, you realized level means flat, sea level means the sea's flat, Earth is flat. Remember?
It's not flat.
That was your English lesson. You got an English lesson. You got an English lesson, and you managed to debunk the globe and all of heliocentrism in one fell swoop. So I would say a thank you is in order.
Have you said thank you to the Mr. President?
No, like you owe me a thank you.
Why would I?
Because I taught you the meaning of level and at the same time made you realize the Earth isn't a big spinning cartoon ball in space. That's a favor.
You owe me an apology for calling me a dumbass.
You owe me a thank you. Well, you thank me first, and then I'll apologize.
Then you muted me. What the fuck, man? Fuck you.
Are you recovering from that, by the way? Are you okay?
I'm not.
From the mute?
No discussion, bro. I'm a flat earther.
I hope you've got health insurance for that mute.
Oh, just because of my accent, you're assuming that I don't have a health insurance. That's racist, man.
Oh, wow. A victim of mutes and oppression. You truly are the number one victim.
It's been a really tough run for this character. I feel for him.
Yeah.
I don't.
I hope it gets better. It's been trampled and stepped on and abused and...
Well, I'm trying to help the guy out. I'm teaching him English. I'm teaching him that the Earth's not a spinning cartoon ball in a horrifying, never-ending vacuum. And this is the thanks I get. He's swearing at me. He's using English against me. As I'm teaching him.
So you're the victim now. You know what? I think the flat earth thing is only for white people. You're not allowed to have a free thinking as a non-white person.
Wow.
This is disgusting.
You are the number one victim, dude.
That's racist.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Wait,
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
That's such a stupid statement, dude.
No. I think he's going somewhere.
I'm a flat earther.
I think he's going somewhere with this globe proof.
Globe proof, he said you're racist.
And if the Earth wasn't a ball, racism wouldn't make sense. It would be different. So racism wouldn't work on a flat Earth. So Earth must be a ball because of racism.
What in the hell did I just tune back into?
This guy's bugging. I'm not.
This is the Glober's newest proof.
But that's the newest argument is racism.
Racism, yeah.
Wow.
Well, thank you, Not Dumbass. We thought we were at the bottom of the barrel a few years ago, but I'm glad to see there's still something left down here.
Mr. Nice Flat Earther is reporting. Super Nice Flat Earther is reporting in.
That's good.
Welcome back, sir.
Because this guy started swearing at me, so he obviously doesn't like me. Not Dumbass. Do you want to speak to the nice? Do you want to speak to the nice Flat Earther?
Yeah, we can't have you swearing at people.
I think you should teach him how to be nice.
I can't.
My favorite Flat Earthers here right now. This is crazy. What's up, Heretic? What's up, Rattler?
I feel like the Cyclone guy.
You can just call me Mr. Super Nice Flat Earther. I've changed.
Don't worry, Not Dumbass. I'm gonna go on mute, and Mr. Nice Flat Earther is gonna speak to you because he's the nice one.
Like, just be nice, but like the truth ain't nice.
No, they don't want to. Don't talk like that in here. You have to be nice, and you can't offend them with truth. That's very mean, and their feelings get hurt.
Oh no, their feelings.
Well, it's crazy because I was just teaching him English, and then he started lashing out.
Well, you taught them very quickly.
Oh, you want me to do it more or what?
You need to calm down. Why are you so angry at Cyclone? What did he do to you? Why are you mad at him? Let's talk about this. Let's share feelings.
Yeah, what did I do?
Oh, you did a lot of things. You've done me dirty. Just because of my accent, you'll be assuming things and you're projecting. You're the real glove believer here. What's this?
I don't know. I don't think I did anything. I think that was unwarranted. And now you owe me a thank you and an apology. Because remember, I told you about level.
Thank you. Come again.
See, I didn't do that. I was just teaching you English and what the word level means.
It's very offensive. If you level is a racist word.
That's what he said.
That's exactly what he said.
Is level a racist word? Now I'm concerned. Am I missing something? If Radwin and Not Dumbass know about it.
I'm going to go to Home Depot and report this right now.
Have I missed a Wall Street Journal announcement?
Only if you're a delusional globe earther is it racist.
Yeah.
We now have to call them even area measuring devices.
Colonial geometry.
Is that the politically correct term?
I'm coining it now. Colonial geometry. How dare you oppress us with this flat surface?
Did you know that you can't have a triangle on the surface of a ball? I just learned that.
Not Dumbass? What do you think? Triangles on a ball?
Man, I acknowledge every theory that state if the surface is flat, regardless of the shape. Could be anything.
Yeah, there you go. Now you're getting it.
What he's really saying is anything but flat. When he says it could be anything, because
Calm down, Flat Earth Ranger.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's just do the dice about
Anything but flat. Please, God, anything but flat.
Calm down, Jeddah. Calm down.
Do you know? Is
Oh, I said, as long as the surface is flat, it's true, regardless of the shape. Could be triangle, could be anything, as long as it's flat.
Can we tone it down in here a bit? I mean, can we get people to, so we can understand everybody? It's very chaotic in here right now.
Can you just stop yelling, Radwin? Stop yelling.
I'm sorry. I'll tone it down a bit.
Yeah, you're acting aggressive.
Yo, chill.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
I'm just here to help teach English. You know, your non-aggressive is aggressive. I've been told that before.
I know all my helping verbs. I could rattle them off too. Is
Do I
am,
sound-
are, were, be, yeah, be,
Do I sound less aggressive now?
What?
Do I sound less aggressive now?
Yes. So much less aggressive. More passive.
Thank you very much.
You are very welcome, good sir.
Okay,
Wow.
now that everybody's calmed down, we can start talking about the room topic. Are there any people that believe that they live on a oh shoot, what should I call it? I don't want to say. Whew, that's hard to do that. How about like a ball floating in a vacuum, moving really fast around the sun? Is there anybody in here that believes that?
No.
It's going so fast. It goes slow. And you don't feel it.
Guys, may I share an insight about the depth of this earth?
What?
That's so far we've gone down 7.6 miles. That's the farthest ever down. You learned something new.
No, I learned about that it is also correlates with the human height. Like there are many different races with different heights in average, right?
That's racist. That's racist.
It's not, bro. It's scientific.
Stop with your aggression in here. You're very offensive.
Dumbass, can you explain how this has anything to do with the ground?
Yeah, the deeper the surface, the depth, the higher the gravity. So there are people on certain areas are shorter than the others. You get
Sir,
what
do
I
you
mean?
know what gravity is?
Gravity is something that pulls you down to the earth.
No, the official claim doesn't even say that.
No, it's not racial. I was talking about I'm talking to the guy in the chat. It's not racial. I'm talking about the height.
Well, I want you to tell me what gravity actually is.
Yeah, listen.
That's racist.
For example, the people in Asia are shorter than the people on the Europe because the surface
Gravity is stronger because gravity is stronger and it pulls them down.
Yeah. Does it make sense?
That is a very weird take.
Racist gravity.
Yes, it is very racist.
You guys
so you're trying to tell us gravity's just trying to keep a brother down, huh?
Y'all wild.
No, you can't keep a good dog down. Wow, 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 wow.
Yeah, we're waiting for Not Dumbass to tell us what gravity is. You haven't explained it yet.
Why are you yelling?
Am I yelling?
Yes, I feel offended.
No, really. Am I too loud? I can turn it down. Okay. Why am I yelling?
I've turned over a new flat leaf.
Hey, Not Dumbass. Do you know what a fictitious force is? Or a pseudo force?
I checked my settings and I'm not too loud, but that could be something.
You're loud and clear. You're coming in clear.
Okay,
son.
good.
You're good, man. So, Not Dumbass, do you understand that gravity is regarded as a fictitious force or a pseudo force? Meaning it's not a real force?
Those are large words. That's not fair.
Do you actually think that he understands?
How do I say it? Well, yeah, how do I say it in a way? I digress.
Okay, there is no gravity. You're right.
Yeah, you don't know what that is.
Why do helium balloons go up then if there's no gravity?
I was just theory crafting about this. Because I think the Earth is a bowl shape, and there's certain surfaces that are deeper than the other. Not the surfaces, my bad. The depth underneath the land, so it pulls people more than the other place.
So, do you know what buoyancy and density are?
So I don't think you can put the two words "not dumbass" next to each other. There has to be something in between. Not a dumbass, or I'm not a dumbass, or something like that. Because not dumbass, it's very confusing to the English learners.
It should say not a full dumbass.
Or you could say not the dumbass. No.
Why would you want people to call you a dumbass, dumbass? Like, that's why.
I changed my name.
He changed his name to Dumbass Not. Dumbass Not.
Oh, jeez.
Now he's got.
Yeah, like
now you have dumbass. Now you have dumbass in the beginning, though. I don't know.
It's like the reverse not joke. Dumbass. Not. Wait a minute, I think he's trying to fool us. I think he is a dumbass.
I mean, the non-English learners or the non-English speakers might think you mean not, like tied in a knot, like you're a dumbass not.
I think it would just be dumbass, because the not, you just remove that. We just call him dumbass then.
And he almost pulled one over on me. For a second there, I actually believed he wasn't a dumbass.
I mean, if you want to be more grammatically correct, you could do non dash dumbass.
Yeah, that might be better.
Oh, that would probably work.
His cover's already blown. I see what he's trying to do. It's too late for him.
Still waiting for that gravity explanation or definition.
But there's no gravity, guys. The Earth is flat.
Yeah,
what's gravity?
You don't have to go to an all or nothing fallacy. Like when we ask you for evidence or proof of something, it doesn't mean you just have to say, "Oh, now it doesn't exist." Just tell us what you got. Do you have proof?
Well, what it looks like to me right now, it looks like he's got a dumb bass knot.
Well, I told you already, Asian people are shorter than the European people. That's the proof of the gravity.
That's
I can't
not
take you
telling us.
seriously.
That's not telling us what gravity is.
I said gravity is something that pulls you down to the earth, and the deeper the surface underneath, the deeper the fucking depth underneath the surface, the higher the gravity is.
Well, why doesn't gravity make everything go down, though?
What do you mean everything go down?
Everything doesn't go down.
Can you provide me
Yeah,
with a
basically, like why up? You know, I always want to ask is why down? Why up? Why smoke go up? Why balloons go up? Why steam go up? Why do these things go up?
Anti-gravity.
They're all anti-gravity devices, I tell you.
Oh, you know what? I might just found a new theory about gravity. I think gravity is not something that pulls you down. Instead, it pulls you up. So in the Europe, the sky is higher, so gravity is higher there.
No, dude.
Okay, so now that you said gravity pulls you up, what about the things that go down? You're in a dilemma here.
The sky is lower there. I don't know, dude.
What kind of gravity are you? What kind of gravity are you talking about anyway?
All right, boys. I'm going to peace out for the night, but it was good to hear you all and keep it cooking.
Stay blessed, man.
One sec, Cyclone, before you go. Is there, one sec, have you posted anywhere, like, is there a list of mod commands for us?
No, I haven't got one yet. I did ask for one. I don't think they've really got many at the moment. We've got the ban one.
We have a ban command.
Is that question mark FE ban?
Something like that. I'd have to check in the chat what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, you got to look in the chat room.
All right. Where is that? Is that
24? It's a 24-hour ban, so we don't. If you get sick of somebody, you don't want to mute them, just get rid of them. If their chat's skanking, gone, just like before.
Do we have a separate mod room for this one, or is it we just piggybacking off?
Nah, we just use the existing. Yeah.
We need one room. We've got 4 servers now, and we're just going to keep one room.
And going forward, any technical questions you can direct to Radwin. I was elected to lead, not to read. Peace.
All right, thanks.
It's been raining like crazy all day. I believe that's part of the gas cycle. Gases go up, and then they come back down. They go up and come back down. Well, I'm going to calm down. I was getting excited.
Yeah, don't be offensive talking about the water cycle. I mean, I was about to get offended there.
The water cycle's racist.
Yes, it is.
About water vapor going up, that could be get people excited. You know, that could be triggering.
What do you guys think about the Earth rotation? Are you guys thinking we keep spinning around like what they say?
I get very dizzy when I'm just sitting, like when I'm sitting right here talking to you guys. I feel it spinning so much. I've never gotten used to it. Have you gotten used to it?
Do you feel yourself spinning, dumb bass snot?
That's the knot. That's when somebody actually ties a knot in their bass string, and you're like, "That's a fucking dumb bass knot, dude." You don't do that. You just wrap it around and go over once, and then it's locked in. But he makes dumb bass knots. Damn.
I've got a vertigo once. I think that's how it feels like when we got the real rotation.
Yeah, Earth is not in motion.
Yeah. Do you know of anybody who's proven or tested, have any form of evidence that Earth is what's moving?
Yeah.
Who's the famous big brain dude who come up with that?
I do. So, I got a bucket full of water, right? And then I spin it around in my bathroom.
Now, what happens if you spin that bucket at 1,000 miles an hour? Do you think that the water will stick to it?
It formed.
Oh shit! Hey, our tornado warnings are going off.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it formed a twisting motion thing on the water.
So dumbass not. What you have to do is you have to have the bucket with the opening on the outside and then spin it with water in it.
Yeah. You got to put the water on the outside of the bucket.
Yep.
And it has to spin at 1,000 miles an hour.
Interesting. I should do that.
Do you feel the Earth spinning right now?
Give it a try, bro.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to swim at the pool. 1,000 miles an hour, spinning around. I hope it could balance the speed of the rotation. So technically, I'm not moving, right? If I do that.
Yeah, we're not moving.
This is why the Earth is regarded as the inert reference frame. It doesn't move.
The Earth is flat.
If it moved, you'd have some name of some famous dude that proved that it's moving.
Also, you'd probably have a record or some documentation of curvature being measured too. But that's never been done either. So you don't have curvature and you don't have motion. And no such thing as gas pressure without a container. So all three of those are bumped.
Next to a vacuum. Gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container, and that vacuum is a strong one. Welcome, human being human. Okay then.
Good evening, fellas and ladies.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
That's right.
What was that?
Hi guys.
Hi.
Is that Mushkane?
No, it's not Mushkane. It's Mussane. It's someone else. Mussin, something like that.
Mussin.
What brings you here?
Yeah, I didn't blow away. I mean, I didn't blow away.
Stay safe out there, man.
Keep us updated on that tornado business.
It looks like it's south of me, probably about, gonna guess 5 miles. That's usually the range for where the tornadoes hit. We do get hit once in a while, but now it's all kicking up again. Wait a sec, I'll be right back.
That's pretty close, man. Shit. Get into your shelter, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Got a basement or something? I'd go there.
Don't you make us worry about you, dude.
I got a 4-wheel drive truck. I'm good.
You got a what truck?
4-wheel drive over everything once everything falls down.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as your truck doesn't get blown away. I can see Radwin running in his 4-wheel drive truck, running away from the tornado. That's an image.
If the earth were flat, there wouldn't be tornadoes.
That's because the earth is flat, actually.
Yeah.
No, the weather, it looks like it's on a flat earth, and that's how we know that it's actually a globe. It's so flat-like that we know it's a globe.
Hey, Parrington, how you doing, bud?
I'm well, sir. How about yourself?
Hanging in, just trying to get these kids ready for bed.
There you go. You had to run off to a couple things earlier when I abruptly departed. What came of our Rubik's Cube earther?
Oh, he showed his true colors, started talking a bunch of junk and calling me stupid and a bunch of stuff. So I kind of got heated at him.
Well, good.
Just to be clear, he had no globe evidence.
I asked him if he even knew what the radius of his alleged ball was, and he couldn't even present that. So
Yeah, of course not.
then he just after then he Googled it. He Googled that. I asked him the distance between the Earth and the Sun, the alleged distance, and he had to Google that too. And I called him out on it. Then he just resorted to name calling until Secret Asian Man came in and saved the day. And bam.
Did he do that man a favor? Bestow a kindness upon him?
Secret Asian Man.
Yeah, he was my superhero. Yeah, shortly after he was banned, some other Glober came in and he was arguing gravity was proved by Cavendish experiment. And there was no talking to him. Then Cyclone came in and spared me that because I had an emergency with my daughter, so I had to go take care of her. So that was basically what happened after you left.
Yeah, that's why I stopped. Or I shouldn't say stop. That's why I didn't engage that fellow once he started talking about the Rubik's Cube Earth. You know, and Secret Asian Man really did the best favor that he could have done for somebody like that, because once we're rebroadcasting on YouTube, that it would be such a shame that sometime down the road somebody were to hear that, to hear him going on and on. So it's really a good kindness that we do to them when we give them a little 24-hour pause to regroup.
Yeah, if it was up to me, I would have kicked him out a while before that happened, but I was a sitting duck.
Yeah, see, I didn't want to encourage him, but I was just about to ask him that if in the middle of the Rubik's Cube Earth, if there was a guy controlling some levers like an Eraserhead that was making the cube Earth spin in circles, and that's what was making the gravity. But I didn't want to encourage him with his nonsense, unfortunately.
It was kind of strange that there was like a couple guys that came in. They both had the same profile picture. One had a different border around his face. I was wondering what was going on with that. But there was some decent like showing of like Cyclone crushed these guys' arguments, but there was really nothing going on like as far as like decent arguments. They didn't have anything. Just looking at the sky and the luminaries, assuming that, you know, the moon's phases were the shadow of the Earth or whatever. There's nothing really to write home about. But yeah, there's the one guy that came in said that a good one here was that he said there's only white flat earthers, which I thought was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, too bad we can't get Gen CBR1 and some others around him then.
Mind you, Flat Earth Ranger was right in the room when he said that. And Secret
Lord
Agent
Jesus.
Man has been here the whole time.
I must say though that there have been some really good conversations in here, so I'll take what we've had so far.
I mean, out of the 200 and something thousand, 100,000 members of this channel, I would hope we get somebody in here soon that's willing to have a conversation and provide some evidence of the globe. If anybody has any evidence for the globe, please mic up.
So, John, let me ask you this. What's your quote, favorite, unquote, proof that the GTs you'd like to use?
Flat water from coast to coast.
The water's flat, but yet it's still a ball. That is a good one, my friend.
Yeah, just like Chuck Norrie, Coast to Coast AM with Chuck Norrie, coast to coast flat water.
Yeah. I think my favorite is when you tell them about something and then essentially their answers some sort of appeal to authority.
I love what Cyclone said. Government space cartoons.
We've got another storm front moving in here, it looks like.
Wait, that looks like a lot.
Wait, I have a question. Can I?
Oh, please do. Please do. Save us from this quiet.
Yes. So, is this the storm that is coming? Is it a flat storm or is it a normal storm? I'm joking, but
all storms happen over a flat Earth. Thanks.
So the storms, all of the storms happen in a flat Earth. That's a good question. Yeah. Do you guys actually believe in flat Earth?
I've been asking globe proof, not questions.
Yeah, but just to end that, the storms move above the flat Earth. So now, do you have any proof of the globe?
Well, I have a few.
Okay, start with your best one.
The best? The most, well, I'm going to start with most obvious one. When you look through the horizons and you see, let's say you have a lot of time. You have, like this Discord VC, nobody's talking, you have nothing to do, and you are on Discord VC and you are sitting near the ocean. And then you are looking to the horizon, and then you see a boat going by. And after some time, the boat disappears. Why? Because the Earth is round.
Then you zoom in, then you take a camera out and you zoom in, and the entire boat comes back into view, waterline and all.
No.
Yeah.
No, try it.
Yeah, so if a ship disappears from bottom up with your naked eye, and it completely disappears out of view, right?
Disappears out of view, yeah.
Yeah, and then you bring out a zoom camera, you can zoom back in to the boat.
You will.
It comes back all the way to the water line, yes.
I can tell you that is not showing up because, well, of course I'm not talking about a couple of hours. Let's say you were there for like, I don't know, the entire day.
If the Earth was flat, then the motion of the moon would not be circular as it is now. It would head directly to the center of the Earth.
No conversation's happening, bro.
No, it wouldn't.
I'm not going to be very nice to you guys. If you interrupt, I won't be very nice.
Yes. He's bringing another subject into the topic.
So eventually, a ship will definitely eventually go beyond any optical limit of any device. But if the ship disappears, bottom up with your naked eye, completely out of your view, and then you can pull out a zoom camera and zoom in, you can see the entire ship, waterline and all. So, did the ship go beyond a curved edge of the curved Earth?
No, you know, I'm just saying this because I already tried and I cannot see.
Okay, so did you start out with a zoom camera or did you start out with your naked eye?
Well, in my naked eye, I couldn't see, but when I'm using a camera with a powerful zoom, still not there. But
it depends on how far. It depends on how far away it is. Eventually, things will disappear bottom up and completely go out of the range of any optical device. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not talking about that.
I understand.
Yeah, I'm talking about you're at the beach and you watch a boat disappear with your naked eye, and then as soon as it completely disappears, you pull out a zoom camera and you can zoom back into the whole ship, waterline and all.
But the question is, If you go, because this is been proven by other people, not me, because I'm not crazy to go on top of a really high place near the ocean, but let's say it's a building, a really high building. But if you go on top of this building, you can see them. Why? Because the angle. If you are in a higher position, you can see the boat.
It's actually incorrect because the boat's disappearing due to angular size. Like, have a look in the side chat. Right, the boat's disappearing because once something gets below 0.02 degrees, the human eye can't resolve it anymore. So it's due to the actual angular size that the boat's disappearing.
Let's say if you go to a building of 100 meters, you cannot see the boat anymore?
Yeah, because if it's still the same distance away from you, so as it gets further and further away from you, it just gets smaller and smaller. And once it breaches 0.02 degrees, then you can't resolve it anymore. It's just the angular resolution limit of the human eye. You could pull out a camera and zoom back in on it, but eventually it's going to fade into the opacity of the atmosphere.
But I'm saying that it's possible to see with a camera. But with a camera on the ground, you cannot see. But if you go above, let's say 100 meters, you can see.
Yeah, it is possible on the ground, right? So have a look in the side chat. I'll repost it again. 1 second. So this is a giant ship. Now you can see that when he's zoomed out, okay, here it is. When he's zoomed out, you can't see the boat, right? And then he zooms back in and you can see the whole boat again. This is from right at the, a few foot off the surface of the water, 6 foot or something. There's lots of examples of this as well. Sometimes it appears like it disappears bottom up, like if you've got ocean swells or if you've got a particular type of miraging effect or something happening like that. But most of the time, this is what happens.
Yeah. Okay, so I have another idea. So what about the shadow? What about the shadow of objects? If the Earth was flat, the shadow would be different.
Wait, what shadow? What are you talking about?
A shadow of an object. Let's say you have an obelisk.
I've noticed this really weird phenomenon where people hate flat Earth so much that they'll go out of their way to imagine reasons why it can't be, and those reasons are usually non sequitur in reality.
No,
absolutely.
Okay. You can. I don't.
I don't want you to imagine why something can't be. I want you to tell me why it isn't by showing me curvature.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So the shadow, because there was this a long time ago, there was this experiment that they made. They put two obelisks in different places.
Yeah, Eratosthenes' experiment works on a flat Earth and a round Earth, both equally, perfectly fine, and it works in moonlight. So you don't really have a gotcha or any point here. It doesn't mean anything.
Let me explain it super quickly and easily, right? It was, if you assume that you're on a sphere with a sun that's an infinite distance away, right? Or if you assume that you have a closer sun that doesn't have parallel sun rays, right? It has divergent sun rays, and then that you're on a flat surface, it works out the same. Like if you have a light in a room in your house and you put a stick under the light, it's not going to have a shadow, and then you put a stick on the other side of the room, it's going to have a shadow, and that's happening on a flat floor.
Are you assuming?
Have a look in the side chat. Have a look at what Sonny posted. There's an example.
Okay.
Even the globe Earth scientists agree with this. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, guys.
Welcome.
I want to ask 2 questions if you don't mind.
Yeah, just hold on a second. We're just chatting to Axion.
Yeah, but wait.
You're next in line.
No problem.
Yeah, but
So it was only he was only able to do his calculation because he pre-assumed that the Earth was already a globe. He wasn't trying to test if the Earth was a globe. He was just using some mathematics to try to calculate a circumference, that's all. So he assumed that the Earth was a globe, and he assumed that the sun was an infinite distance away, and that the sun rays come in parallel. Now, based off those assumptions, he did some mathematics, and then he came up with the supposed radius circumference value of the Earth. But it was only because of the assumptions that he made.
Okay, so yeah. So wait, the question is: Are you assuming that I don't know, the sun? How does the sun work in a flat Earth? Does it move around
just
Hey,
the sun
Axiom.
moves.
Sorry, I was just going to ask him one question, DJ.
Well, let me just answer his question really quickly. Right, the sun moves across the sky. The sun moves across the sky, just like we all experience. Go ahead, Aethagris.
I was pretty much going to say the same thing. I was just going to ask him what he sees the sun doing.
Yeah, because I was thinking, is it the sun, a fixed sun? So.
No. It moves across the sky. It goes in cycles. That's what creates the seasons and day and night.
Because I got the idea that. Okay. Yes. I think. Yeah, maybe the guy is wrong. I never checked this out properly.
It's all good, man.
Because if the sun is moving, the shadow is gonna move too. Yes, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of things you're gonna find work on a globe or work on a flat surface. You know, some things are interchangeable, but you're not gonna find anything that only works on a globe.
So you don't believe that there is the International Space Station taking pictures?
It's hard to validate exactly what they're telling us. I mean, there's definitely something up there, but is it in space, right? Is it really 250 miles away? And the size that they're telling us, moving the speed that they're telling us, it's hard to validate that.
You can see.
You can see it. You can see it. You can see something moving across the sky that looks like the ISS. Yeah. But whether it's the distance that they're telling us and the size that they're telling us and in the environment that they're telling us of the vacuum of space, right? That's something that we can't validate. But yeah, sure. There's something up there.
What about?
One second, Axiom. Can you look at the side chat, man? I just shared an image. I'd like you to see it.
No, I was still.
So if you have a look at what AG posted at 21 minutes after the hour, right? So that's footage.
I know.
There's footage from the Chinese, from the Chinese space station.
That's the testing.
Wow, man.
It disappeared. Oh.
And there's a lot more. That's just my favorite one from China.
Yeah.
It just shows that we have conflicting footage from the two different space stations that are apparent. Like they claim they're about the same height, roughly. One of them shows a flat horizon. The other one shows a very curved horizon.
Okay. So what about the live streams they do, showing the Earth moving?
Show, man.
Huh?
It's a show.
Yeah.
It's a show.
Yeah,
but you know, there is other. We have a lot of satellites from different countries.
Yeah, there's only like 31 that are associated with most of what everybody interacts with.
You have weather satellites that generate image.
These things they scan from overhead, and then they have to take that data and create an image from it. There's Rob Simmons created the Blue Marble 2.0 by taking all of these different layers and then bending them around a sphere, because it all looked, he admits that it looked kind of flat to him, and that he created an image of Earth as he imagines it to be. So it's not a picture. He created artwork that Obama later on said we took a picture of Earth. Straight up lying to everybody, because it's not a picture. It's a composite image. But that kind of mess happens all the time. That's just one thing.
Don't you? I don't know. Don't you guys think that is a bit sophisticated? Like all these countries aligning in this theory.
It's a cult.
Pretending.
It's honestly the largest cult on Earth.
But why? Okay, the question is why? Why they do it?
I'm not saying that to be disparaging, Axion. I'm telling you that it is literally connected to an ancient religion, the cult of Pythagoras.
Okay. Yeah,
and the same thing overlaps with others. Do you know what the Globus Cruciger is, or Cruciger? It's a golden ball with a little cross on the top, like a King's Jesus piece. That Popey ball's got people's minds wrapped around it. And that's tied into this heliocentric lore, too, where he has dominion over the earth given to him by God. It's a golden idol with a cross on top. I'll send a picture of it.
Okay, so what about the atmosphere? How does it work? Like, why doesn't the atmosphere goes away? There is no gravity?
Gases don't have an inherent shape, so it's kind of a contradiction in terms to call it an atmosphere. Like, atmos exists. We're breathing, obviously. Got 15 pounds of pressure here. How do you have gas pressure without physical containment next to a vacuum, though?
With gravity that nobody can explain.
But gravity is a pseudo force. It's a fictitious force. So since it's not a real force, how can it do anything?
It's complicated, gravity. Yes.
Well, it's not really that complicated. Like there's something called the four-dimensional manifold, which is a fancy way of saying height, width, depth, and time. They created a mathematical framework and told people a story using it, because math's a language.
Yeah, but
like I can show you math that some nerd did that tells you how hard Superman has to slap a raw chicken in order for it to be fully cooked, but that doesn't mean that there's a Superman.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing applies to the curvature of the Earth and gravity and anything related to this. They come up with fancy stories, but none of them are testable, repeatable, provable. They're all unfalsifiable.
Chicken that hard, would it explode or would it cook it?
Mm-hmm.
What was that? You broke up a little bit.
If you hit the chicken that hard, would it explode or would it cook it?
I know, right? That's the real question.
If you eat a chicken?
No, it slapped. It was an internet meme thing a while back, a couple years ago, and some nerd did the math for how hard Superman would have to slap a chicken for it to be fully cooked. I'm just pointing out there's no Superman.
Yeah.
The math is real, sort of, but there is no Superman.
So wait, I have another idea. So it was proved that you can see objects in assuming that you have planets. It has been proven that we can see objects that are when we can see the light of objects, so we can see them.
Even if things above our heads.
No. When we are in the when a planet is, so let's say you want to see another planet that's in front of you. How can you see this planet? Because the light is bending to the planet gravity, space-time, and the light is bending, and then you can see in the back of another planet, you can see the other one in front. This is proven.
You're telling a story. This is what I'm saying. It's unfalsifiable, though. So you can't. There's no way for anybody to debunk your story. Their options are, okay, man, or cool story, bro. But they can't actually debunk it. That's what unfalsifiable means.
think this has been proven because it's according to this to Einstein theory.
No.
No?
Math's not a force. It has no power to do anything.
No, I'm not talking about the math. The math, it was gravity that is bending light, and then you can see something that is not that you cannot see if the object is in front of you. You can see it because. But if you use a laser, no, it's going to bend too. Well. What else? Well, there is a lot of questions.
Newton was talking about something like this at one point, and he pretty much said that you would have to be a madman to believe in it. Of course, he drank mercury and thought he would poop gold, so.
Yes, so wait, how can you explain these other planets in the sky?
Wandering stars that move overhead. The ground's not in the sky, so the things I see in the sky aren't going under my feet.
So the planets that you can see using a telescope, they are not spheres?
I never said that. I'm just saying that they don't go under your feet. All right, for example, you can have a puddle, and you can float bubbles over top of it. The bubbles are spheres. The puddle is not.
Okay. So there is planets in the sky, right?
I don't know what the hell there are. I see lights in the sky just like you. I can't go touch one or grab one. I can't study it.
But you can see
them. They're pretty to look at, but I can't tell you how far away it is. Nobody can.
Well, if you shoot a laser beam, is it going to be reflected or a radio wave? You're gonna get the radio wave back. So then you can calculate the distance.
Just saying that there's a lot of assumptions made with this heliocentric.
No, it's not assumptions. That's really easy to do, you know. You said like let's say a short wave.
You can't hit a star with a laser.
No, you don't need a laser. You need a frequency. You can shoot it must be strong. It must be really strong.
Well, I understand that you're trying to get a point here, but there isn't one. Because everything that you're saying works fine overhead.
But
you haven't said anything that makes it so that the Earth cannot possibly be flat. Like it must be round. Because everything you're saying works perfectly fine on like a horizontal baseline.
Okay, but I'm not talking about the sun. The sun is going to absorb. So I'm talking about the planet. If you shoot a laser to a planet, it's going to.
You won't reach a planet with a laser.
Huh? Oh, sure you do. You know, you have a lot of devices that you can measure, like a house, and then you use a laser and you get calculation. Because why?
Saying that you're not going to shoot a laser from Earth to Mars, like that concept is sci-fi.
Yes, you can.
That's not going to happen.
Well, let me search it up because I will show you.
Again, it'll end up being a cool story, bro, kind of thing. Because you can't actually prove it. You're just telling us something that somebody else told you.
No, but there is evidence of this experiment.
Not at all. Because the Earth still remains a horizontal baseline. You can have everything you're talking about above the floor. It doesn't change anything.
I'm not saying this is not related. This is not related to the Earth being flat or round. I'm just saying that you can shoot a laser and then you get the distance from other celestial objects. I don't know how you guys call it. Because you were saying that you cannot calculate the distance. You can. Doesn't matter if it's flat or round. You can calculate.
You're never shooting a laser to a planet, ever. Never going to happen. Never happened. Never will happen.
saying silly things like that. You can't do things like that. Don't be silly.
Wait.
Don't make me get very angry.
Don't be.
Yeah, Ethergrass was right. When you said you can shoot lasers to planets, that's sci-fi. Science fiction.
No.
Yeah. Science fiction.
Well, you know,
You can shoot a laser to a planet.
I'm an electronic engineer, so I'm telling you that it's possible.
Yeah, no, it's not. Show us the data.
Yes,
Show us the documentation.
Yes. I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, we want the documentation, empirical data, what type of apparatus or equipment was used,
Yes.
what is its range.
You're in a server teaching people English and you asking them for all that stuff is just, they don't hear that. They just hear.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm an electronic engineer.
Learn.
What you mean?
They'll have to learn.
Yeah, there are no documented cases where anyone has ever shot a laser from Earth to Mars. 0.
Okay, hold on. You want data?
And I'll reiterate again, it'll be a cool story, bro, because nobody's ever done that. For the same reason.
Some data with a whole stack of assumptions attached to it that you can't validate. No doubt.
Nope. More sci-fi.
Just assuming it's going through a vacuum and all this bullshit that they can't validate. Meanwhile, we have countless amounts of long-distance observations here on the actual surface of the Earth, right, where we can see thousands of % further than you would be able to possibly see on a globe, right, over and over again.
Can I ask you guys?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
How do you explain the acceleration of gravity on Earth?
The density of the medium. It's buoyancy and density.
Do you have an experiment for that?
Go drop something on the ground.
Okay, yeah, but it doesn't explain
Now find something that floats and drop that in the water. And then take a helium balloon and let it go.
Yeah, you can test it over and over again.
If you put it in water, it's because of resistance. It's not because there is no gravity.
It's because of the relationship, right, between the object and the medium due to the density of the object and the density of the medium. Now we can vary and manipulate the medium and make the object change whether it's going down or up. For example, we can put an egg into a glass of fresh water, right? And the egg will sink to the bottom of the cup, and then we can manipulate the medium by adding some salt and changing the density of the water, right? And now the egg will float up, it will go upward to the top of the medium. We could do the same thing in a different medium of air. We could do it in the air using a different method, but it's very obvious that something less dense than the air goes up and something more dense will sink through it.
What if it's in a vacuum?
Well, then it will sink faster, won't it? Right? Things will.
Okay, why is it 9.8 then acceleration? Well, you explain why there is there is a speed, but you don't explain why there is acceleration. We're talking about acceleration, not speed.
To its original position. After force has been exerted. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, things will fall at roughly the same rate in a vacuum, right? That's just because you've removed most of the medium, right? So if you're claiming a force, like a force of gravity, right? You can't prove that. We all observe the same effect. We know that it's only falling because it was lifted up and displaced in the first place, right? And it's just going to re-seek equilibrium within the medium. You're just removing almost all of the air, so you're making an extremely light medium, and things fall at roughly that rate inside a vacuum.
Yeah, but you can't explain the acceleration itself.
Yeah, he just did. It returns back to where it was, and the energy that was put into it came from the person who lifted it.
Yeah, dude, it doesn't just keep accelerating, right? You drop it and then it falls at a certain speed, right? It just reaches its terminal velocity speed and it just falls at that rate. It's not just accelerating.
You know,
it only accelerates a little bit. It only accelerates a bit while it's reaching that terminal velocity speed.
There's a reason why a lot of folks are stuck on this, and it's because they've been trained their whole life to believe that if we didn't have gravity, they'd float off into outer space. But we're telling you that you are not in outer space. You are standing on the floor. You're on the ground. And everything that you see moving above you is indeed moving above your head.
So, okay, you're telling me that the density, that it determines what is faster, how objects must fall, right?
Buoyancy and density. Yes.
No, look, objects don't just...
That too.
Yeah, that too, bro. Look, the thing is, objects don't just fall by themselves, do they? Right? They just sit there on the ground if they're more dense than the air, and they never ever move, right? It's not until some outside source of energy comes along, like you, for example, and you pick it up, right? You have to force it out of equilibrium, right? Apply force to it to displace it, and then it's going to re-seek equilibrium after you release it.
Okay. Now, this is true if there is actually a gravity in the first place, you know that?
No, there isn't. You need gravity, right? So look, you need gravity to have a globe, right? So you need to explain things like oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning ball in space and that kind of thing, right? On a flat Earth, in a stationary environment, so a flat Earth that's not moving in an enclosed system, we don't need that same thing, right? You need it to explain all of these things, right, that don't make any sense, like oceans sticking to the outside of a globe, for example.
Okay. So let me conclude what you are saying then. Because of there is density, then that means that is the reason of gravity. Okay, so if I put two objects, for example, a pepper, okay, in a room. That room is without air, without any, anything. Okay, it's a vacuum. Okay, and I put, for example, an iron. Okay,
yeah, and a feather. How about you add a feather as well?
Oh, yeah, a feather as well, no problem. So they're gonna fall.
Yeah, because there's no resistance, right? You've removed most. It's probably
okay. Now here is my question: why down, not up? Why down?
Because so we can confirm that there's two primary vectors, right?
Okay.
It was already down, right? It's just reseeking equilibrium.
Yeah. You're more powerful than your gravity.
Wait, what?
But yeah, look, this is what the conversation usually comes down to, right? Like there's two primary vectors, up and down. We can agree on that, right? Okay. We can test that. Yeah, and I would say that nobody knows. Right, nobody can prove scientifically why down is down and why up is up.
No, the problem is with your theory. The problem with your theory, if what you are saying is true, the feather and the iron and the pepper, all of those objects, they're gonna just stay as they are in the vacuum, literally. That's what's
they're going to sink. They're going to sink.
Yeah, why they sink? Why they go down?
Because they're more dense. Because they're more dense than the medium.
You aren't listening. He's already told you several times.
Yeah, so the things that you drop... Hold on a second, bro. Right, so the things that you're dropping are more dense than the medium. Right? The things that they're composed of is more dense than the medium. It's very simple, right? So it's a very light medium. You've removed almost all of the air resistance. Right? So when you displace them and apply a force to them to lift them up, right, they're going to reseek equilibrium, which is on the ground after you release them. Because they're more dense than the medium. It's the same thing. You're just all you're doing is reducing the density of the medium by taking away the majority of the air. That's all. You put gas in there. What's going to happen if you use gas? Right? The gas particles are just going to go in all directions. Where's your gravity now?
You mean the gas?
Yeah, the gas particles move at random in all directions. They don't have a downward bias. They don't have a directional bias.
Because the force of an atom is more actually more powerful than the gravity itself. That's why. And
they don't have a downward bias. They don't have.
Do you know what is density in itself?
The density of the object will be whatever elements the object is comprised of. Right, so say it's lead, right? A chunk of lead or a chunk of aluminium or whatever it is, right? It's going to have a certain density. So whatever mixture of elements or whatever that the object's made out of, right, is going to determine the density of the object. And then the medium relationship's going to determine whether it goes up or down once it's displaced.
Okay, so you're telling me the acceleration is because we have things have more density than other things.
Than the medium.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is the question. Well, this is the question. Give me one example within nature that this doesn't explain why something goes up or down.
Okay, how?
One example in nature where relative density doesn't explain why the object goes up or down.
Okay, it explains. Okay, I'm going to give you that. It explains, actually, if you look at it without studying, it explains why things go up and down, but doesn't explain why the more dense things go down and why less dense things go up. It doesn't explain that. Only gravity explains that.
Yeah, but you can't prove.
As you heard.
Right, so you're claiming the cause of the effect, right? We're not claiming to know why down is down and why up is up. We're explaining why things go down and why things go up.
That is the core.
Right? We're not explaining why down is down and why up is up. Right? If you're making a positive claim about that, right, that gravity is the cause of the effect, then you need to provide an experiment that proves a cause and effect relationship, right? But you're not able to do that. We already know that for a fact. So I'm not even going to ask you to present an experiment that proves the cause being gravity of the effect, right? Because that doesn't exist.
Can I speak?
Sure. I mean, the other guy can respond if he wants to. I mean, I said that you don't have an experiment to prove the claim. I already know that.
I remember one. I was listening and I was thinking about something. So, what about the GPS location system? Because you need to GPS to find the coordinates.
The ground positioning system. That one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's ground positioning system.
No, it's GPS. You have satellites. You need 3.
Yeah, but you're making claims about the satellites that you can't validate.
Why?
Well, you're claiming that the satellites are in space, right?
Yes, because you can see them.
Yeah, and that they're orbiting around a globe, right? So you're going to need a globe, and you're going to need a vacuum of space, right? So you're going to have to, like, those things are required. Well, hold on a second, right?
Okay, go ahead.
You're claiming those things are required for your claim to be correct. So you need to validate the distance to the satellite, right? What medium the satellite's in, right? And that it's over a spherical Earth. I mean, those things, you're not going to be able to prove those things.
Yes, but I can prove that you can use the same system in different locations, right? Yeah. So
because you're not able to validate where the data's coming from, right? How the data's acquired. It could be coming from ground towers, for all you know.
I know my GPS chips use ground towers because it says it.
Okay, wait. But so if it's in ground towers, how can you use this system to another country that is far away?
Well, 99% of communication's done via undersea cables. right? That's a fact. Now, you can have repeaters as well. Yeah, you can have repeaters over distance to...
Repeaters?
Repeaters, yeah, like repeaters, one station shoots the signal to another station, and then to
Are
the
you
target.
saying that these objects that you can observe with your eyes, you don't even with naked eye you can see, and besides this, you can use...
What objects are you talking about? You're thinking that you can see satellites with your naked eye?
Some you can.
Right, but you're claiming that.
But you see a small thing, obviously.
Yeah, you see a little light in the sky.
Yeah.
Right, but you're not able to validate what the distance to the object or how big the object is or anything like that.
You can use radio frequency, and you can even communicate with them. That's how GPS works. GPS sends a signal. Sorry. GPS gets a signal. Gets a signal from 3 different locations, and then it triangulates. And this same system works everywhere. So it's not the same satellites; it's different satellites. But if they are...
You're making claims, but you're just making the claims, bro. Stop making the claims and provide evidence for the claims. We all know what the story is. We know the story better than you know the story. Yeah. What I would need from you is the size of the satellite. Let's see if these lights in the sky that you think you are seeing, and they're supposed to be satellites, is true. These objects is correct. So what I would need from you is the distance to the satellite, maybe even some kind of serial number or identifier of said satellite to know the size of it, the distance of it, and what kind of angular size we can expect out of that object at that distance.
So, did you ever try seeing with a telescope?
Friend, it doesn't matter. We need the angular size calculation for the object that you're claiming. So pick one. Pick one of the lights in the sky and tell us how big it should be according to angular size, the distance, and the size that it is. Just go ahead and do that for me.
So, are you saying that these ground objects that are used for GPS are ground based? So they can how tall they are? Are they?
You're asking me a question now about what? Ground-based towers?
Yes.
Cellular communication? Radio communication that's been around since this has been around since the turn of the century, okay? Ground-based towers and ground-based communication.
Sorry to interrupt. Not that. I'm talking about GPS.
What are you talking about then?
GPS uses satellites.
No, it doesn't.
The name is Global Positioning System.
So what? I don't care what the name of it is. I want the evidence for the claims that you're making. I myself have actually never seen any of the satellites that you're talking about. When I look, dude, I'm not getting mad. I'm just telling you. You are making claims, but you're not actually providing the evidence. Please don't repeat the story that we already know. I already know the story that you're telling me. I've heard the story. I've heard the story about Santa Claus. The problem is there's no Santa Claus.
Okay, wait. So what about satellite dishes? Where they are pointing?
What about them?
Where? They are pointing where?
Into the sky. It doesn't matter where they're pointing.
Yes, but don't you think that the satellite dishes are receiving the signal from something on top of the Earth?
Let me paint you a different picture as far as satellite dishes are concerned.
No. Just ask me.
No. I'm going to tell you a story about satellite dishes. Let's see which one's more plausible, okay?
You can see Starlink.
Excuse me. You just asked me about satellite dishes. I want to give you an alternative story.
Yes.
Okay?
Please.
Okay, no problem. So, what would you say is more plausible? Let's just see. Is it more plausible that there is some sort of machine or technology that is falling around the Earth that, by the way, hasn't been measured to be a globe, so falling around a non-existent sphere in a second law of thermodynamics violation called space, right? at 17,000 miles an hour, give or take, unless it's geostationary, but that also requires a flat Earth, but whatever. And then you are getting satellite TV from this geostationary piece of technology that is exposed to one of the most harsh environments known to man. Or is it possible to bounce radio signals off of the surface and then receive them in the ditch?
Yes, so yeah, but how do you explain this ground? You're saying that there is no satellites?
No, I've never seen a satellite. No one has provided any evidence of a satellite. They're actually not able to exist in the way that you imagine them, these machines that are falling around the globe because of gravity, which also doesn't exist. So all the things that you're telling me, the story, all of the things that are compounding, none of them exist.
Okay,
none of them exist.
I understand what.
Okay, so there's
so the question.
There's no globe.
Wait.
There's no globe, all right? There's no globe, no gravity, no space.
I didn't speak about globe. I'm just asking you a question. So.
But wouldn't it have to be a globe?
Wait. If these satellite dishes are pointing to the sky, so and they are getting a signal. Where does the signal comes from?
Like I told you, is it possible? Because I actually don't know the answer to that. But is it possible that there is an easier way to do this type of communication without there having to be some kind of machine falling around a globe, tethered by gravity, which neither the globe or the gravity actually exist?
Did you? It's difficult to explain gravity, you know.
I know, because it doesn't exist.
It does.
It exists. It's you.
Okay, can you get me I want you to get me a sample of this gravity. Where is it?
There is no samples. You can see.
Guys, you need to prove that, not us. I'm sorry, but I asked you a question.
Wait a minute. We need to prove the non-existence of something? No, I'm sorry. You have the positive claim. You have the burden of proof. Get me a sample of the gravity somewhere, please.
No. I'm not talking about gravity. So I'm talking about. So, can you explain how you can talk with radio waves to these machines on
straight lines?
Sky,
yeah, there's straight lines. Straight line communication. Radio waves travel in straight lines.
Okay, so whatever. So you can see them with a telescope. Did you guys ever use a telescope?
I've never seen any satellites with a telescope. I want you to give me the distance. Give me one of the satellites. I want to see it. I'll get my telescope out. We'll find it.
International Space Station.
Exactly.
Okay, the International Space Station. So this piece of machinery that you believe is hurtling around the ball Earth that doesn't exist, tethered by gravity that doesn't exist. Excuse me, I'm not done yet. So you think that this machine being hurtled around the Earth at 17,500 miles per hour around a ball that hasn't been measured and doesn't exist in space, that's not possible, tethered by gravity that doesn't exist, you think that's actually what you're seeing, do you?
No.
Okay, good.
To see it. I'm just telling you to use a telescope and see it by yourself.
Okay, and what will that prove to me if I see this blip of whatever it is in the sky? What's that going to tell me?
You can see it very clearly. You can even see the name of United States there.
No kidding! I want to get me a photograph of this, please.
No, I'm not. Yes, I can give you, but you don't believe.
Give me the photograph.
You're going to say it's fake. I'm telling you.
Just give me the photograph. Well, we are going to do the math that it takes to see whether or not this is even possible. So we're going to go by the size of the object and the distance that it's at, and we'll see if the angular size matches.
No. The angular size matches? What you mean?
Okay, no, but you're just saying that. I want to see the evidence. I want you to do all the math for me. Go get me the math and the image and the size, and we'll see if it's true.
Yeah, obviously you're gonna see it for a while because it's.
Friend, I just want you to go do it. I don't want to hear any more of your stories. I don't want to hear any more of your excuses. I want you to go ahead and get me the distance and the angular size, and we'll see if it matches up. We'll see if it's even possible to see an object at that distance. What is it, 120 miles from the Earth's surface? Something about the size of a commercial airline jet at 120 miles? Good luck with that.
Yeah, 250 miles.
Oh, excuse me, 250 miles.
So what you want? You want what you want to see? You want to know the distance? What you want to?
Yeah, what's the distance of the ISS? What's the distance of the ISS?
That's all.
That's where we're going to start. We're going to go. You're going to do all the math for me, and we're going to see if this is possible.
But what math you want? Because just tell me now.
We're
because I'm
going to figure out what the angular size of the object would be at 250 miles. You and me together. Let's go.
Okay. Are you sure you can do the math?
No, this is your claim. You're going to do all the math for me.
Oh, okay. You saying the angular? You're saying the angular? Do you want to know the?
OMG! How are you going to measure that angular size? How are you going to measure that angular size at 250 miles? I can't even see an airplane when it's 6 miles away.
Yeah, he's a professional time waster.
Right.
So the ISS is supposed to be the size of basically like 2 jumbo jets.
So
and so do you think you can see 2 jumbo jets at 250 miles when you can't see a jumbo jet after 5 or 6 miles? Yeah, I was talking.
It was a
telescope. You can't see a aircraft beyond like 5 miles.
I said we're using a telescope.
You can't follow something in the sky. You can't follow something with a telescope moving at 17,500 miles an hour. The end. I can't even keep my camera on the moon because the moon moves so fast.
That's funny because I saw it many times.
Yeah, do you know how fast the ISS would be moving across the sky?
So you don't own a Nikon P900. Go ahead and get one. Set it on moon setting, so it just automatically just sets up the zoom and everything. And then when you point to it, get it all lined up and walk away for a minute and come back and tell me where the moon's at in your screen after you zoom in.
Yeah, you can constantly have to keep adjusting. I've had that problem.
Exactly. That's why I said you can't even follow the moon. You can't follow the moon. You can, but you need the sky tracker like I have and set it on moon setting, set it all up, get it pointed to the North Star, get everything working, and then it'll track it and keep it right in the center. And I can just hear it as the motors are turning.
So can I ask something?
1 second.
No, you're going to get the evidence. You're just going to get the evidence for the things that you claimed. Excuse me. Are you the guy that's still supposed to get me the angular size calculations?
Yes.
Okay, go get them. I don't want to hear another word or claim out of you until you get the information I asked for.
Okay. Relax.
No, not relax. You're going to go get it.
Yes, I'm taking care of it.
Yeah, okay, no problem. I don't want to hear another word. Go ahead, DJ.
I think maybe High Chimera wanted to ask some questions, or if we got anyone new in here.
Yeah,
Dino, welcome. Iris.
I have another question since the last question. I'm gonna do research. I'll come back.
Well, can I make a request? Can we potentially talk about the thing that the topic of the channel, which is the Earth?
Yeah, it's about the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if you go to north side of the Earth, if you believe it's a globe, okay, then you're gonna see stars moving, counterclock, okay, like
east to west,
from right to left. Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you go to northern part of Earth, it's gonna. I'm sorry. If you go southern part, it's gonna go clockwise. So why is that happening?
East to west as well.
Still turning east to west.
Are you sure about that? You have about
100%. I'm from Australia, and you could just look that up, right? You could just Google like do the stars move east to west in the northern and southern hemisphere. It will say yes. It depends also which way you're facing, right? So if you're facing like they're always going to be going east to west. but whether they look like they're going right to left or left to right or clockwise or anti-clockwise, it depends on which way you're looking. It's like your orientation makes a big difference.
I do have a question, guys.
Well, hold 1 second, because we'll just we'll get your question next, because we'll just finish off the question with Haikamura first.
Yeah. So you're telling me you have a footage, guys? Can you send it to me if you have it?
Yeah, there's actually a great video that shows this. I'll see if I can find it. Which heretic was in
by
here?
the way, are you a flat earther?
Me? I'm not.
You anti-globalist? Are you like pro flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm on the flat Earth side. Yep.
Okay.
Are you angry at him about that?
No, I'm just like trying. Like, I just want to know who's the pro flat Earth and who's like I'm the scientist guy. You know, that type of thing. You know.
You sound like a science denier already.
Yeah, we got a whole mixture of people in here on both sides.
I mean, but for real, like, who's like really thinking that the Earth is flat, and who's just like joking?
You mean
around?
just like we experience?
We know it's flat, so you're asking us if we're flat earthers. We're the ones that are going by reality. What reality? How reality presents.
Reality. What is your reality?
It's flat inflationary, and it's contained. That's how we're at 14.7 psi at sea level.
Hydrostatic equilibrium, water lays flat and level on the top.
You know, well, just 1 second, right? Because a lot of people have a complete misconception of what we're claiming when we say the Earth is flat, right? So just quickly, we're not claiming the Earth is a disk planet floating around in space, right? No one's claiming that. We're not comparing a globe, which is an object, to like a flat planet. So it's not like that. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? We're testing the globe, and we can't find any curvature over huge distances consistently, right? So we're doing research and putting the mainstream claims to the test, and they're failing every time.
Hey, that's weird. I mean, bro, if that is true, you gotta win a fucking Nobel Prize.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, instead, our information gets censored.
Go ahead and put our room up for a nomination for it, and just put one of our names in here, and we'll show up to collect. We'll show up to collect $1 million or whatever it's at now, and that's awesome, dude. Glad you agree with us.
Yeah, Tommy, if I had $1 for every time I heard that one, I'd already be rich.
If this shit is true, bro, you're gonna be. I mean, if this were true, you should
think about this. Well, it is true, and we can prove it.
Fucking Nobel Prize.
Well, the thing is, right? If they tell us the exact size of the globe, right? So that means if you go to a large body of water, like a 20-mile lake, for example, or a 10-mile lake, we can calculate very easily how much curvature there should be over that distance. Now, we can go and start conducting different tests over that body of water, and we have done so, and we can't find any curvature. And it's been repeated in different locations over even larger distances than that, right? There's no curvature. It's not like there's a little bit of curvature. Like 1 second. Right, so dude, Julia.
Hold on, shut the fuck up. Let him talk.
Yeah, one.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, that's all right. Look, okay, so over 20 miles, there should be a 260 odd foot, right? 260 something foot of curvature. But we can go to a 20-mile lake and set up a camera just like 5 foot off the surface on a tripod, and we can zoom in all the way 21 miles across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Consistently, we have observations like this. We've got videos that have been done in high definition showing the entire observation process, all the variables, and yeah, like it's not just the long distance observations. People have gone out to disprove flat Earth, right? People that are experts in optics using very high end equipment shooting powerful lasers across the surface of the water, right, over like 20, 30, 40-mile distances, setting out to disprove flat Earth, and they're able to see the laser from the other side of the lake. So a lot of these people that have gone out to disprove flat Earth have become flat Earthers in the process.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
I...
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've searched. Yeah, so I have searched it, and it looks like sometimes high definition videos that are taken close to the ground or sea level often can seem flat because cameras have limited field of view, or there could be a lens distortion. So what do you think about that?
Well, what we're it's not going to allow you just some lens distortion, right? That's not going to allow you to see over physical obstruction, right? So if the shoreline, say you've got a friend on the other side of the lake, right, and he should be hidden behind 250 foot of curvature, right? A bit of lens distortion isn't going to allow you to see over a hill of water.
But what about the GPS system? What about aviation, satellite communication?
Well, the aviation industry, if you have a look at I know an aerospace engineer who works for the government, he's a globe earther, but he said that all of the calculations that they do are assuming a flat stationary Earth. So now if you have a look at the FAA flight dynamics summary manuals and various flight design manuals, right, they clearly state that they treat the Earth as flat and stationary. There's tons of pilots who have done interviews who are flat earthers as well, and they say that they're trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. So the Earth is generally utilized as a flat stationary plane, just like we all experience.
You're not suggesting that my P900 camera, when I zoom in on stuff, is zooming around the ball, are you? Is that what you're saying? Cameras make it look flat because it's zooming around the ball? Say that. Say that for the YouTube viewers so we can clip that one, please.
I'm sorry, who are you talking to?
The guy, the Glober, who thinks cameras don't work because for some reason, there's anomalies when you're using a camera. To make it look flat.
How do you argue against the millions of videos that have been taken from the space that show the
space is fake? Space is fake. So they'll just cut you off with that. Space is fake. I don't want you to get mad at me. I don't want you to get mad at me, but space is fake, so you can't use that one yet. You can use space after you prove the Earth is a ball.
So about the pilots thing that you just mentioned, you said that the pilots treat Earth as a flat surface, kind of. So I looked it up, and it says that can be misleading because they kind of approximate flat Earth, but it's only over short distances. It says
they don't ever take.
It's for simplicity. Flight planning over short distances can use a flat Earth approximation, especially in initial training or basic navigation. This is because the Earth's curvature is negligible over small regions. Oh, I'm sorry. Small regions.
I mean, planes go very fast. You got to remember that. So over just 100 miles. You have 6,000 something. Well, how much curvature do you think there is over 100 miles? Right? You got to remember, planes go about 500 miles an hour. Now, just over 100 miles, there's 6,666 foot of curvature over that distance. Right? That's a huge amount that they'd have to account for. Now, they treat the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. Right, and they say it's for simplicity, like for simplification purposes, but how convenient, right? A plane designed to fly over a flat plane is training the pilots to treat the Earth as a flat plane. You know, I mean, that's just the facts. I mean, and there's tons of pilots that are flat earthers as well. Like,
I posted the black box data so you can see that this is from a flight that crashed, but the people didn't die. You can see the engines twice where the engines blew out. The first one engine blew, the second one, now they lost both. That's when they crashed. If you look, it's a flat Earth under it. Isn't that crazy how the black box knows it's flat?
And what was that, Radwin? 500 miles? Or something? 1,000 miles?
No, the one section in the middle is 1,000 miles. That's like a 2,500 mile flight or something.
And they didn't adjust the pitch. They didn't adjust the pitch of the plane over the entire distance.
No, there were none made.
What is your YouTube channel? Do you have a YouTube channel?
Many YouTube channels.
You mean just like the YouTube channels about that have flat Earth content, or the ones that are live streaming this conversation?
Well, the one that's live streaming, I guess.
Yeah, so if you go to the top of the chat, you'll see 24/7 live, and you can click on the username, and it will have a link that takes you to the YouTube channel.
Okay, you actually got subscribers. Okay.
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, I mean, it's shadow banned. I mean, it's super censored, right? So in 2015, 2016, flat Earth was quickly becoming the most popular search term on all of YouTube, and Congress got together with YouTube and Google and whatnot, right? And they agreed that they're going to censor flat Earth information.
I mean, even though it's like the problem with the flat Earth theory is the fact that there's not really a point in making everyone believe that the Earth is flat. Like, what's the point? What's even the point?
We're just sharing information with people that are interested in having a look. You know, it's a very interesting topic.
That, but what is the point of the government? I'm just saying. I'm sorry. I was saying, what is the point of the government trying to make everyone believe that the Earth is flat? I mean, it's crazy, and you
mean believe that the Earth's a globe?
Well, it's actually not a globe. I think the correct term is geoid.
Right, but it's roughly a perfect sphere, right? It's just technically not quite a globe, they say. It's like 0.3% different.
Yeah, but
by the way, I already showed the mathematics.
What science can prove. I can believe I'm a fucking unicorn. It's like I can believe I'm a fucking unicorn.
Whoa, just wait a minute, Axion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So what were you saying about a unicorn?
No, nothing. Nothing important.
Yeah, nothing.
I already shared the way you can see.
Okay, terrific. So, this is the map that we're waiting on, right?
Hey guys, I have a unicorn in my garage. Do you Globers believe me?
Of course, I believe you.
Of course you would. You believe anything anybody tells you.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man? Hey, 1 second. Where I think Seisu was going to go over some information with Axion.
Did you saw how to track the international with a telescope?
No, I wanted you to get me the distance to it and the angular size. Did you do that? Did you get those calculations for me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, what's the distance?
You have three. I mean, two. You have 2 pages. What you
2 pages of what? Yeah, what is the distance to the ISS from the surface of the Earth?
Look, you can read.
No, I'm actually driving right now, so I'm going to ask you kindly to get me the information.
6,371.
6,371 what?
Kilometers.
Kilometers.
Yes.
Okay. So, at that distance, with the size of the ISS, how long is the ISS, or how big is it?
The fuck is
it's visible. It's visible for 5 minutes.
Excuse me. How big is the ISS?
Look, I didn't calculate everything about the ISS.
You came in here to interrupt the conversation and you didn't get what I asked you to get?
Yes, I did.
Put yourself back on mute and get those calculations. I don't want to talk to you again until all the math is done.
Calculations are in the side chat.
He's not asking you.
Don't shout to me because I'm not shouting to you. Be polite.
No, I asked you to do something. You came in here and interrupted people. I was thinking that you did the task that you were supposed to do to make sure that the angular size is accurate of the ISS. I don't know why you're talking over me now. That's quite rude, right? So, you interrupted people in a conversation, and you have not gotten the information to support your claim to this point. So, very rude.
In the side chat.
Okay. Listen, I'm driving right now, so you're going to have to give me the numbers. You have the distance. Now, how big is the ISS? How big is the ISS?
What numbers exactly? Wait, I can do the calculation, no problem. But exactly, what do you mean by calculations? I want to understand. You mean you want to compare if it's in the footage?
Well, I wasn't talking to you. Why were you bouncing in here trying to do something when I'm talking to somebody?
There is a billion calculation you can do on the ISS.
No worries. No worries. So we have the distance. No worries. We have the distance. Now, what is the actual size of the ISS?
So, as I understood from you that we have the actual size of the ISS, okay, which we can search it up, and you
guys haven't even looked at this yet?
Okay. Let me talk.
Relax.
Please.
All right.
So you want
These are the things that I already asked for. Hold on a second, both of you. I've already asked specifically for the things that I wanted you to get, and you apparently did not listen. That is also rude. Why are you being so rude to me?
Let me know when you can listen.
Didn't answer. I wasn't the one who asked for. You didn't ask me. If you asked me, I would.
I'm gonna read to you.
Okay?
Yeah, so you're the white knight now that's helping the guy that won't get me the information that I'm looking for to support his
what
claim.
Information you want? Tell me what the.
I just told you distance, and then I want you to get me the actual size, and then I want you to calculate the angular size of that object at that distance.
I already have the data.
Don't be rude.
Okay, so how big is the actual size of the ISS?
Don't be rude.
Actual size? The size?
Oh my gosh, yes, the thing that I've asked for four times.
A lot of questions.
Oh, wait.
4 times I've asked for this in the last 3 minutes.
My man, I just want to understand what calculation exactly you need, okay?
So I've already told you 3 times.
Okay. Tell me if I'm saying is true, okay? If it's true, if what I'm saying is what you want, then I'm gonna work on it, okay? So you want the size of the ISS, which is, for example, point B, and the Earth, which is point A, and the Sun, which is point C, and you want the distance.
Holy cow! No, I didn't ask for any of those things.
What?
English is
If you want to do the calculation, I can do it, no problem. But just tell me what calculation exactly.
Give me the angular size of the ISS. You're done here, sir. You don't have to talk anymore. The white knight here is going to do your job for you since you failed at it. Okay? So, Mr. White Knight, you're done, sir. I want you to go on mute now, or I will mute you.
Okay, you guys don't want to listen.
As you want.
You have a hero now that's going to save you. You failed. Now the hero is going to save you.
There is no hero, man. We are not spies for NASA or something. We're just normal people here talking. Okay?
Who said that? No one said anything about being spies for NASA.
Why are you screaming?
What I would really like is for somebody to actually listen.
Are you talking about Israel and Iran World War, right?
You don't listen nobody. You just
says who.
You don't listen nobody. You just shout.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're shouting, bro.
So now,
my bad, dude.
Is somebody going to listen?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. I want you to calculate the angular size that the ISS should be viewing it from the Earth.
That's what I said exactly. I'm telling you point A, which is the Earth, point B, which is the ISS, and point C, which is the Sun, and through that I'm gonna do that.
Why in the world would you even bring the Sun into this? I asked for angular size, not the Sun.
To do it without the Sun. There is no way to do it without the Sun.
I don't even think you know what I'm asking for. I don't know why you're flipping out.
Yeah, you might not even understand anything that we're asking for. The Sun is not involved in what he asked you for. And I'll say it nicely. The Sun is not involved in what he asked for.
I'm gonna give it to you. It is impossible. Okay, focus on this.
Now it's impossible.
Without the sun, yes, it's impossible. I'm telling you, it's impossible.
You don't know what we're asking for. You don't know what we're asking for. I can tell you don't know what we're asking for because you're bringing the sun into it, and that has nothing to do with what I'm asking for. So you are misunderstanding.
It's logically
impossible. It is not. Dude, now you're freaking out and chanting, and I don't know why you're doing that either. I think as the White Knight, you have also failed today, so it's time for you to go ahead and go on mute.
Look, man, when you need to calculate something in math, you need to know.
Look, man.
Okay.
Really? Okay, so do I need to know where the sun is when I'm calculating angular size?
My idea is to have a footage for the ISS, okay? Going through
No, that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about.
This is the only thing I have to give you the...
You're done. Okay, I will unmute you, but I just want you to know I don't want to talk to you anymore because you don't know what I'm asking for. DJ, if you would like to continue the conversation with the gentleman that you were having, even though you were rudely interrupted by two people that refused to understand the question, please do so.
Alrighty. Do we have anyone that wants to ask a question?
I think Julia's up.
Oh, yeah. Julia, you there? Anyone else? Questions about flat Earth? You want to present any globe evidence? All right, well, I'll present something and we'll see if anyone wants to ask questions about it. Okay, so this is a 21-mile observation. Absolutely destroys the claimed globe mathematics. Specifically the curvature and the distance to the horizon. Right, so we must have a particular distance to the horizon based off the height of the observer, if the Earth's a globe, and we must have a certain amount of curvature over a certain distance, right? So 21 miles, you would have to have 293 foot of curvature. The observation height in this observation is 5 foot, right? So based off the radius value of the globe, we can calculate that the horizon would have to be at 2.73 miles away. Okay, so a small clip from the full-length video is in the side chat. What we can see in the observation, right, when he zooms in, you'll see that there's no horizon whatsoever over the 21 miles, and we can actually see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Now, behind the shoreline, we can see a small town and a giant white smokestack. Okay, so the shoreline itself should be obstructed behind 230 foot of curvature, but there's zero curvature present. Zero horizon present. This is impossible on a globe, right? We can also see that it's extremely clear conditions, right? There's no miraging effects or anything like that present. So I'll just put a link to the entire video if anyone wants to check out this particular video. Right, so also in this video, they don't just do this one observation. They wait until it gets dark, and then they do it again. And even at nighttime, you can see across, you can see all the lights on the town that should be hidden, and you can see the lights reflecting off the water on the other side of the shoreline. And then they actually take high-powered lasers, and they shoot the high-powered lasers across the lake towards each other, right? So there's one guy on each side of the lake, 21 miles apart, and then they shoot the lasers across once it gets dark. and they can both see each other's laser beams. Right, so those laser beams should basically hit the water at 2.7 miles away, right, and not be visible beyond that distance because of curvature. So I'll post the full video. So this is just like one of many observations that we have. And again, you can see even just in the thumbnail of the video, like it's such clear conditions, and we can see a perfect specular reflection on the surface of the lake. Right? That's like a mirror, basically. We can see a perfect mirror image of the mountain in the background. Right? Once again, showing that there's no curvature over that distance, right? So there would have to be 293 foot of curvature over that distance. You wouldn't be able to have a specular reflection. Because to have a specular reflection, obviously you need a flat surface, a mirror-like surface. Yeah, so once again, if anyone else wants to jump in and ask questions, you're more than welcome to. If not, I'll present another observation. All right, so here's another observation. This is done at another nice still lake, this time in Canada. Now, we can see the full-length video is posted there, but there's some clips taken out of the video just above it. And what he does here is he holds the camera 3 inches above the surface of the water, and he's zooming in. And as you zoom in, you'll see 2 peninsulas on the right-hand side. The second peninsula is just under 14 miles away. Right, so according to the globe math, you should have a horizon distance of 0.6 miles from a 3-inch observation height. Once again, there's no horizon present at all, and we can see the little rock peninsula that's going out into the water, which should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth and obstructed by 120 feet. So this is another example of an observation that's impossible on a globe.
To me, that observation there, DJ, is like one of the most wonderful silver bullets, right? 3 inches and 14 miles. What are you going to say about that?
Yep.
I'm going to say welcome to Flat Earth.
Exactly. And the quality of that particular video is so good. I like that too.
Yeah, really good video. Super clear conditions.
Yep.
No waves. No visible like distortion or miraging or anything. So yeah, anyone that's looking at this observation, right? Like when I say the horizon has to be at 0.6 miles, right? It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. There has to be a physical horizon line there, right? And anything that goes beyond that would have to start to become obstructed by the curvature of the Earth, right? That second peninsula has to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Over the 0.6 mile horizon. There's no there's no getting around that. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe of the size that they tell us.
Does everybody calm down now?
Any proof of the globe yet?
Nah.
That was a rhetorical question. I was hoping to hear one of these globers speak up. How we doing, Drace?
I'm getting ready for sleep.
Sounds relaxing. We had some clippable material today, for sure.
Yeah. Julia, you were hot micing earlier. I'm pretty sure maybe you had question. But if you want to ask anything, just open your mic. Feel free.
Can anybody read that guy's name on the top left? Ask him if he has any questions.
He took off. Oh, he came back. Necros, maybe you, well, Necro is deafened, but I'm pretty sure Necro knows how to read it.
It's nice having people all over the flat earth.
Definite, bro.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be expanding more and more if we stay in a room this large.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
So,
definitely,
EAU, no. If I don't know if you can open your mic up, but you seem to have some pretty good questions. But yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Okay. So
welcome.
I do. Yeah, I find the evidence that you guys are providing very compelling, right? The fact that you would be able to see the curvature over the distances that you guys are describing and how that's clearly not present. So I'm a bit of a skeptic, you know. I'm not gonna say you guys are wrong, but I'm not gonna say you're right either, right?
That's fair.
Well, that's how we got here. That's how we're skeptics. That's how we got to this position as well.
Definitely.
So, yeah.
Okay, so are there atmospheric conditions that would be able to somehow influence what is perceived at these distances?
No, absolutely not. I mean, once you have a look into different atmospheric conditions that can alter what you're seeing, it's by a small amount, not by thousands of percent like we're seeing. For example, standard refraction, right, would just make the horizon 7% further away, right? And then extreme refraction would make the horizon up to 15% further away. So it would take it from, say, 2.7 miles, where it should be, and make it appear like it's like 2.9 miles away or something like that. Not completely make the horizon disappear and all of a sudden, you know, you can see over 293 foot of curvature and everything looks perfectly flat, right? There's no type of atmospheric conditions that can make that happen. And when you have more extreme atmospheric conditions, you have miraging effects and you know, they're super obvious. Everything's like distorted and blurry and you see some crazy things in the distance. They have specific characteristics.
Okay.
And
my second question would be, I mean, fair enough. That's a really good answer, actually. So second question would be, how do you guys explain the stars or the sun and the moon?
We don't usually speculate about things we can't validate, but what we do, we all observe the same thing in the sky, but most people were taught a specific story about what we're looking at from a young age, right? Like how big they are, how far away they are, all that sort of thing, that they're in a vacuum of space and all that sort of thing, right? What we say is that they move across the sky in patterns, in repeating patterns, right? In cycles. So I would describe the sky like a big clock. Like we can use it to work out months and years and different cycles, all sorts of different things, right? It's very handy. So, you know, the stars all rotate east to west and they reset back into the same positions roughly each year. And then there's planets, which used to be called wandering stars by the ancients, right? They do the same thing, right? They move around us east to west, but they take their own specific paths different to the stars. And then the same with the sun and the moon, right? They also take their own specific paths. And then we got the sun, which is, you know, responsible for day and night, obviously, and the seasons. Right, so the particular path or the cycle that the sun's taking means that it's moving over the Earth, just like we see it doing. But at certain times of year, it will migrate slowly, inwards and outwards, right? So sometimes it will be summer in, say, Australia, but at the same time, the sun, is lower in the sky in Europe. So it'll be winter in Europe. And then 6 months later, it'll be, summer in Europe, and then it'll be cold in Australia. So at midday, when it's summer, the sun's right above your head, right? When it goes over your head at midday, it's right above your head. But when it's winter in Australia, right, the sun's, instead of being above your head like it was in summer at midday, right, it's like much lower in the sky. But someone in Europe will see it directly above their head. So yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but it makes a lot of sense once you think about it, once you look into it.
Okay, and I think this is a more mainstream question, right?
Yeah.
Usually people will bring up satellites, but I myself question satellites to begin with.
Yeah, so I mean, if you Google and try to find a photo of a satellite in space, right, all that's going to come up is a whole bunch of cartoons of satellites in space, like obvious CGI cartoons. Now, we're not denying that satellites exist, but we need to remember that 99% of all communication, right, like the way we're communicating right now, and almost all communication is just done via undersea cables, right? It's like 8 times faster than any capability of a satellite, right? So it's obvious that people would use cables, and that's the way that communication works. Now, there's definitely some satellites in the sky, but whether they're actually in a vacuum of space orbiting around a globe, right, that's something that's very difficult for us to validate, or for anyone to validate. We know that NASA's has a massive satellite balloon program, right? NASA's first satellites were literally Echo 1 and Echo 2, which are just big balloons, basically, with satellites attached to them. And
1,000 miles up.
Yeah, and they can stay up there for a long time as well, and they can maneuver them around and all that sort of thing, and they can get them taking advantage of wind currents and things like that. And NASA still launches tons and tons of these balloons all the time, right? And NASA's actually the largest consumer in the world of helium.
And
so
Echo
that's
1 and 2 traveled the same speed as they say that the ISS is now. Those 2 balloons went that speed.
Yeah, so it's very hard for us to validate the exactly what is going on at heights that's too high for us to validate, like satellites, or what the planets exactly are, or exactly like how far away is the sun, and exactly how big is the sun. Things like that. Stars, stars are another mystery. You zoom in on stars and they're very, very interesting looking. Geometric patterns, different colors, but we can't validate what's in the sky, right? So, we try to we don't have a replacement answer for every single thing that the globe site claims. We're like empiricists, and we stick with what we can validate. So we can test if the Earth's a globe or not, but we don't claim to know exactly how everything works, and we're not even necessarily claiming the shape of the Earth. Right, so flat's not a shape, it's the description of a surface.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you said you have receipts for NASA being the #1 consumer of helium? That's funny. Okay.
Yeah, I think they actually own most of the big helium companies. I've heard that NASA actually bought them up or something as well. I can't confirm that. I'd have to look into that a bit further. But yeah, they definitely have a massive satellite balloon program that's not hidden. They admit that. And there's tons of footage of your satellite balloons, being spotted through telescopes and things like that. And also tons of footage of them being launched as well. And there's all different kinds of ones as well.
I hate niggers!
Hey, please refrain from that.
They ban that asshole.
Yeah, who was
It's
that?
so rude and crude.
Did anyone catch that guy's name?
Yeah, I wasn't looking at the screen at the time, so I missed it.
They left, didn't they? Yeah.
Rude.
I guess they won't last long anyway.
Well, if that was their entire argument, then
Anyone got evidence for the globular model? We truly appreciate all the cordial speakers that have come into the room today. Anybody else have any serious questions or commentary or proof of the globe?
ah, dang. What's the command to ban here?
I got it.
All right, cool.
Oh, double ban.
Yeah, if anybody's listening, feel free to follow the links and hop on in and share your thoughts with us. It'd be really, really great to hear what you have to say, as long as it's constructive.
Yep, and we also have a home server. Right, so if anyone is interested in joining our home server, you can click on Cambo Beats. Click on his name, and there's a link right there in the profile. So on the home server, we have about 30,000 members, and we have terabytes of information about Flat Earth categorized into information channels.
He's right, you know.
You guys have literally sent me down the rabbit hole. I can't believe it. Okay, well, I thought of another question, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you guys explain the tide? I understand that you guys don't deny the fact that the moon exists, right? Everything you can see, you believe in, which is, fair.
Yeah.
So,
but exactly what is the moon? We can't validate exactly what it is. I mean, the moon's actually quite a big mystery once you look a bit more into it. Even though it's one of the things we can see more easily in the sky, there's a lot of mystery to it. But yeah, with the tides, we don't really have a good explanation for the tides. But yeah, it could absolutely be something to do with the sun and the moon.
Well, I
could
have
have something to do
for
with
you.
Awesome.
Because I've gone into this. Let me see if I have the GIF for it. Yeah. So the tides circle the amphidromic points. The amphidromic points never rise or fall. So regardless of the position of the moon above those points never go up or down. So that destroys the idea that the moon is pulling on the water, causing tides. It's simply a correlation because we see a correlation with the tide height and the moon. However, we also see a different thing, which is the pressure systems that move over the Earth also seem to correlate with the tides to some degree. So if you have high pressures and low pressures pressing on top of the surface of the water, naturally you're going to have differences in the height of the water. So that's one aspect of it, but that can't be the complete solution, I think. That's one aspect of it.
If you look at the sheer volume of water that evaporates every single day, it's tremendous. And that's just one factor.
Yeah, that's really interesting, Drace. Definitely stole all of those animations.
The way Drace just explained that was great. That was awesome.
And there's also a bunch of inconsistencies, in the way that they explain how the tides work on the globe side as well.
Yep.
Yeah, there's certain points at which there's a correlation with the moon, and there's other points where it's not correlated or connected at all. There's also places on the Earth, like Drace kind of spoke about briefly, but there are places on Earth where there are no tides. And the phenomena of the tide is kind of interesting. It is, a raising in the water level twice a day in certain locations, right? So a raising of the water level to be connected to a body that is, a certain distance away from the Earth, supposed to be having some kind of tractor beam, which they call gravity, which is also a complete farce, pulling up on the water, is kind of an absurd notion.
Thanks for joining if you guys haven't been here before. you have any questions or any globe evidence you would like to present, feel free to mic up and introduce yourself. That was a good question about the tides, you know.
Yeah, I was just thinking, but you guys have an answer for everything. This is crazy. Okay. Fair enough.
Some of us have been doing this for a very long time.
Yeah.
But feel free to ask whatever questions you want to, man.
There are plenty of questions you could ask where we would just say, I don't know, and we're not going to bother to speculate because there's just certain things that we can't know.
Yep.
Anything that's too...
Go ahead, DJ.
Well, I was just going to say, anything that's too high for us to validate or anything that's too far for us to reach, it falls into the speculation category. We don't usually make very specific claims about things we can't prove. We don't want to do what the Globe side does and speculate and, throw out a bunch of claims that we can't back up.
Yeah, I was always very skeptical of somebody who had an answer for anything with no basis behind it, other than a trust me, bro. But you'll see that in the heliocentric model. There's an answer. These guys know what was happening 11 billion years ago, and they'll present it to you as they know it as a matter of fact, with no evidence to support their claims. So it's a slippery slope when you just trust people with no evidence.
This is why we like requiring people to cite their sources. Like, provide us a citation. If you're going to make a claim, you're going to have to prove it. It's a good way to do it.
So take, for instance, your question about the tides. We're not going to make any positive claims as to actually why they occur. We did compare the idea or the story behind why the heliocentrists would say we have tides, and when compared against reality, it is found to be inconsistent, if not patently false. So we can say, well, we tested it, and reality doesn't bear it out. But really, what's going on? Really can't say.
Yeah, we can't claim full causation, just like with the tides. And I was talking about earlier, we know that pressure on top of a liquid can cause different changes. If you have different pressure on the liquid over here, but not over there, you can cause a little bit of change. And all these different factors we do know have some effect, but can we say it's the totality of the effect? No, because we cannot independently verify that by any means. All people can do is assume based on the little information that we do have about how things operate. And that's what they did in the first place with the tides. They assumed, because there was correlation with the moon, that it was caused by the moon, and then they just kept on with that assumption and try to stack onto it because the tides don't match to the moon's motion. Some scientists are like, well, the water must be sloshing around in the ocean basin, and that's what causes the tides. So it's all just theories. 99% of the globe model is theory The rest of the thing is just observation that everybody else sees. You see the Earth is flat, you see the sky above you, and then you just assume everything else.
I will tell you guys that I have immense respect for the fact that you guys don't speculate. That's really good.
Yeah, it's fun to speculate, but I mean, if we're going to speculate about something, we'll be very, very sure to mention that it's just pure speculation.
We do actually once a week, we have a speculation thing on Sunday, Speculation Sunday, where folks are more inclined to talk about their speculations. The rest of the week, we stick with the subject here, for the most part.
But that also allows us to, you present your idea, you speculate about something, and then everybody else goes like, wait, but what about this? But what about that?
Yep.
And then you realize, oh wait, yeah, that was wrong. Now I understand this better than I did before. So it's a learning experience.
Yeah, it helps strengthen arguments. Keep the good, throw out the bad, eat the meat, spit out the bones.
Yeah, when it comes to the question of why would they lie, you enter the realm of speculation. But there's a lot of good reasons that come from that, right? But none of it can be verified unless you're actually having an open dialogue with the ones who are propagating the lie, right? So that would require them admitting that they're lying. So that's a tall order.
What's funny is you could just link an article, like a generic "why do people lie" article to folks, and that would answer any question they could possibly think of. It's across the board. That's why people lie, for those specific reasons. But to ask why would they lie is very specific, pointed, and usually with the intention of trying to debunk anybody claiming that there was dishonesty. Meanwhile, we've got a ton of NASA bloopers, and they are hilarious.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, if what you guys are saying is true, right? This goes beyond a lie. This is like mass delirium. This is stuff they've been feeding people for generations.
There's religious connections to it, man, so it ends up getting passed down. It goes back to the cult of Pythagoras and even before that.
Ugh.
So, how are my favorite flat earthers doing?
Doing well, thank you, Tommy. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for welcoming me.
How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm just like interested. I want to get knowledge. I want to understand how I've been lied to all these years.
Fair enough. But if somebody's told something and they honestly believe it, and then they repeat it to you as though it's the truth, are they actually lying or are they just deceived?
They're deceived, just like me.
Yeah. So most people aren't liars. They're not actively going out of their way to try and tell you some fairy tale story. They were given that story, and they're passing it on to you like it's a treasure, like it's important and you must know this. They don't know that it's wrong.
Yeah, but that's why we have people like you to enlighten us, so we can.
I'm no teacher.
So the people that like me that want to get to the truth, that's why we're here.
If you seek the truth, though, you and I are not that different, because that's kind of the entire goal. You just autodidactism. Once you learn how to teach yourself, you don't ever have to stop learning. You can do that for the rest of your days, and it's awesome.
Yes, sir.
Mostly that's what we really want people to do, is learn about critical thinking and what fallacious reasoning is, and just do better. We're not trying to push our worldview on anybody. It's just, hey, here's some information. What do you think about that? Let you decide. Don't take anybody's word for anything either. Fact check everyone.
So the first question would be, why have they decided to lie to us in the first place? I'm talking about the NASA, the government, everything related to this big lie.
I don't think that's the first question. The first question would be, how does the Earth measure?
He's right, you know.
I guess we have to find out if anybody was lying in the first place.
Yep.
Yeah, this was something that started quite a long time ago. So, I mean, proving why someone would lie is very difficult, but we can prove that they did lie and that the Earth isn't a globe.
Yep. It's kind of like if you walked on a murder scene and you see a body there, you don't have to go and hunt down whoever killed that person to know that there was a murder. You know somebody's dead. I don't need to know who killed that person. They're dead. They're gone. And for the same reason, I don't need to know why somebody lied or who did what when it comes to this. I just know that the official narrative is wrong.
Yeah, just like you don't need to know why the person killed that person.
Yeah, I don't need motive. I just know what is. If it is, then it is. If it ain't, it ain't.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it would be nice to know motive, to be able to prove motive, but that's not always the case. But we could definitely prove that there was a lie that took place. And when it comes to who's lying, like NASA, the government, right? Most these are just huge organizations that have tons of people working for them, where most people would have no idea, right? Like most people believe that the Earth's a globe genuinely, and many of these people are working for the government or for NASA, which is basically the government at the end of the day. NASA.gov, you know. So
they're very much compartmentalized.
Exactly. So you've got people that you know, they have a non-disclosure agreement, and then they have their job on a need-to-know basis, and they don't know what the people in the room next to them are doing. And so on and so forth. So it's not that many people. It's very difficult to write a list of who is lying. Like, who knows that the Earth is flat and they're lying about it being a globe, right? It's like very hard to make a list and then be able to prove the people on the list are actually lying. Would have to only be a small amount of people that would have to be in on it. And who really rules the world, right? You know, there's
people lie to themselves too, like the ideomotor effect, where you can have subtle muscle changes based off of your perspective, what you're thinking about, your worldview can affect an experiment and the outcome. And somebody could have bias without actually knowing it and ruin an experiment by simply interacting with it. It's driven by confirmation bias.
Yeah, I mean, there's a question that naturally arises out of all the flat Earth theory, and is, if they're lying about something like this, then what else are we being lied to about?
Yeah, it's true.
You know,
if you think the fake news is bad,
tip of the iceberg. If you look at it,
have you seen the Sinclair script Like there's videos on YouTube about it. It's called the Sinclair script, where all these newscasters are just repeating the same exact thing. It sounds really creepy when you
that's the
listen to them all
creepiest
together.
thing.
Yeah, I
why would
watched
they do
it.
that?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just like very scary.
Yeah, it's disturbing, and it's definitely a form of mind control. Mockingbird.
Yeah. So that gentleman brought up an interesting claim. You know, what else are they lying to us about? That I can verifiably tell you. They're lying about almost everything. They lie on a regular. This is not even...
Yeah, what are they telling the truth about is a better question, probably.
Exactly. And when you see like how bad the fake news type stuff is, imagine how bad history is.
Dude, I just saw it. Oh my god.
It's written by the victors, and almost all of them lied.
So wait, are you guys having discussions about flat Earth?
Flat Earth
Yes,
adjacent,
we are.
but we can get back on topic.
Sure.
Oh, okay, no. I was just kind of wondering. I didn't.
Do you have any questions?
I guess I do. I mean, like, is anyone in here like flat Earth, like believer or something?
I wouldn't call it a belief.
Yeah, yes. There's tons of flat earthers in here, and globe earthers in here at the moment.
Okay. So I just want to ask, like, why are you a flat earther or something?
Well, Yankee, would you consider the measurement of your height to be a belief or knowledge?
Knowledge.
For the same, that's exactly the reason why I wouldn't consider this a belief. The horizon remains horizontal. That's knowledge. It's an observation.
Yeah. So, like, I'll ask you guys a question. It's like with my own thing. If I see like, if I'm like 40, how tall do you think the Earth is?
Tall.
Like the horizon. How tall do you think the atmosphere is? Like
wide.
Oh
no, the sky. So like, how tall?
Oh, no idea. There's no way to test that. We can only get up to a certain height. We can only send weather balloons up to a certain height as well, about 120,000 feet.
Okay, so then you would see the balloons like getting like very high, and you start seeing the curvature of the Earth. So how would you guys? Yes.
No, if we send a weather balloon up with a rectilinear lens, which is a type of lens that doesn't distort lines, like a GoPro lens or something like that, right? They distort straight lines. So yeah, when we send up a weather balloon without a fisheye lens on it, or without a wide-angle lens, it's completely flat from that height.
Probably
got some clips here we can chuck in the side chat, actually. I'm sure someone will pop some in there. But that doesn't necessarily prove the Earth isn't a globe, right? So, you know, even mainstream scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? He's gone out and done shows where he says that from the height of the Red Bull jump, which was 129,000 feet, he said you wouldn't see any curvature from that height anyway.
Well, he said would look inverse. That's what he said. It would look inverse.
No, he said from that height. This is what he said word for word, and I'm going to put the clip up as well. Right? He said, from that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. That's what he said word for word. And on top of that, right, they went to a higher height than that, right? So they had the Virgin Galactic flight that went up to 300,000 feet, right? So more than double. Well, or just a bit less than double, actually. Anyway, then we had the Blue Origin that went up to 350,000 feet. So Neil deGrasse Tyson came out after both of those happened, and once again he said they're very deceptive in the way they portray the footage using the wide-angle lenses, and that he did the calculations and he doesn't think that you'd be able to see the curvature from even 350,000 feet up. So...
Well, like...
that stuff is flat.
Okay. So if I were to say, like, I was 40,000 feet up in the air, you know, on an airplane, and I saw the curvature of the Earth, what would you say that is?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, yeah, it's not the curvature of the Earth, but planes have very thick round glass windows, like triple layered glass. So I mean, you're looking through like a spherical thick glass lens to begin with. I mean, I fly a lot. I mean, I've never seen any signs of curvature. The only time I would see
before.
But also, you've got to remember this. You got to remember this as well. Like, you see in a circle, so if you have a large field of view and you pan your eyes like right to left, you can see the same distance in all directions. So you kind of see in a circle of vision at the same time. So someone that thought the Earth was a globe, right, might think that they're seeing the curvature of the Earth when really they're seeing in like in a circular fashion, right? Like, here's an example. If you went out into the ocean and you're on a boat, right, and there's nothing else around you, just ocean, the furthest distance you can see all the way around you, right, if you plot that out, it's just going to make a big circle. So you go up in altitude, you can still see in a big circle, right? You just to see the same distance in all directions. So someone could definitely mistake that as being the curvature of the Earth, I guess. And also you got the window to take into consideration. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I've flown like super long flights quite often, and I've never seen any curvature. But maybe some windows are different. I don't know.
Yeah, I have seen a slight distortion at the edge of the window, like I posted in at least in some of the airplanes I've been on. And if you go in the chat, you can see it. I posted it. And then there's also the lemon illusion, where straight lines can appear curved, especially when you have this kind of small banding at the edges due to the curved glass. You end up seeing a curve where there isn't a curve. There's also wishful seeing, which is if you believe really strongly that you should be able to see a curve from an airplane because you've heard that you should be able to see a curve from an airplane and you believe that you're on a globe, then just like a hypnotist can make you see the apple or the onion as an apple, and you can bite into the apple and it tastes like an apple, your belief can be strong enough to impact your visual or your memories after the fact. So I would highly recommend that now that you've been exposed to this, you go, next time you go on the airplane, look at the horizon, not near the edges of the window. You can also look through the window when you're on the tarmac, and you can see the slight distortions near the edges sometimes. And but look at the center of it, and you can take something flat and put it up against the window and see that the horizon is flat. It's not going to start curving at that height. And if it did, then the Earth would be so small that you wouldn't be able to fit America on it.
Well, again, what I'd say is this is like, I did not, when I observed the horizon, okay, I was not looking at it was not near like the edges of the glass, okay, it was actually in the center of like my view. And another thing was I was not expecting it. At this time I had like clear skies, and to be fair, like for the most part, I don't really see this. But I think in this special case, it was because we were high enough and the sky was clear enough, which isn't the case most of the time when we're flying, that I was able to see the horizon. And I wasn't expecting it, and I thought this was like a really cool thing to see. That being like the curved horizon. But again,
that doesn't work, bro. That doesn't work. Mathematically, the horizon couldn't be curved at that height.
Again, just because you start seeing the beginning
you're claiming the ball is so tiny that like all of Europe, Africa, like Australia, Japan, that those things don't exist to you? Like South America doesn't exist?
I never said that.
Well, if the ball is so small that you're seeing it curve from an airplane window, then that is how small it is.
I'm saying you can get high to a point where you start seeing curvature. It doesn't mean that
you shouldn't be able to see the curvature from that height in the horizon Because the horizon is, first of all, an optical phenomenon, not a geometric phenomenon.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Why? So, why do you say like the Earth is flat? I mean, I think that's like the biggest thing I'd have to ask.
Because the surface measures flat, is used as flat. There's no evidence of it being a curved surface, or there's no evidence of it being rotating. So why would I believe it's a globe when there's no evidence for it? When we
Have you seen like
experience it as
Euler's
flat.
formula? Have you seen Euler's formula for the for solving like the specific problem? I could probably show it to you, where pi was used inside of his argument.
Cult of Pythagoras.
What does the formula have to do with anything?
Well, essentially what I was trying to get at is like they were trying to solve a specific formula about how much light could you see from a lighthouse, like from a specific point if it goes X distance far away. And what Euler figured out is like it doesn't go infinitely on as people say it does. It actually goes in a circle. But if you zoom in enough, it appears as if it's a flat line. And so that's what I'm trying to get at with you is like something can be so big that if you if to your natural eyes it appears to be like flat. And another thing is this is like
No, that's incoherent. First of all, we're using lasers and other things to measure it. We're using infrared cameras. We're seeing far beyond what should be geometrically possible, over 10 times beyond the geometric horizon. And the only excuse the globers have is, well, the light must be bending around the globe, making it measure and appear flat at all times. And so what we do is we take the infrared camera, we look through the infrared camera, and if light is refracting around the ball to make it appear flat and measure flat, then, because infrared refracts less than visible light, then we should be able to see the horizon move closer in infrared. However, what actually happens in reality is that when you look in the infrared, you see even further. That's why all world record long distance photographs are taken in infrared, because the globe doesn't exist.
that doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
The fact that you
what's the drop over distance for a sphere at the claimed radius?
Yeah, this is like undeniable, mathematics based off what we're given by the globe side, based off the radius value.
Yeah, literally your entire cosmos was conceived based off the radius value. Did you know that? It's the beginning of your cosmic ladder.
Okay. So what about this is important?
Well, the radius value, when we go out and test reality, right, for the characteristics that must be present for this radius value to be correct, right, we can see magnitudes further, right? There's no validation of the radius, right? It just exists on paper, in theory, not in reality. Like we can see, for example, if we go to a 20-mile lake, it should have just under 300 foot of curvature. But we can zoom in across the surface of the water and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. There is zero curvature. Then we can go do it on a different lake, in a different lake, in a bigger lake, and this has been done over and over again and documented. And it's not just the observations. There's many more methods that are being used. The list goes on and on and on with the evidence against the globe.
So what would you say about ships disappearing across the horizon?
Growing up on the east coast of Australia, in a section called the Gold Coast, right? Tons of cruise ships, tons of fishing boats always going out, right? I grew up at the beach quite often, fishing, surfing, boating, and watching the boats going out while I'm sitting there waiting for waves or whatever, right? You're sitting there like kind of watching the boats go out. What happens most of the time, right? The majority of the time is the boat will just get smaller and smaller, and then eventually you'll see it start to disappear because you can't resolve it once it gets below a certain angular size. Or it'll just kind of fade off into the opacity of
it doesn't fade off. It doesn't fade off.
No, it does, right?
Yeah, no, what it does is that at first the hull disappears to begin with.
No, that depends on the conditions, my friend. No, my friend.
Yeah, let me finish explaining.
Let him finish, and we'll go over that in the end.
Yeah, I was going to go over that as well. So just what happens most of the time, I said most of the time, right, is that it just disappears due to angular size, right? So you can't see the boat anymore, but you can still see the horizon. Now, what we've realized is we can zoom back in and bring the entire boat back to view, unless there are certain conditions present. Now, sometimes you can have ocean swells. It's very common. So as you have like the waves in the foreground, right? And as the boat goes further away, the boat gets smaller and smaller, and it disappears behind the big waves in the foreground, right? So even if they're not huge waves in the foreground, it's kind of like the concept of how you could kind of put half your hand in front of your eyes and block a mountain, or block the bottom of a mountain in the background, just on a different scale. So, that's one of the main reasons that it can make it appear like they disappear bottom up sometimes. And then there's also certain weather conditions where you can have certain types of miraging type effects, like sinking, for example, where, it's defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon, looks like it sinks below the horizon. So sometimes that happens as well.
There's also some compression effects that, depending on where they happen, if they happen at the bottom of what you're looking at, they can compress the bottom down until it becomes too small to discern, so you lose that bottom information.
Okay.
Yankee Zulu, do you see the side chat?
No, I do not. I actually don't.
Have a look in the side chat. Yeah, there's a ton of supporting GIFs and things like that people have been posting. So especially the one that Miguel posted at 28 minutes after the hour. It's like a giant ship, right? And when he zoomed out with the camera, you can't see the ship at all. But when he zooms in, you can see it again. That's what happens, most of the time when you have clear weather conditions. But sometimes it does appear to fade off, just fade out, right? Because sometimes you don't have a long visibility rating. You can check the weather report. Sometimes the visibility is only, 5 miles, 10 miles because of fog and things like that. Or just a lot of dust and things like that in the air sometimes.
Okay. I mean, there is the possibility from that, but I still for the most part, when a ship is disappearing off the horizon, and again, I don't think this is the best argument for it, for a global Earth. I mean, dude, you still have Eratosthenes' method, that argued from the specific shadows of the stick that it laid.
Yeah, we understand. Eratosthenes had shadows. He looked at the shadows and assumed the Earth was a ball. And yes, that's how that starts.
He already assumed it was a ball.
Yeah, that's how you started. You assume it's a ball, and then the shadows land differently on that ball based on the light being all parallel. If the light is all parallel, then the shadows would land like X, the shadows land like X, therefore the Earth is a ball. So begging the question of circular reasoning. However, the Chinese also did the same thing. They also begged the question and used circular reasoning to affirm their cosmology, which was flat Earth. And so they used the same sticks and shadows from the sun, and they used light splaying out from the sun. So when you look at the sun and you look at shadows from the sun, you see the shadows splaying outwards because the sun is a point in the sky where the light is coming from your position. However, that works perfectly for a flat Earth and gives you the exact same shadows. So you gotta either think, is the sun a gigantic ball that should fill your entire sky, shining parallel light rays all the way down, but it's so far away that it shrinks down into this tiny point, which is just like you have no evidence for any of this? Or is it just as you perceive it and how the shadows show it to be?
That does not follow. I'm sorry, but like I didn't really follow like what you were saying.
Do you know what the Rayleigh criterion is?
Raleigh or Rayleigh?
Rayleigh, but it has to do with the limitations of an oculus, like the aperture of either your eye or any type of camera lens.
Okay.
There's limitations to it.
Okay.
Well, let's just quickly, like, hold on. We want him to understand the Eratosthenes thing quickly, right?
Yeah,
so
let's finish that. Sorry.
It's not something that's exclusive to a globe. It just depends on the assumptions that are made. Now, you could do the same thing, like in a room in your house, right? You could have like a stick under the light in the center of the room, right? It's not going to have a shadow, and then you can put another stick towards the edge of the room, and it's going to have a shadow. Now, if you went ahead and made the same assumptions that Eratosthenes made, and you assumed that you were on a spherical floor, right, a curving floor, and you assumed that those sun rays from the light on the ceiling were coming in parallel instead of diverging, then you could do the same math that Eratosthenes did, and you would be able to calculate the circumference of your flat floor, right? Just based on the assumptions that you made. Like, it's even like globe earth scientists, physicists, and people like that have made videos explaining how it doesn't really prove anything because of the assumptions. You know, it was only because of the assumptions that he was able to use his spherical mathematics, right? Because he did, he did his maths based on a 360-degree object, the globe that he thought that he was living on. So, I mean, it's not something that, it's not like a flat Earth proof or a globe Earth proof. It's just it's a flawed test.
Well,
that's all.
Eratosthenes was not trying to argue for. He was not trying to argue for global Earth. He was trying to argue. He made the assumption that the Earth was round, but I think the fact that the he
was trying to work out the size.
Yes, that's what he was trying to do. It's what I was gonna.
Well, it's just that's what he was.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he was just trying to work out the size, but it was just based on his assumptions that, the Earth was a globe and that the sun was an infinite distance away with parallel sun rays. So it's just big. If you take away those assumptions that he made, the same thing works just fine on a flat Earth with a closer sun with diverging rays coming out of it in all directions.
So, he was trying to affirm the globe because based on how big you assume your ball is in the beginning, that changes everything, okay? So he already had the presumed size in the beginning.
No. Well, the actual, circumference of the Earth that he actually had come up with was actually, according to, modern scientists, was considered, almost accurate to...
I know. He had the same thing. They actually derived, this dovetails perfectly into what Rayleigh was talking about. They derived the size of the globe from the diffraction limit of the human eye. So we can calculate, based on the diffraction limit of the human eye, and how far away the horizon is, the optical horizon that appears in your eye due to perspective and how your eyes work, optics. And so we can calculate, based on the diffraction limit of the human eye, how far away the horizon would appear. And that turns out to be about 3 miles away for a 6-foot observer. That's exactly the same size as the globe, and that's the exact same thing they used to derive the globe with Al-Biruni. And so all of it is just looking at the horizon, not understanding optics, and then assuming a globe. And from there, they got the size, which Eratosthenes tried to reify. And this is not, they don't even know if Eratosthenes existed, because there's no actual prime first source material left that has him. He's referenced in 2 manuscripts. That's all. Like, and from there they base everything. So it's like, bro, like he needed the size to begin with. If you blow up the ball to be the size of the sun, the distance between Syene and Alexandria is so small that it's effectively a flat surface.
And then how come there could be like different shadows? Unless you're gonna say like
I want to add this at night. You can see the same shadows with the moon. Interesting.
yeah, because like
That's a good point.
the moon is coming down at like a direct, like the light is coming down at a direct angle, and
Yeah, that
so
doesn't work because the moon is not 93 million miles away. The light from the moon is not supposed to be parallel like the sun.
and so you're saying the moon is coming in at an angle.
The light from the moon is it's like the light from the sun. It's divergent. It's not parallel.
Yeah, we only experience the sunlight coming down as divergent rays.
I can post. Let's see.
Yeah. If someone can post some things, that'd be good.
Let me see the divergent rays like these ones.
Appreciate you guys coming in asking like super good faith questions and having a polite discussion. Sometimes people come in super angry and rude and don't listen to any answers, so appreciate that.
Yeah, this I did actually. There was a day it was raining, but then it stopped it, and there's some clouds passing by, and I could see this divergent rays, and it was a hole in the middle. I took this photo. I think I did burn the lens of the camera of my cell phone because it was too hot. And I have another one. I don't know if you can see it. You have to click it. But there was a time, I was farther away, and I could see the farther away. I could see that it was raining, and then I could see these clouds, and above. So I was watching those crepuscular rays, So I could see, the clouds was very low, So I could see, it was going direct to the sun that was above the clouds. So I could see, I didn't took the picture, but it was very interesting, The angles was crossing these clouds and going up until the sun. So very interesting. And actually, one day I was watching anti-crepuscular race. So at my front, at west, I was watching this crepuscular race, and then at my back, they were converging into this, the vantage point at the horizon. So that, when I saw that, I was like, what is happening? But then when I was thinking, so it is perspective, exactly. Yeah. And from that same location, I could see many airplanes passing over me. For example, coming from north to south, and they appear like going in an angle, going up, like I don't know, maybe 35 or more. This angle, it's apparent. It's from my point of view. So this airplane was passing over me. So it was appearing, going up, 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 and then it passes over me, and it appears going down, down, down. So that's perspective. I saw, for example, at west. So I'm from Portugal, so sometimes there's these airplanes going from many directions, coming from Spain. So I saw one day, for example, looking at the horizon, above the horizon, an airplane passing by, and he was leaving a straight, let's say, chemtrail or contrail. So it was horizontal, parallel with the horizon. So that was very interesting.
I don't know, Toby. Do we have any other Globers here? There's still a couple.
By the way, I just realized that the only reason they think light is parallel is because they believe the Earth is a globe. And so when they see the light move in the sky, move across the sky, that entire time the light is in the sky, the light is always parallel to them, even though the angle is always changing, and it clearly is not parallel relative to your location. It's just parallel in their imagination on the ball.
Yeah. This Aristotle's fairy tale story, it's, I don't know how they talk about this without even knowing the basics. He did assume the sun rays was coming parallel, and he did assume there was already a ball. So
yeah, man, I guess it's one of the first thing that comes up on Google.
Of course, you have to have this at the same time in the mind, because when they hear, let's say when these Globers they hear about flat Earth, they try to figure out in their mind, but they cannot figure out because they don't know it. So as we know, so that's. So to them, it appears that it's ridiculous, at the first sight. But for example, I saw a guy. This how you say? He's a known guy here in Portugal. Speaks on TV, etc. But he did an article, on a web page. Trying to debunk flat Earth, and the guy just, what he did, the guy just went to Google and searched it. He thinks that he is gonna figure out what is flat Earth by searching Google. And he did post some memes, a flat disk in space, those propaganda bullshit, and so the guy doesn't know what is flat Earth. He just did a search at Google, find some stuff, and he did this article, but it's a crap. But 500 years ago, it was normal. These navigators, they were flat Earth navigators, and they were navigating the oceans according to flat Earth. But when people hear about Magellan, Ferdinand of Magellan, his original name is Fernando Magalhães, Portuguese name. So they read in these textbooks, this story, Magellan did found the Earth is round, so you can go around, in a circle, like a circle. You can go around something, that's circumnavigation. They think, but I never saw a text from him claiming it was round like a sphere. So we have and the guy didn't finish the journey, So we have a big problem there, People are making claims about that guy, round like a sphere, but I never saw a text of him speaking about it. So at that time, we have a Portuguese flat. The first time I hear about flat Earth was actually on Portuguese public school. Flat Earth. So at that time, we have this Portuguese and Spanish navigators, doing discoveries in the oceans, and they were doing to them it was flat Earth. It was normal. But then of course that Magellan already did stolen some maps from the Portuguese. He was a Portuguese. He did learn how to navigate here in Portugal. But at that time he had no job, so he went to work to Spain. Our rivals main rivals at that time. He already had maps, to where to go. But of course he had to figure out, because at that time